Chapter 86, Mechanical Army. Watching Shifeng's back, gentle Snow grit her teeth. When she thought about the horrifying amount of damage Shifeng previously dealt and his extraordinary battle methods, she suddenly felt Shifeng was even more opaque to her than before. She knew all of the top-tier experts in the virtual gaming world. However, she had never heard of a top-tier expert such as Black Flame. The equipment she was currently wearing could be considered the pinnacle amongst the current players. Both she and Shifeng were level 5 as well. However, the difference in their damage was actually so large. Just how excellent was Shifeng's equipment? Could it be that he was wearing a full set of level 5 mysterious iron set equipment? What Gentle Snow did not know was that the Silver Moon set equipment Shifeng wore was the best set equipment for swordsmen below level 10. Its attributes were much better than level 5 mysterious iron set equipment. In addition, Shifeng possessed a magic weapon and a secret silver weapon. Also, because of the effects of the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng could deal damage to the birdman while ignoring the level suppression. So his damage would naturally be extremely high. On their way through the forest, the number of birdmen they met constantly grew. However, even if they were to face more than 10 birdmen at a time, these birdmen would still be killed off very quickly. Such a result was because of Shifeng's horrifying damage in addition to the shield warrior holding off the monsters and Gentle Snow and the others becoming more familiar with the battles. The leveling efficiency of Gentle Snow's party right now was much higher than before Shifeng joined them. Half an hour later, Shifeng and the others finally arrived at the Ruined Lands. Although it was called the Ruined Lands, in reality, it was just a gigantic crater. Cave systems of various depths and sizes could be found inside the crater. If one entered deep into a cave, they would easily become lost within it. Big Brother Black Flame, is this the place where you have to do your quest? Zhao Yueru moved closer to Shifeng's side, flipping her fine black hair and asking in a soft tone. After being in such a close range with the witch Zhao Yueru, and seeing deep cleavage revealed by her red robes, it was impossible for Shifeng not to have thoughts about it. Even if he did not possess any evil intentions, it became much harder for him to pretend to be profound now. We'll reach it once we go down this path. However, there are too many birdmen circling in the sky, so won't be easy to get over there. Shifeng deliberately shifted his gaze to a side, watching the sky above the canyon that led towards the large crater. The shield warrior and ranger no longer belittled Shifeng's reminder this time. Instead, they held a hint of reverence towards Shifeng now. Taking precautions, they looked towards the birdmen in the sky. On the way to this place, it was only thanks to Shifeng that the two of them did not end up dead. Watching Shifeng take the first step, entering the narrow canyon, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Yueru's face. She kept on having a familiar feeling when she looked at Shifeng. This was the first time she felt this sort of sensation. Soon after, Zhao Yueru followed Shifeng tightly into the canyon. Gentle Snow only smiled sweetly at this scene. How could she not know Zhao Yueru's thoughts? There were extremely few situations where Zhao Yueru was interested in a man in such a way. Of course, if Zhao Yueru could enchant Shifeng, pulling him into Ouroboros, that too would be advantageous. Although there were a lot of birdmen in the canyon, Gentle Snow's party had become increasingly familiar with dealing with these monsters. It was especially true for Gentle Snow. He was a genius. She had already learned Shifeng's battle methods after only seeing them a few times. She used the cliff walls to jump back and forth, and every time she brandished her blade she would strike a birdman from the air, sending it to the ground. Moreover, she was able to dodge and avoid the talons and fierce attacks of the birdman in midair. Even without Shifeng's help, Gentle Snow's party could get rid of all Theseus birdmen. After continuously killing several hundred birdmen, a flash of golden light appeared around Shifeng's body. He had finally reached level 6, catching up to those leveling madmen. In order to equip the Dark Pursuer's cape a little earlier, Shifeng placed all of his attribute points into agility. If he were to level up the Abyssal Blade to level 5, he might even be able to equip the Dark Pursuer's cape at level 8. He's level 6 already? Gentle Snow looked over at Shifeng. She did not imagine that his leveling speed would be so swift. She had been killing monsters to level up without stop, yet she was currently still 23% away from reaching level 6. Meanwhile, Shifeng clearly busied himself with a variety of things, yet he could still reach level 6 before her. However, when she thought about how Shifeng could kill monsters of a higher level with such ease, it was no wonder he could level up so quickly. You want to go to that place? The number of monsters there is just too high. Amongst them, there are even quite a lot of level 9 elites and level 10 special elites. Are you sure you want to enter? After arriving at the deeper regions of the large crater, Gentle Snow suddenly discovered that the place was filled with wandering mechanical golems. She could not figure out just what kind of quest Shifeng had received that actually had such a high difficulty. Even if Shifeng were even more powerful than he was now, it was absolutely impossible for him to enter that place. The mechanical golems were around a person's height. Mechanical Golem, Common Monster. Level 9. HP 1 500/1 500. The mechanical warriors were double the size of the mechanical golems, and their hands were holding a blade and shield. Mechanical Warrior, Elite Monster. Level 9. HP 3 000/3 000. The mechanical knights were the most terrifying of them all. They rode mechanical horses and they held long pikes. They were over 6 meters tall, just like a 2-storied building. Mechanical Knight, Special Elite. Level 10. HP 7 000/7 000. In the deepest parts of this horde of mechanical monsters, there was a pair of tightly shut steel gates. However, the number of mechanical puppets and mechanical warriors was just too ridiculous. Just from a simple glance, Gentle Snow estimated over 800 of them. Moreover, in the deepest parts, there were over 100 mechanical knights tightly guarding the front of the steel gates. Clearing all of those mechanical knights without a 1,000-man elite army was only a pipe dream. The amount of these mechanical monsters simply caused one despair. Even being more than 100 yards away from these mechanical monsters frightened Zhao Yueru and the others. The mechanical army would be unparalleled if they were to rush over altogether. The army would be able to annihilate Zhao Yueru and the others instantly. Big Brother Black Flame, are you really going to go? You will definitely die. Even though Zhao Yueru was confident in her party's strength, just based on the standards of their level 5 party, clearing the surrounding mechanical golems and mechanical warriors was already a huge problem, not to mention the mechanical knights. A single mechanical knight might be enough to get rid of them all, let alone facing 100 of them. I must go there. However, we need to clear these golems and warriors which are just hindrances first. Shifeng nodded his head. Then let's slowly lure them over and kill them, clearing the way bit by bit. Gentle Snow had already promised Shifeng that they would spare no effort in helping him. Naturally, she would not shrink back now. Moreover, this place was quite good for leveling up. After killing so many birdmen on the way here, they gained quite a lot of common equipment and materials. If they were to clear all these mechanical warriors, their gains should be even greater. It was just that the strength of the mechanical warriors was still an unknown to them. Then I'll lure them over one by one, Zhao Yueru volunteered. It was easiest for a ranged player to lure monsters. Moreover, based on her skills, even if the monsters were tightly packed together, she would still be able to lure only 2 to 3 of them over. Their party would also be able to dispose of the monsters easily. Hold on, Shifeng suddenly pulled Zhao Yueru back. Is there something wrong? Zhao Yueru asked. The others looked toward Shifeng, puzzled. Could it be that Shifeng did not believe in Zhao Yueru's skills? Shifeng was very clear with the difficulty of this place. However, Zhao Yueru and the others did not know that these mechanical monsters were all weapons of war made by the Dwarven civilization. If Zhao Yueru were to go and lure the monsters without knowing this, it would only lead to a party wipe. The mechanical monsters are extremely troublesome to deal with. Their aggro range is extremely wide. There is no need to mention their defense and attack power. If you were to try and lure one, at least 10 more would follow. With the level suppression, we will definitely be unable to take on that many of them at once. I have another idea. Which one of you here has a movement speed of over 14 points? My movement speed is 17. Little Song has also reached 14 points. Gentle Snow answered even though she did not understand why Shifeng asked such a question. You and Little Song both use a speed scroll. In a moment, lure all of the surrounding mechanical monsters and gather them in a single location. Then leave the rest to me. Shifeng took out 2 speed scrolls. With these items based on the mechanical monster's speed, the mechanical monsters would definitely be unable to catch up to the 2 of them. After associating with Shifeng for some time, Gentle Snow knew that Shifeng was not one to spout nonsense. He definitely must have his own reasonings. Hence she and Little Song both used the speed scrolls, the two of them starting to lure the monsters from both sides. Chapter 87, Flame Blade Dance. Gentle Snow and Little Song started luring monsters from two sides. Before they even came close to the 30-yard range, the monsters discovered the two of them. The monsters' eyes flashed a red glow, all of them turning their heads and staring at the intruders. Alert! Alert! Intruders detected. After the alarm rang out, all of the mechanical golems and mechanical warriors within a 40-yard radius were alerted. The surrounding mechanical monsters locked onto the two players, and within a moment, the two were being chased by hundreds of mechanical golems and mechanical warriors. Zhao Yueru was secretly shocked at seeing this. Fortunately, she did not rashly act and lure the monsters. Otherwise, they would definitely party wipe. Big Brother Black Flame, there won't be a problem luring the monsters in such a way, right? Zhao Yueru saw that Gentle Snow and Little Song were both being chased closely after by the mechanical army. If they had not run away in time, they might have already been dead by now. Relax. With the speed scroll in effect, these mechanical monsters won't be able to catch up to them, Shifeng said confidently. After some time, as expected, not a single one of the mechanical monsters caught up to the two. Everything happened just as Shifeng predicted. After luring all the surrounding mechanical monsters, the two of them circled the large, empty crater, while the mechanical golems and mechanical warriors chased them without stop. The two of them were very adept at luring monsters. Within a short moment, they had merged the two waves of mechanical monsters into a single wave. Inwardly, Zhao Yueru was speechless. She too had a speed scroll. However, this item was just too expensive. Even if it was her party members, each of them only possessed one speed scroll for the purpose of saving their own lives. She never imagined that Shifeng could easily take out two of them. Moreover, he was only using it to lure monsters. It was truly an extravagant use. However, it was true that, with this added speed scroll, the two of them were able to lure all of the monsters safely. Now though, the real problem had arrived. After luring so many monsters, how were they going to deal with them? They did not possess any AoE magic, and even if they did, they would not dare to use it. Doing so would cause disorder to the control of hatred, as their MT did not learn an advanced skill such as Crowd Mock. At that time, everyone would just die. Shifeng naturally knew the question everyone was thinking. However, he only revealed a mysterious smile as he walked forward. In 10 seconds, both of you lure all the monsters to the center, Shifeng said in the party chat. Understood, Gentle Snow answered. Finished speaking, Shifeng took out a delicate dark red scroll, then spreading it open in one go. Incantations were written throughout the inside of the scroll. Just the light coming from the incantations was enough to cause the fire mana in the surroundings to surge. After seeing this, even an amateur would know that the item Shifeng took out was not simple. As an elementalist, Zhao Yueru's face was filled with shock. Just what kind of magic scroll was this? The magic scrolls sold by the magic shops were definitely unable to create such a feat. Just the incantations alone were enough to cause the fire mana of the surrounding area to gather quickly, becoming incomparably violent. Such a gathering of fire mana was even stronger than the fire dragon's roar she used by several times. If Shifeng were to release it, who knew how strong it would be? At this moment, Shifeng activated the magic scroll and pulled out the abyssal blade. Suddenly, the fire mana collected above the magic scroll poured down like mercury, and streak after streak of flames over 10 meters in length penetrated the abyssal blade. Magnificent flames then burst out of the abyssal blade's form, suddenly transforming into a sword of flame. It faintly released the cry of a phoenix, resounding throughout the surroundings. Naturally, everyone noticed such a vast and mighty power. Nobody thought Shifeng would actually still have such a hidden ace in the hole. In fact, Shifeng did not wish to use this Tier 2 magic scroll. He would have one less after every use. Moreover, Shifeng had only harvested 4 such items from all of Moonlight Forest. Now that he had used one, he only had 3 remaining. At this time, Gentle Snow and Little Song had already lured all of the mechanical monsters to the central region of the crater. They then ran towards Shifeng. The mechanical monsters were coming in closer and closer, 40 yards. 30 yards, 20 yards, 10 yards. However, Shifeng had still not taken any action. He was only standing there silently with his hand holding the dazzling and burning hot sword. Just as Gentle Snow and Little Song ran past Shifeng abruptly took action, slashing out his burning blade. Tier 2 Magic Flame Blade Dance. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng's slash released countless crimson flames. The scorching flames were like an ocean, instantly swallowing the entire mechanical army. The cone-shaped flames burned everything in a 60-yard distance to ash. Even if the mechanical warriors had 3,000 HP, they were still unable to withstand the damage from this move as they all turned into a pile of scrap metal. Meanwhile, Shifeng's experience abruptly increased by a large chunk, rising to 37% of level 6. The other party members had also broken through from level 5, one after another, all of them reaching level 6. Their leveling speed was just too awesome. Everyone's gazes then went towards the loot littering the ground, joy immediately rushing up to their heads. Shifeng was just too awesome. He used a single move to kill level 9 elite monsters instantly. Although he depended on an external item to do so, being able to obtain such an item was still proof of his ability. If they were to go through this process again several more times, they would be able to reach level 10 at any minute. At this moment, Gentle Snow as well was rejoicing at her choice to aid Shifeng in his quest. Just the EXP they obtained alone profited them big time. Big Brother Black Flame, what kind of scroll did you use? It was actually so powerful. Zhao Yueru blinked her eyes at Shifeng, asking curiously. A tier 2 magic scroll, Shifeng casually said. Big Brother Black Flame, where can I buy it? Zhao Yueru was captivated by this magic scroll after seeing its destructive capabilities. It would be worth it even if she had to spend 10 silver coins to buy one. Shifeng shook his head, saying with a smile, this item can't be bought. It will only appear by chance when opening a high-grade treasure chest. Oh. Zhao Yueru was slightly disappointed. Shifeng might have spat out blood if he knew Zhao Yueru thought of buying the tier 2 magic scroll for only 10 silver coins. Nobody would sell a tier 2 magic scroll. That was because this item was just too valuable. If used at a crucial point, it was possible to create a comeback situation. In Shifeng's previous life, there were many large guilds who offered 2 to 3 gold coins for tier 2 magic scrolls but still failed to purchase any. If it were not due to the importance of this quest, Shifeng would not have been willing to use this scroll. Gentle Snow originally wished to find out more about the magic scroll, as this item was truly too useful. However, after hearing Shifeng's tone, it was clear that he was feeling heartache over having used the item. Even the rich and overbearing chief forger was feeling heartache. One could just imagine how rare this item was. However, when Gentle Snow heard that she could obtain such an item from a high-grade treasure chest, she thought to herself that she would let the players from her guild make a note of it. Following which, everyone else started cleaning up the loot. There were plenty of elite monsters amongst the over 800 mechanical monsters, so there were many items dropped. Amongst them, there was no lack of level 7 to level 8 common equipment. There were even over 30 pieces of bronze equipment and several skill books. You killed all these monsters and we were not of much help. So we won't be taking any of the equipment or skill books. Gentle Snow traded all the items to Shifeng after she finished arranging the loot. However, the shield warrior started drooling when he looked at all the equipment for MTs. He was extremely reluctant to part with them. However, he also did not dare have any objections to give everything to Shifeng. You all helped out quite a lot. Let's split according to job requirements. As for these skill books, I'll be taking them. Shifeng only kept all of the skill books because he discovered a special skill, precision throw, amongst them. This skill was extremely useful to him. As for the bronze equipment, they were worth but a few gold coins, so they were not as valuable to him. The equipment he was currently wearing was the Silver Moon set equipment. Shifeng did not plan on changing equipment while he was below level 10. As for Blackie and the others, he would obtain equipment that would better suit them. Although the equipment did not serve much purpose to Shifeng, they were very useful to Gentle Snow. I would feel embarrassed if I were to accept them vainly. How about I purchase all of them? I currently don't have enough game coins on hand. Could I pay using credits? Gentle Snow, not wishing to owe Shifeng a favor, softly asked. Paying with credits is fine as well, Shifeng was naturally very willing. In a short moment, Gentle Snow had transferred 50,000 credits to Shifeng, enriching Shifeng quite a lot once more. What about the remaining mechanical knights? Are you going to use a magic scroll again? Gentle Snow looked towards the over 100 mechanical knights guarding the large gate, asking in anticipation. A Tier 2 magic scroll can't get rid of them. Moreover, I don't need to kill them to enter into that place. I just need to lure them away. When Shifeng heard Gentle Snow saying so, his forehead couldn't help but sweat. Tier 2 magic scrolls weren't just some kind of cabbage he could waste. Leave it to me then. Gentle Snow looked at the terrain and entered into deep thought. She felt that there should be no problem in accomplishing the task. Here are some speed scrolls and return scrolls. As long as you run out of the crater, they will not continue chasing. After leaving the battle, you all can use the return scrolls to leave this place, Shifeng explained and took out several scrolls. Seeing that they were about to part from each other, Zhao Yueru felt unwillingness in her heart. She did not know why, but she could feel a sense of ease and security when she was with Shifeng. Big brother Black Flame, let's add each other as friends. We're going to enter a level 5 dungeon tomorrow, so how about you come and join us? Zhao Yueru suddenly said. Gentle Snow was faintly astonished. She looked at Zhao Yueru with a helpless smile. However, she felt that this was not really a bad choice. With Shifeng around, their chances of clearing the level 5 dungeon would be even greater. Shifeng did not think that this witch would actually want to add him as a friend. Moreover, she even invited him to dive into a dungeon. This behavior of hers right now was just way too different from before. We can add each other as friends, but I have some things to do tomorrow. We'll dive into a dungeon together when I have time in the future. Shifeng tactically rejected the invitation. After all, he couldn't suddenly multiply himself into 2 people. As for the matter of adding each other as friends, Shifeng possessed another independent circle of friends after donning the demon mask. So, others would not be able to discover any issues. Let us add each other as friends then, Zhao Yueru softly bit her lips. She was slightly disappointed that she would not be able to dive into a dungeon with Shifeng immediately. However, it was still good that she could add him as a friend. She would be able to contact him more easily in the future. System, do you wish to accept Flaming Moon's friend request? Shifeng hit accept, and the name Flaming Moon entered Black Flame's friend window. Afterward, Shifeng headed towards the left side of the gate. At this moment, Gentle Snow had already arrived at the gate's right side, prepared to lure the mechanical knights. Elder Sister Yueru, let us leave first. The mechanical knights bellowed in rage as they moved their large figures, chasing after Gentle Snow. Only when all of the mechanical knights left did Shifeng hastily run towards the large steel gates. Although Gentle Snow had lured the mechanical knights away, the amount of time they could be lured was limited. Moreover, they would not fall for the same trick the next time, so Shifeng had to seize the opportunity. Arriving at the large gate, Shifeng found a moss-covered keyhole. He then inserted the broken obsidian crystal given to him by Blackbeard. The fortress key had already been stored away for almost a millennium. Blackbeard also mentioned that the key might not be able to open the gates. However, it was still worth a try. Chapter 88, Advancing to Intermediate Rank. After inserting the obsidian key, there was no reaction from the steel gate. It was still as unmoving as ever. At this moment, a message arrived from Gentle Snow. She told Shifeng that the mechanical knights had suddenly stopped chasing her and were quickly returning. Crap, it can't be, right? The key really doesn't work? In a fit of rage, Shifeng abruptly sent a punch towards the keyhole. Since he could not use the simplest way to enter, then he could only use the more dangerous method to enter. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light radiated out from the keyhole. Countless energy runes flashed on the pair of 3-storied gates. After which the gates slowly opened, letting out ear-piercing creaking sounds. Seeing that the mechanical knights had already hurried over, while a gap fit for a person had opened between the pair of gates. Without hesitation, Shifeng pulled out the obsidian key and the gates stopped moving instantly. Following which, Shifeng squeezed himself through the gap between the gates. System, you have discovered the steel fortress Barusha. The 2-storied tall mechanical knights tried to rush in through the gates. However, the gap between the gates was just too narrow for them to pass through. In addition to the gate's immense weight, the mechanical knights could only bombard attacks at the gate outside. Unfortunately, their actions were not one bit useful. I'm inside. After Shifeng sent a message to Gentle Snow, he carefully headed forward along the gigantic steel pathway. On the other side of the ruined lands. Snow, how is he? Waiting by the side, Zhao Yueru asked when she saw Gentle Snow running in her direction. No problems. He's already inside. However, this quest is truly dangerous. I've roughly estimated the mechanical knight's strength just now, and I've discovered that these mechanical knights are completely different than other special elites. They can swiftly block my attacks in addition to instantly returning with a counterattack. If it wasn't for my quick reaction, I might have died just now. If we do not possess a skill that could continuously deal large amounts of damage, even if we could kite them around, we would still be helpless against these mechanical knights. Instead, we would just be piling up our own corpses. Gentle Snow sat down and took out some refreshments, eating and drinking to recover. Currently, her mind filled with the battle scenes from before. It was truly a thrilling situation. Just by receiving the shockwave which resulted from the mechanical knight's pike striking the ground, she lost over 200 HP. If the weapon hit her directly, the consequences would be inconceivable. After listening to Gentle Snow's words for reasons unknown, Zhao Yueru released a relieved breath. Alright, stop dreaming. We'll be grinding birdmen in the canyon. The loot and experience here are quite good, so we should be able to quickly surpass those top-tier experts. After recovering, Gentle Snow stood up and commanded. Meanwhile, inside the steel fortress, Shifeng was advancing carefully. Signs of rust and corrosion covered every inch inside the fortress. There were only flashing fragments of light inside, barely allowing Shifeng to see the path clearly. After walking for quite some distance, Shifeng did not discover any danger. There was only the occasional sound of dripping water and the rumbling sounds of machines operating. Even though more than a millennium had passed, a majority of the machinery here still functioned normally. One could clearly see just how advanced the techniques the dwarven civilization possessed were. After passing through the large hallway, Shifeng arrived at an area with a humongous smelting furnace. The surrounding steel walls around the furnace were linked together with steel stairs, and at the bottom of the furnace was an endlessly deep pool of water. However, Shifeng did not head along the stairs towards the next exit. Instead, he leaped and jumped towards the pool. Halfway down, Shifeng activated gravity liberation. His falling speed sharply reduced, his body slowly descending like a feather. During his descent, Shifeng suddenly noticed a passage on the walls. The passage could barely allow a person to enter. However, the information Shifeng had collected in his previous life did not mention such a passage. Hence, Shifeng slowly floated over, accurately landing in the hidden passageway. There's actually a treasure chest here. Did none of those people notice it last time? Shifeng discovered that in the deepest part of the passageway, there was a large pitch-black steel chest. Many runes were carved onto the chest, and a glance was enough to tell it was not just a simple chest. After observing it in detail, Shifeng determined that the chest was a mysterious iron treasure chest. However, Shifeng did not rush to open the treasure chest. Instead, he used Phantom Kill, allowing his doppelganger to go over and take a look. Just as the doppelganger started activating the treasure chest, the surrounding steel walls shot out countless flying arrows. The doppelganger was killed in an instant, giving Shifeng a scare. Fortunately, Shifeng had made it a habit to be cautious and prudent when in God's domain. Otherwise, he would have really died. Such types of traps were normally one-time uses. However, Shifeng did not rush. In any case, the chest wouldn't run away, so he might as well wait until Phantom Kill's cooldown finished, then use his doppelganger to open the treasure chest. This time, the doppelganger had managed to open the treasure chest safely. With no more dangers present, Shifeng walked over to the chest and took out its contents. Inside there was a mysterious iron-ranked Blackstone shield. It was absolutely a top-tier level 10 shield. Blackstone shield, mysterious iron rank. Level 10. Equipment requirement: Strength 25. Defense plus 69. Defend rate 29%. Strength plus 7, Endurance plus 10. HP plus 200. After equipping, All damage received from the front will be reduced by 10%. There was also a mysterious Iron Mastery book. When used, players would randomly receive 10 to 50 free mastery points. This item was several times rarer than the Blackstone Shield. That was because mastery points could last a player forever while the Blackstone Shield could not. Hopefully my luck won't be too bad, Shifeng slightly prayed before selecting to use the mastery book. Following which, the system started displaying a pile of random numbers ranging from 10 to 50. As long as Shifeng yelled, "Stop," the final number to appear would be the number of mastery points he would obtain. It was something similar to Russian roulette. In Shifeng's previous life, many experts collected various kinds of mastery books to increase their weapon mastery. However, mastery books were just too rare, and even with money one may not necessarily be able to buy it. Most players that obtained a mastery book would use it instead of selling it. After all, it was extremely hard to obtain a single free mastery point. Shifeng had once seen a person who was fortunate enough to obtain a fine gold mastery book. Many players looked at that person with immense envy, and some were even willing to spend 1,000,000 credits to buy the mastery book from that person. However, that person refused to sell and instead used the mastery book for himself. The range of free mastery points provided by the fine gold mastery book was between 30 to 200. Originally, everyone thought this fellow had very good luck. However, that person only obtained 31 free mastery points in the end, becoming a laughingstock to everyone. The points he obtained was no better than a mysterious Iron Mastery book. Looking at the numbers constantly spinning, Shifeng's heart madly thumped, not knowing what number would come out. "Stop!" Shifeng shouted. The wheel of numbers abruptly halted and Shifeng peered open his eyes and took a look. 32 points. A relatively good number. Shifeng had just effortlessly obtained 32 free mastery points, which was the equivalent of the free mastery points he would obtain by leveling up to level 20. Shifeng opened his one-handed sword mastery window. Currently, his one-handed sword mastery was still at 20 points, placing him at the level of basic swordsman and increasing his base damage by 10%. If including the 8 free mastery points he obtained for leveling up to level 5, and the 5 points he had remaining from before, he now had a total of 45 free mastery points. Shifeng immediately added 30 mastery points to his one-handed sword mastery. Instantly, his one-handed sword mastery rose to the level of an intermediate swordsman, increasing his base damage by 15%. As for becoming an advanced swordsman, he was still 50 points away from doing so. Although it was just a 5% increase in base damage, it should not be taken lightly. This base damage would be magnified many times after factoring in the bonuses from skills. Often, the gap present between a top-tier expert and a normal expert was due to the difference in base damages. At this stage of the game, there might only be a fragment of experts who have reached basic mastery. Shifeng had already reached intermediate mastery, leading them by a lot. Just as Shifeng was about to continue advancing deeper into the steel fortress, the fortress alarm rang out. Chapter 89, Baruch's Core Area. Alert! Alert! There is an intruder in Area F. Activating self-defense system. Before Shifeng could celebrate his gains, a bucket of cold water dumped over his head by this loud voice. He did not think that there would be such a trap after opening the treasure chest. Just after arriving at the passage's exit, Shifeng discovered that the passages leading to the other areas of the steel fortress were all sealed off, preventing him from entering. Meanwhile, the water level of the pool below started rising, and according to its speed, it would not be long before the passage flooded. Without hesitation, Shifeng took out a bottle of underwater breathing potion, drinking it. The potion allowed players to breathe underwater for 20 minutes. Following which, Shifeng immediately leaped into the pool, diving towards the deepest region. After swimming down for over 10 minutes, Shifeng finally saw a dark passage. However, the water currents from there flowed rapidly, and it would not be easy for Shifeng to approach the passage. After spending a long period and drinking a second bottle of underwater breathing potion, Shifeng managed to crawl his way towards the passage entrance with much difficulty. Following which, he was washed away by the rapidly flowing water, his body unable to move as the current continuously pushed him along the passageway. After flowing along the water currents for several minutes, Shifeng was thrown out of the passage and landed in another large pool. Near a wall of the large pool, some stairs spiraled upward. As long as he went up these stairs, he would arrive at the core of the fortress. Shifeng swam towards the stairway. He then looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning now, and since locating the Titan's heart was not accomplishable in a short amount of time, Shifeng immediately called out the system interface and chose to log out. Upon waking up early in the morning, the first thing Shifeng did was train his body. This action had long since deeply ingrained in his bones. However, he could clearly feel that his body was different from yesterday. His body no longer felt stiff and instead it felt extremely refreshed. The positive effects of the C-rank nutrient fluids he drank were evident. The fluid was slowly altering his body's condition. Strike the iron while it's hot. Shifeng then started working out, doing sit-ups, push-ups and other muscle-strengthening actions. After working out for over an hour, Shifeng still did not feel tired. On the contrary, his body felt comfortably warm, as if there were an inexhaustible amount of energy within him. However, he did not continue training his body. Instead, he went downstairs to have a meal. Desperately working out was not necessarily a good thing. It needed to be done in moderation, as overworking his body would only yield opposite effects. After going through a night's struggle, the gold coins he sold and the credits he obtained from Gentle Snow filled his current bank account with over 200,000 credits. A night of his efforts was worth 2 months of salary of an executive from a big company. This was the power of God's domain that had turned around the virtual economy. After a year, becoming rich overnight in God's domain was not a strange affair whatsoever. Unfortunately, not many enterprises had discovered this fact yet. By the time they did discover it, they would have lagged far behind those companies that invested in God's domain in the beginning. After eating, Shifeng made a trip to the bank. He specifically retrieved 30,000 credits, intending to buy the virtual reality helmets he rented. Otherwise, if he were to leave it and forget about it, he would eventually be forced out of the game. At that time, he would have to wait until the next working day before handling the necessary procedures, and only after could he continue playing. Currently, the game was in a sprinting stage. If Shifeng were to fall behind by a day, it would be extremely difficult for him to catch back up. It was also a good chance for Shifeng to invite Blackie out for a stroll. If Blackie always hid inside his dormitory, his body was bound to have problems. There were very few people on the streets of the university early in the morning. There were only some sports societies doing their morning exercises, warming up for their workout later on. Watching these university students that radiated youth, Shifeng felt an unreal feeling. It was as if the 10 years he spent battling in God's domain were just an illusion that would vanish with just a touch. Walking along the roadside, Shifeng admired the university campus as he headed towards Blackie's dormitory. He was experiencing the sceneries on the campus that he paid no attention to in his previous life. As he was about to enter into Blackie's dormitory, Shifeng heard sounds of laughter coming from within. "Blackie, weren't you extremely confident in getting into Shadow Workshop before? I've been waiting for you for several days now, so why haven't I seen you there yet?" "Wu-Yi, haven't I already said it before? I joined another workshop, so I didn't participate in Shadow's test." "Blackie, don't try to trick me. Where in the entire Jinhai University is there another workshop? What is it called? How many members does it have? Who established it? Can you tell me that? If they treat players well, I might even decide to join." Being asked in such a way, Blackie suddenly realized that Shifeng did not actually tell him the name of their workshop. As for the number of members, taking everything into account, there were exactly 6 people. Not to mention having a workshop to play God's domain, they possessed absolutely nothing right now and were even riddled with debt. "Blackie, stop being obstinate. I know that you didn't pass Shadow's test. If it really is no good, then let Brother Wu plead for you. In any case, Brother Wu is currently an official member. Who knows? You might be able to become an outer member of Shadow. At the very least, you could continue playing God's domain, and earning 2,000 credits a month should not be a problem. Don't forget, the trial period for the virtual gaming helmet is only 10 days. After this period, you will not be able to continue playing the game," Blackie's fellow dorm mate sneered. It can't be, right? What kind of workshop can't even afford an official virtual gaming helmet? Isn't that just too pitiful? Wu Yi pretended to be shocked. He then clapped Blackie's shoulders, saying with a sigh, even the outer members of Shadow are given an official helmet. Official members even receive an advanced helmet that's worth 20,000 credits. Your workshop is just ripping you off. Who started the thing? I'll demand justice for you. Why don't you mingle with me from now on? I can guarantee that you'll obtain an official helmet. By the time I become a core member of Shadow, I guarantee that you'll be able to live in luxury. You should know that young Master Lon has already invested 5 million credits in Shadow. I heard that he has invested another 2 million now. If you enter Shadow, your future will be limitless. Wu Yi, I've already said it. I won't be joining. I'm currently getting by very well, Blackie quickly rejected. Blackie, you should know that there aren't many such chances. Shadow Workshop is the best workshop in Jinhai University. If it weren't for the fact that you're already level 5 and we're classmates, I wouldn't even be looking for you. Wu Yi patiently persuaded, you keep saying that you've joined some other workshop, but you have to tell me at least the name, right? Must you keep lying to a classmate in such a way? What? Don't tell me that this workshop doesn't even have a name. Even if it doesn't have a name, you must know which person established it, right? Nowadays even nobodies dare to make workshops, so you mustn't be tricked. Shadow Workshop has an upright business sponsoring it, and there is also a contract to ensure that you won't starve to death at the very least. Wu Yi was all praises about Shadow. It was as if one would become an elite in society just for entering Shadow Workshop, becoming the envy of others. However, Blackie had long since seen through Shadow. He did not have even the slightest favorable opinion towards Shadow. He only blamed himself for having a big mouth, showing off to others that he had already risen to level 5. As a result, the information was found out by Shadow Workshop, and they had sent Wu Yi, his classmate, to recruit him. However, how could he so easily betray Shifeng and join Shadow? He was only able to obtain all of his current achievements by relying on Shifeng. Even if he had to suffer hardships right now, he still believed that Shifeng would lead him towards the path of success. At this stage of the game, all the level 5 players were experts. To Shadow Workshop, which was currently lacking experts, Blackie was an alluring beauty. So, naturally, they were itching to try and recruit him, turning him into one of their belongings. At this moment, Shifeng opened the door, taking a step into the room. I am the nobody that established the workshop. I wonder what kind of opinion you have. Shifeng looked towards the robust Wu Yi, speaking coldly. Chapter 90, Starting from Zero. As Shifeng entered and spoke. Who are you? Wu Yi was slightly startled, his eyes evaluating Shifeng. Shifeng wore a cheap-looking white-blue sporting wear. Although his imposing manner gave Wu Yi chills down his back, after seeing that Shifeng was not even wearing a quantum watch on his wrist, a hint of disdain entered Wu Yi's eyes. In this day and age, even the slightly wealthier students all possessed quantum watches. Wu Yi determined that Shifeng was not one of the wealthy children and that he was in a similar situation as Blackie. Brother Feng, why are you here? Blackie's expression was slightly panicked. He was worried Shifeng would misunderstand and think he was trying to job hop. Brother Feng, I really didn't seek out Shadow. I've also rejected them, but Wu Yi won't stop annoying me about it. When Blackie's classmates saw him panicking and explaining, they were all puzzled at the identity of this new arrival. Blackie had already risen to level 5 in God's domain, so he was definitely an expert. Many workshops would fight over for him, treating him as an important guest. Even Shadow sent someone over to recruit Blackie. If the upper echelons of Shadow met Blackie, they might also act very cordially and treat him with respect. However, Blackie had respectfully addressed the stranger in front of them as Brother Feng, confusing them. Could the person in front of them be some famous person in their school? However, no matter how they racked their brains, they could not think of such a person present in their university. I know, Shifeng sent Blackie an expression that told him to be at ease. Shifeng then looked towards the man named Wu Yi and laughingly said, I'm called Shifeng and I am the nobody who established the workshop you just mentioned. Didn't you wish to know the name of my workshop? I can tell it to you. The workshop's name is Zero Wing. It means that everything has to start out from zero and to spread your wings and soar. If you don't have any other matters, please return and tell your boss not to try poaching the members of other workshops. He is better off taking care of his own lands, lest they fall apart without him even knowing what happened. Hearing Shifeng saying so, Wu Yu couldn't help but reveal a sneer as he laughed. As expected, even a nobody knows how to start a workshop. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you think you can start a workshop just by announcing it? Wu Yi narrowed his eyes, mocking, do you know how large our shadow workshop is? Do you know how many members our shadow workshop has? Do you know who is backing our shadow workshop? Do you know how much our workshop has invested? Do you still think that we need to poach members from worthless workshops like yours? Just based on the fact that you guys are still using the trial helmet to play the game shows how dirt poor you are. Did you think that, just by being full of zeal, you could establish yourselves in God's domain and earn money? All the workshops that have tried to establish themselves in God's domain have at least invested several millions of credits. Meanwhile, you have no money, no members, no facilities, and not even the most basic of assurance. So, what right do you have to compare to us, Shadow? If you kneel down and beg me right now, I might even put in a few good words to Brother Lon. If you pay up some 10 or 20,000 credits, you might be able to join the workshop. How about it? Think about it. This is a rare chance for you. Wu Yi smiled savagely. He then shifted his gaze to Blackie, coldly saying, Shadow is already giving you a lot of respect by sending me here to recruit you. As long as you join, you'll immediately receive the treatment of being a core member, and your monthly salary will be at least 5,000 credits. It is hundreds of times better than staying in a workshop that is barely surviving. When Blackie's several dorm mates heard of this treatment, all of them had expressions of shock on their faces. They did not think that playing God's domain would be so rewarding. Compared to those city white-collar workers, Blackie's salary was much higher. Suddenly, the gazes they used to look at Blackie changed. They no longer looked down on him. Rather, their gazes now filled with envy and admiration. They were only several months away from graduating from the university. Right now they were still having headaches over finding jobs. Meanwhile, Blackie had someone personally coming to his door to recruit him, and the other party had even offered a minimum monthly salary of 5,000. As the saying went, comparisons are odious. If they had known about this earlier, they would have properly played games and gave God's domain a try. They might have even become experts. They would not have had to chase after girls for their 4 years in universities and been looked down upon by those girls. If they managed to earn money, beauties would be lined up for their choosing. However, after listening to Wu Yi, Blackie instead started laughing. Wu Yi actually dared to make fun of the workshop Shifeng had started, calling it worthless, and even wanted to make Shifeng kneel before him in order to join Shadow. He was retarded. The snow goddess is even paying attention to Brother Feng, and she even wanted to recruit Shifeng. Who was the snow goddess? She was the vice captain of the first-rate guild Ouroboros. She was the publicly acknowledged goddess of the virtual gaming world. Compared to Ouroboros, Shadow Workshop was not even worth a dime. Seeing Wu Yi's mood sour, Blackie sneered at him and said, Wu Yi, even if you exaggerate it to no end, my decision will remain unchanged. Although Zero Wing Workshop has just started, I believe that our future achievements will definitely be greater than Shadow's. I advise you to leave Shadow a little earlier and join our Zero Wing Workshop. I'll ask Brother Feng for a favor. If you kneel and apologize to him, who knows, you might even be able to become a member of Zero Wing. Blackie's dorm mates were shocked upon hearing him. His declaration confused them greatly. In the end, which workshop was truly the awesome one? Could it be that, nowadays, choosing the workshop that couldn't even afford an official gaming helmet was the right choice? You are simply unreasonable. Wu Yi was almost speechless with anger. Blackie actually used his own words to make fun of him. If it weren't for Brother Zhang instructing him that he definitely must invite Blackie, he would have long since left. It was against his expectations that Blackie would have a brain defect, throwing away a good future and insisting on mingling in a gutter-like place. Blackie, I am only reminding you because I value talent. Our Shadow is currently trying to annex the 45th ranked workshop in Jinhai City, Hungry Wolves Workshop. When Shadow succeeds in doing so, we will rank at the top of all of Jinhai City. If you were to miss this chance now, there would be no more chances for you in the future. Wu Yi shot a glance at Shifeng coldly saying, "Meanwhile, your workshop can't even afford the official gaming helmet. How do you plan to play God's domain in the future? It would be better if you joined Shadow. A great future is awaiting you here." Faced with such a brazen way of poaching people, even if Shifeng's temper were much cooler, he would still get slightly angry. Since they were fated to battle each other, then battle it was. Who said that our workshop couldn't afford the official gaming helmet? Shifeng took out the 20,000 credits from his pocket, casually throwing it on the table saying, "I previously decided that starting a workshop would be too sudden, and I was never able to decide which type of official gaming helmet I would buy. So, I was only using the trial helmet as a temporary replacement. However, today I'm here to give Blackie the money to buy an advanced gaming helmet. But really, it's not that I'm trying to criticize Shadow, but aren't you guys being too cheap in poaching for people? The salary I'm giving Blackie is 20,000 credits minimum. Your Shadow is so rich and has invested so much, yet the salary you're offering is only a minimum of 5,000 credits? When Blackie saw the shining white credits on the table, he turned to look at Shifeng astonished eyes. Nobody was more knowledgeable of Shifeng's financial condition than he was. So how was he able to suddenly throw down 20,000 credits? Could it be that Shifeng robbed a bank? The others in the dormitory swallowed their saliva when they saw the credits scattered across the table. Usually, Blackie remained hidden and did not seem like anything special. They did not think that his monthly salary would be 20,000 credits. It was no wonder why he refused to join Shadow Workshop. After all, Shadow was only offering him 5,000 credits, 4 times less than his current earnings. Even an idiot would know which side to choose. What was even more unthinkable was that Shifeng, who was wearing a suit of cheaply looking sportswear, was actually a brother tycoon. Chapter 91. Going through thick and thin together. Looking at the credits on the table, Wu Yi's complexion alternated between green and red. His face was gloomy to the degree of being able to squeeze water out. How was this possible? Ignoring the credibility of the monthly salary of 20,000 credits, just being able to toss down 20,000 credits casually was not normal. Wu Yi had seen many wealthy tycoons before, and his eyesight had never failed him before. The clothing that Shifeng was currently wearing was not even worth 300 credits, so how could Shifeng possibly have that much money? Moreover, when he took it out, it was just so simple. He even casually threw it onto the table. This series of actions were not habits of an average person, and they were impossible fake. Only those tycoons that paid no heed to credits would carry the action out in such a relaxed and comfortable manner. What Wu Yi did not know was that Shifeng was once the guild leader of Shadow. Throwing money away like dirt was just a small matter to him. He even spent tens of millions of credits to poach a few master-level lifestyle players. During those times, he had thrown stack after stack of credits onto the table, causing those lifestyle players to worship him immediately. Throwing out just 20,000 credits was not even a warm-up for him. Humph. Just this amount of money is nothing. As long as you have the strength to join the upper echelons of Shadow, a monthly salary of 50,000 to 60,000 credits is just a small matter. Moreover, we have the support of young Master Lon, so our funds are extremely abundant. Furthermore, the celebrities of our school have also joined Shadow. The 1st, 3rd, 6th, and 9th ranked students in the university's most recent fighting competition have all joined Shadow. These people are the true experts, and they could easily rise to fame in God's domain. Meanwhile, what kind of true experts does your workshop have? Wu Yi pretended to be calm as he coldly snorted. However, he still could not help himself to steal a glance at the 20,000 credits thrown on the table. The basic wage for an official member of Shadow was just 3,000 to 5,000 credits. Although it was slightly better than the salary of many university fresh graduates, there was still a limit. Such an amount was not enough for one to act carelessly. Wu Yi, we will deal with the matters of Zero Wing by ourselves. It is still not up to you to comment on our problems. If your boss wishes to annex our workshop, first offer up a monthly salary of 100,000 or above. Let me be Shadow's vice leader and Brother Feng the guild leader. Otherwise, please return. Blackie was extremely irritated after hearing Wu Yi speak. He abruptly stood up and pointed towards the dormitory's entrance as he looked at Wu Yi with a disdainful smile. Blackie's performance was extremely arrogant and incomparably rampant. He held no regard for Shadow at all. Was it amazing to have many members? Did being an expert in a fighting competition mean they could play well in God's domain? If one had the ability, then they could hitch up a relationship with those first-rate guilds. See if they pay any attention. Blackie, you better not regret this in the future. Shadow is fated to become a giant in Jinhai City. When that time comes, don't even think about joining Shadow. Wu Yi left after speaking. He was determined to tell Brother Zhang and young Master Lan about everything that had happened here, letting them take care of the ignorant Shifeng and Blackie. Thanks for your worries, but I never eat the medicine of regret when I do something. Although Shadow is amazing, unfortunately, it isn't enough to enter my eyes. Blackie loudly declared, and almost everyone in the entire building could hear him speak. Blackie's dorm mates were all stunned. When did Blackie become so awesome? He actually dared to let out such bombastic words, publicly rejecting the invitation of Shadow Workshop that's famous throughout the whole university. How many people dreamed of the job he rejected? After Wu Yi left, Blackie instantly lost his previous heroism. His bum immediately landed in a chair, his heart silently lamenting that it was all over. Because of his momentary rampant emotions, he became hot-headed and made enemies out of Shadow. Wasn't this just making trouble for Zero Wing? On the other hand, Shifeng was extremely touched. As expected, Blackie was still the same in both his previous and current lives. In Shifeng's previous life, Blackie had immediately resigned from his position without hesitation and followed Shifeng. Now this was a true brother. In Shifeng's previous life, the countless people around him could only share the gains but not the pains. Shifeng also knew what Blackie was currently worried about, so he clapped his hands and said in agreement, "Well said. In the struggles of the virtual gaming world, winning or losing can be changed in the blink of an eye. There are no such things as eternal winners. As long as we work hard enough, sooner or later, we will definitely surpass Shadow." As long as Zero Wing Workshop developed, they were bound to come into conflict with Shadow. If Shadow wished to spare no expense to deal with them, then they could just use Shadow's reputation to spread Zero Wing's fame throughout the university campus. That way, Shifeng would not have to waste efforts to publicize his guild. "Let's go. We'll go out and take a walk and buy an advanced helmet on the way. Always staying in your dormitory won't be good for your body." Shifeng left the room, letting Blackie tidy himself up. Blackie was constantly holed up in his dorm room these days. He was even playing God's domain during the daytime, not doing any other activities. Although it wouldn't be a problem in the short term, after a while the damage to his body would become very significant. "Brother Feng, wait for a moment. I'll come immediately." Blackie immediately collected all the credits on the table, then tidied himself before leaving the dormitory with Shifeng. Only his dumbfounded dorm mates remained in the room. They all looked at each other, their faces revealing bitter smiles. Normally they had many times made fun of Blackie. Never would they have thought that Blackie was hiding his true appearance. He even managed to gain the favor of a tycoon. "This won't do. I will also apply for a trial gaming helmet. I've decided. I'll become a professional gamer in God's domain." When Shifeng had walked out of the dormitory, Blackie quietly stuffed the 20,000 credits into Shifeng's pocket. "Brother Feng, you really gave me a shock today. However, the way you threw out the money was just too cool. I felt awesome just seeing Wu Yi's expression. But you better keep this money properly. Don't simply throw it around next time," Blackie said excitedly. "What are you trying to do?" Shifeng slightly wrinkled his brows. He then gave the money back to Blackie. He had never been putting up an act. From the beginning he intended to give Blackie the money. He knew that Blackie's family situation was not that good either. With this money he would be able to alleviate a lot of his family's burden. "I've already said that your basic salary every month would be 20,000 credits. Did you think I was just joking with Wu Yi? Just take this money as your salary in advance." Looking at the 20,000 credits in his hands, Blackie's mouth widened, staring blankly at the money. Originally, even if Shifeng's previous words were but a joke, they were enough to make him feel happy. However, looking at Shifeng's expression, he knew that Shifeng was not joking. Feng had truly intended to give him a monthly salary of 20,000 credits. Moreover, Feng intended to give him the money that he was currently holding. However, where did all this money come from? Blackie was extremely clear about Feng's condition. Being able to borrow 20,000 credits was already a difficult feat now. Feng was even giving all of it to him. This was just insane. Brother Feng, if you give away this money, what will you do about the workshop? Moreover, the deadline for the trial gaming helmets is almost up. You are bound to have to buy the official gaming helmet, right? Won't this money be just the right amount to buy it? In any case, I'm currently not in need of money. Blackie pushed the credits back to Feng again. It would be a lie if he were to say that the 20,000 credits didn't attract him. However, he couldn't just ignore his brother's situation just because of some money. Feng could naturally discern Blackie's worries. He clapped Blackie's shoulders and couldn't help but reveal a smile. His bank account currently held over 100,000 credits, and most likely during this period, it had risen to over 200,000 credits. In another 10 days or so he would earn even more money. You don't have to worry about this. You also don't have to worry about the matter of the gaming helmets. Haven't I said it already? Leave the matters regarding money to me. Feng possessed the memories of his previous life. He was also the guild leader of Shadow. All beginnings had with hardships. Although earning the initial fundings was extremely difficult, as long as he obtained them, the following matters would become much easier to deal with. If he did not even possess the method of making money with money, then how would he have been able to turn Shadow into a second-rate guild? Brother Feng, you couldn't have possibly. Seeing that Feng was so confident, Blackie's first feelings were not excitement or happiness. Instead, he was trembling. He worried that Feng might have done something bad, such as being by a rich woman to obtain this money. Compared to borrowing the money, this was a much more horrifying scenario. What are you blindly thinking about? Don't forget about the matter of cooperation we have with Gentle Snow. This is just the compensation she has given. Now we no longer have to stay poor and blank. We already have some funds, so relax. Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie. This fellow's thinking was just too slanted. Feng did not reveal the real truth. Otherwise, it would be extremely hard for him to explain. So he simply pushed everything onto Gentle Snow. In any case, Gentle Snow was the great goddess that everybody knew. When Blackie heard Feng, sudden realization struck him. He sent Feng a gaze filled with worship. Being able to gain the favor of the snow goddess was the dream of every man. It was as expected of Brother Feng. His methods were just too awesome. Although the current virtual reality technology was very advanced, the basic helmet was a cheaply made in consideration of the general masses. Its degree of synchronization was just 80%. However, the advanced version of the helmet could reach up to 90% synchronization, and the user's 5 senses would become much more sensitive. Although the difference did not seem too great during a battle between equal strengths, this small difference would be the determining factor of victory or defeat. The battles in God's domain were always life or death battles. Moreover, the penalty of a single death was a great amount of EXP and skill proficiency. Hence, most large-scale workshops would allocate an advanced virtual gaming helmet to all their official members. Previously, Feng did not have the money to purchase even a basic gaming helmet. Now that he had the money, however, he naturally would not fall behind in this aspect. After purchasing the advanced gaming helmets, Feng found a good restaurant and ordered some high-class nutrition meals. He ate with Blackie as they talked about the future development of their workshop. Such a situation made Blackie feel like he was in a dream. God's domain had only been running for slightly more than 3 days. Not only had Feng solved the problem of the gaming helmets, but Feng also brought him to a high-class restaurant for a meal and discussion of the matters of developing their workshop. The more unbelievable thing was that Feng unhesitatingly gave him a salary of 20,000 credits. Just how many university students' dream was it to have a monthly salary of 20,000 credits? On the other hand, he hadn't even helped Feng out much, yet he was able to obtain such a salary. Although Blackie did not voice it, inwardly he was extremely moved. He felt extremely apologetic to Feng, so he silently swore that he would work hard to be of help to Shifeng. Shifeng and Blackie conversed for a long time. They properly discussed the matters regarding the future development of their workshop. They also prepared to officially recruit Lonely Snow and the others, establishing a real workshop. The remaining matters were to find a location to set up their workshop, purchasing facilities for the workshop and the workshop's administration. Brother Feng, leave these to me since I'm usually doing nothing during the day. It is already hard on you just to level up and earn money. Anyway, I am an economy and management major, so it is a great chance for me to display my specialty. I guarantee that you will be satisfied, Blackie assured. He couldn't help but want to start his work immediately. Good, then I'll leave it to you, Shifeng smiled. He felt extremely relieved with Blackie managing things. After the two parted, Shifeng sent a message to his parents. He then sent them 3,000 credits, telling them not to send him living expenses any longer. He told them that he had already found a good job, and that he was able to support himself financially. Shifeng was still not ready to tell his parents about everything. If he were to tell them that he had earned over 200,000 credits in just a few days, they would most likely not accept it. So he might as well take it slow, gradually increasing the money he sent them. That way his old folks would be able to gradually accept it, thinking it reasonable and fair. At 7 o'clock in the evening, after having his meal, Shifeng drank a bottle of C-rank nutrient fluid. He put on the newly bought advanced virtual gaming helmet, starting his conquest in God's domain. Upon entering God's domain this time, the sensation Shifeng felt when he stood beside the large pool was completely different. The cool breeze blowing, the sounds water flowing into the pool, the scratches and rust that were clearly visible on the steel walls, the faint smell of machine oil. Even the feeling of manipulating his own body had become much more relaxed. Shifeng flexed his body on the stairway. He then pulled out his swords, slashing out streak after streak of beautiful sword images. The sword images kept flickering in and out of existence, giving an unpredictable feeling. The feeling I had while playing God's domain in the previous life is finally back. Shifeng stopped waving his swords, extremely pleased with his current condition. In his previous life, Shifeng was used to using the virtual reality cabin. The virtual reality cabin's synchronizing rate could reach up to 97%. In God's domain, if the system interface, status indicators and other such things weren't present, players would be practically unable to differentiate between the real world and the virtual world. After getting used to his body, Shifeng felt that he should start searching for the Titan's heart. Chapter 93, Dark Clown. The spiral staircase led directly to the core control area on the highest floor. After climbing an unknown number of steps, Shifeng arrived at a winding corridor that led towards the core area. Ancient magical runes were carved into the walls on both sides of the corridor, and even though almost a millennium had passed, this corridor was still gleaming with light. Only some parts of the corridor had decayed, damaging the magical circuits etched in it and plunging those particular areas into darkness. Fortunately, not many parts of the corridor were badly decayed, so Shifeng was still able to clearly see the entirety of the long, narrow and maze-like corridor. Just after Shifeng set foot into the corridor, the alarm once again rang out. Alert! Alert! The intruder has already invaded Area A of the fortress, the magic corridor. Activating Guardian statues on duty. Shifeng then heard loud booming noises coming from the corridor, as if some gigantic machine had started moving. Shifeng no longer dared advance slowly. He immediately used a speed scroll, dashing through the magic corridor at flying speed. After taking several turns in the magic corridor, Shifeng discovered a machine that had a flashing red light. Although this machine was just the size of a football, it was constantly producing alarms, as if it were a tool meant for guiding the Guardian statues. Sentinel Guard, Common Monster. Level 10. HP 200/200. Shifeng immediately understood how he was so easily discovered. The Sentinel Guard was just like a radar. It could detect enemies within a range of 500 yards, and after discovering them, it would set off an alarm. The distance between the entrance of the corridor and this location was roughly around 500 yards, so the Sentinel Guard was able to immediately discover Shifeng. As long as Shifeng could get rid of it, then he would be able to rid himself of the alarms of this area. However, this thing had very sensitive reactions. It would not let any enemies get within 30 yards. Also, if it were attacked even once, it would try to retreat with all its might. Simultaneously, it would increase its speed of calling for its allies, and it would absolutely not give the enemy a second chance to attack. It was extremely hard to deal with. I guess I've no choice left. I can only give it a try. Shifeng unsheathed both of his swords. He could already hear the angry roars of the guardian statues coming from behind him. Based on his strength, fighting in this narrow area would only lead to his own death. His only chance of throwing off those guardian statues was to get rid of the sentinel guard. When Shifeng was nearing the 30-yard range just as the sentinel guard was about to break into a run, Shifeng's eyes locked onto the sentinel guard, the muscles in both of his arms bulged, and with the strength of his entire body he cast out both swords. Xiu. Both swords flew towards the sentinel guard. Precision throw. The throwing distance of the skill was just at 30 yards, and it caused 150% of his weapon's damage. The sentinel guard was extremely vigilant. It rapidly moved its body, immediately dodging the crimson blade that flew at it. However, the sentinel guard's dodge had, in turn, placed it in the flight path of Shifeng's second sword, the abyssal blade. Ping! The abyssal blade pierced through the sentinel guard, causing -211 damage and instantly killing it. System. Level 10 Sentinel Guard killed. Level difference of 4. EXP obtained increased by 400%. Obtained 800 EXP. Shifeng activated Windwalk, his speed once again increasing by a notch as he rushed to pull out his swords that pierced into the ground. He then rushed towards the magic corridor's exit. Without the guidance of the Sentinel Guard, the guardian statues were like flies that lost their eyes. They ran around all over the place, completely unable to find Shifeng. More than a dozen minutes later, after getting rid of another 3 Sentinel Guards, Shifeng finally escaped the magic corridor, arriving at the control room. There was a barrier in the central region of the control room. A dark gray-colored sphere of iron was placed inside the barrier. This sphere of iron was the heart of the steel fortress, and it was the fortress source of energy. It was the Titan's heart. I never thought that after so many years have passed, there would still be somebody who would come to this place. Before Shifeng could examine the entire control room in detail, he heard a deep sneer coming from the entrance of the barrier. This sound was bone-chilling and no human was capable of producing such a sound. Only a puppet or a corpse would be capable of sounding so emotionless. Welcome to my steel fortress, Wuxia. In order to celebrate your arrival, I've decided to use your fiery flesh and blood to feed my baby. Come out, hellhound. Shifeng could faintly see the outline of a humanoid life form inside the barrier. However, the figure seemed to be currently absorbing the energy of the Titan's heart, so it did not have surplus powers to deal with Shifeng, sending out its pet in its stead. Ayo, ayo, ayo. A large black dog, its entire body covered in flames, rushed out from the barrier. Hellhound, Elite Rank. Level 15. HP 6, 000/6, 000. Crap, did I come at a bad time? Shifeng's brows slightly wrinkled as he observed the hellhound. According to the information in his previous life, there were definitely no life forms or monsters in this place. The person that did the quest was able to safely take the Titan's heart away. So why was it that when it was his turn to do the quest, a mysterious character appeared here, trying to steal the Titan's heart's energy? However, Shifeng also thought of another possibility. This mysterious character stole all the energy of the Titan's heart first. Meanwhile, the player who came here had merely taken away the Titan's heart that was empty of any energy. On the other hand, Shifeng had coincidentally run into this energy thief. However, unfortunately for Shifeng, he wasn't even capable of defeating the pet of this mysterious character, not to mention the person itself. Since you want to battle, then come. Shifeng pulled out his swords, his attention affixed on the slowly approaching hellhound. As the hellhound's distance from him continuously shortened, Shifeng could feel his surroundings become exceptionally hot, causing his mouth to feel parched. Shifeng thought of taking out a cold beverage to enjoy, but he currently couldn't carelessly move about. He would immediately reveal a weak point as soon as he moved. As a level 15 elite monster, the Hellhound's intelligence was already extremely high. It was the reason why it leisurely walked towards Shifeng. That was because the Hellhound knew the best time for it to launch an attack. As long as Shifeng revealed a gap, it would immediately bite at him with all its might, not letting go of Shifeng until he was completely dead. In the confrontation between the two, after all was said and done, the Hellhound was still the more powerful. So naturally it would not simply wait. Its legs immediately pushed against the ground, leaping high into the air and transforming into a ball of fire. It then opened its flaming maw. Shifeng rolled to a side, dodging the Hellhound's pouncing attack. However, immediately after the Hellhound landed, its flaming claws slashed horizontally. Shifeng had long since prepared for this, so he used both of his swords to parry. Although Shifeng did not receive any damage, his entire body was thrown. The Hellhound immediately opened its large mouth, spewing scorching hot flames. The flames wrapped around Shifeng completely, preventing him from escaping. Shifeng clenched his teeth. He used Phantom Kill, and at the moment of imminent peril he swapped positions with his doppelganger in midair. Shifeng's doppelganger was immediately swallowed by the flames, instantly turning into a pile of ash. Meanwhile, the system notification showed a damage of up to -3,000. Even if Shifeng were to take the hit with his HP full and all of his life shield activated, he still wouldn't be able to shoulder this attack. Shifeng clearly felt how powerful the Hellhound was. Such damage was definitely not something a level 15 elite monster could dish out. Its strength was greatly increased because of the quest storyline. According to his experience, Shifeng estimated the Hellhound's actual level to be over level 30, and it should be a Lord rank boss. If the pet were already this powerful, then what about its owner? Seeing that the Hellhound's flaming claws were about to slap down at him, Shifeng used Abyssal Bind. Even if the Hellhound were any stronger, it would still be restricted for 3 seconds. Following which, Shifeng rushed into the barrier at the center of the room. Currently, the best option Shifeng possessed was to snatch the Titan's heart and swiftly depart. However, just after entering the barrier, Shifeng immediately became shocked upon seeing this mysterious person's true identity. Dark Clown. Shifeng immediately recognized the identity of this mysterious character. His heart could not help but be surprised. Why is such a bastard here? Chapter 94, Titan's Heart. Although Shifeng was shocked, his feet never stopped moving. His figure turned into an after-image as he rushed towards the Titan's heart, located at the center of the barrier. He then used Observing Eyes on the Dark Clown. Unknown. Shifeng was shocked. Aside from the information showing that the figure was indeed a dark clown, there was nothing else displayed. All of it was just question marks. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation to occur. The first was that the dark clown was equipping an advanced camouflage item. The other was that its strength was simply too overwhelming, preventing the basic Observing Eyes from identifying it. It was very clearly the latter situation taking place in this case. According to Shifeng's memories, dark clowns were a group of mysterious life forms. They always wore clown clothing with many bells as decorations. They looked human but were not human. However, neither were they living spirits. Each one of them was extremely powerful. They could simply appear at any location and they could come and go without leaving behind a single trace. Even if it was the palace of Star Moon Kingdom, they could still easily enter it. However, this was but a small matter. Shifeng had previously seen a Tier 3 Great Druid NPC die at the hands of the Dark Clowns. Their methods of attacking were simply unforgettable. The attacks were impossible to avoid. Despicable human, you actually dare barge into this place? The Dark Clown had its face wrapped in a black cloth, revealing only its 2 glowing red eyes. Although its enraged expression could not be seen, its tone was extremely agitated. Streak after streak of green-colored energy was currently being absorbed by the Dark Clown. Clearly it was a crucial moment, so it was unable to take action against Shifeng. This situation gave Shifeng a chance to prevent this assimilation ceremony, and deal heavy damage to the Dark Clown. Otherwise, when this critical period passed, the Dark Clown, which was capable of killing even a Tier 3 Great Druid, would instantly kill Shifeng with just a wave of its hand. "Cyber, get rid of him for me," the Dark Clown urged. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. Seeing the Dark Clown's anxious appearance, Shifeng tried even harder to deal some damage against it. As for the Hellhound behind him, it was still restricted by chains. It was too late even if it tried to rush over to Shifeng. Chop! Shifeng used all of his strength. With the flick of his wrist, a large explosion sounded out. The abyssal blade turned into a streak of black light, piercing directly towards the magic circle that was absorbing energy from the Titan's heart. Dang! The magic weapon Abyssal Blade, which had been successful in every previous endeavor, was blocked outside of the magic array. It created brilliant white sparks as it collided with the magic array, dealing no damage at all to the absorption magic array. Pitiful human. Did you think a weak little swordsman like you could destroy my magic array? Just give up and become Cyber's food. Who knows, I might even let your soul go. Otherwise, prepare for endless pain after you die. The Dark Clown threatened. At this moment the Hellhound rushed over. You're just a clown, yet you dare spout nonsense. Did you think I have no ways to deal with you? Shifeng sneered. He took out a dark gray-colored magic scroll from his bag. No. You're literally insane. Do you know what you are trying to do? The Dark Clown abruptly yelled out in shock after seeing this piece of dark gray-colored magic scroll. It seems you know your stuff. At worst, we'll both die together. Shifeng did not wish to use this item either, however he was going to die anyway, so why should he still care? He then unfolded the magic scroll, and his mouth started chanting the activation incantation. This was one of the only 3 Tier 2 magic scrolls that Shifeng possessed. Obliterating Torrent. It possessed the ability to devour all magic elements, turning them into nothingness. This magic scroll belonged to the peak of Tier 2 magic scrolls. Suddenly, the magic elements in the center of the barrier surged, becoming incomparably violent, following which, it started collapsing without any signs of stopping. The absorption magic array was made up of magic elements, so, naturally, it could not escape its fate as it collapsed and exploded. The entire magic array was similar to frying beans, producing crackling sounds. The magic array loudly exploded, dispersing streak after streak of dazzling shockwaves. Shifeng immediately activated Defensive Blade, becoming immune to the damage of 6 ranged attacks. He then rushed towards the Titan's heart. However, it was not easy to collect the Titan's heart. Shifeng either had to deplete all the energy the Titan's heart possessed, or he would need to have the key to remove the barrier. Fortunately, Shifeng had the key. In the midst of the explosions, Shifeng unlocked the barrier protecting the Titan's heart, then stored it in his bag. The shockwaves created by the obliterating torrent sent the Hellhound flying away, violently slamming it into a wall. The wall then split apart like a spiderweb, following which the Hellhound heavily landed on the ground and didn't stand back up. However, the shockwaves of the explosion did no harm to the Dark Clown, as if they had just passed through its body. The Dark Clown's body seemed as though it did not exist in this plane of existence. However, the backlash from the magic ceremony failing had caused great damage to it. The Dark Clown silently glared at Shifeng, faintly having the intention to take action. Humph. Come if you have the ability. Shifeng smiled in disdain as he took out another deep blue-colored Tier 2 magic scroll. Shifeng had already obtained the Titan's heart. Even if he died, a quest item could not be dropped. The Dark Clown was already extremely weakened as well, and at most, it would only be slightly stronger than him. Shifeng still had 2 pieces of Tier 2 magic scrolls. At worst, he would perish together with the Dark Clown. He could still revive after dying, but if the Dark Clown died, then it would truly be dead. Let's see who's afraid of who. Despicable human, I'll let you off this time. We will meet again sooner or later. It will be your death when that time comes. The Dark Clown gave up the notion of getting rid of Shifeng after seeing the magic scroll. It only left behind a ruthless remark as it disappeared from the control room, together with the Hellhound. Shifeng silently waited for a moment. After confirming no movements from his surroundings, he let loose a breath of relief. However, he did not store away the Tier 2 magic scroll. He truly did not wish to use the Tier 2 magic scroll and perish together with the Dark Clown. However, based on the Dark Clown's intelligence, it too would make the right choice. Shifeng had already obtained the Titan's heart. He took out a return scroll and started chanting. 30 seconds later, Shifeng turned into a white glow, disappearing from the control room as well. After Shifeng disappeared, the Dark Clown appeared once more. The red glow let out from its eyes became even more brilliant now. It clearly did not expect Shifeng to be so cautious. From beginning to end, Shifeng had never put away the Tier 2 magic scroll. Otherwise, it would have had a chance to kill Shifeng. Wretched human. The method I've spent more than 10 years researching to absorb the energy from the Titan's heart. When I recover, I will definitely make you wish for death. The Dark Clown bellowed. It abruptly waved its hand and tens of flying blades destroyed the pedestal, which lost the protection of the barrier. On the other side, Shifeng had already returned to Red Leaf Town. Currently, the amount of players in Red Leaf Town grew even greater. The streets were filled with players selling level 0 to level 2 common equipment and basic skill books. Shifeng took a look at his bag. It had been some time since gold coins stopped entering his account. He thus decided to go sell some items before going to hand in his quest. The previous forging designs were already sold out. Shifeng took out another 20 pieces of glimmer chestplate forging designs and placed them at the auction house to be sold in batches. At this time, a communication request came from Gentle Snow. 3 hours from now, meet up in front of Dark Moon Graveyard's entrance. Get your team prepared for it and bring the necessary potions. Our Ouroboros must definitely snatch the first clear of this dungeon this time, so we'll be looking forward to your performance. Gentle Snow's tone was very indifferent, as if she was giving out a command. It was completely different from their meeting just now. Will do. I'll definitely arrive 3 hours from now. However, Shifeng did not particularly mind it, as that was the snow goddess's regular attitude. He estimated the time thinking that he should be able to make it. Neither of them traded unnecessary words, immediately disconnecting the call. After that, Shifeng purchased card sets and hard stones at the auction house. He also bought some materials required to make bronze equipment and mysterious iron equipment. After storing the materials inside the bank, Shifeng went on to buy some magic scrolls and necessary potions. He then ran towards the White Sand Ruins to turn in his quest. Chapter 95, Abyssal Devour. Blackie, how are things at your place at the moment? What level are you guys at right now? Shifeng asked. Leveling up in this hidden area is just too awesome. There is still no one coming over here to steal monsters and everyone is at level 5 right now. Moreover, we obtained a lot of wolf meat and wolf skin, and our bags have long since been filled to the brim. Right now we're preparing to return to town and clear out our bags a bit, Blackie excitedly said. In this short period of time, they had obtained 4 pieces of level 5 bronze equipment from grinding on forest wolf dens. Amongst them there was a level 5 bronze staff that allowed Blackie's damage to increase by a lot. Full already? You guys sure are efficient. Shifeng was slightly shocked. A stack of wolf meat had 100 pieces in it. Previously, Blackie and the others had purchased plenty of big bags. Shifeng never thought that they would be filled so quickly. How many wolf meat was this? If all of them were to be given to Violet Cloud to be made into advanced cookings, then it would become a huge profit. That's right, you guys pass all of your wolf meat to a female cleric called Violet Cloud. Just give out my name when you meet her. Afterward, you guys rest up a little and buy some HP and MP recovery potions, then wait for me at the trade area. Brother Feng, are we going to go dungeon diving with the snow goddess? Blackie excitedly asked after recalling some things. And so properly rest up. You'll have to tense up your nerves after entering the dungeon. Shifeng nodded his head, disconnecting the call. On the other hand, Blackie had nearly jumped up in excitement. Originally, he had thought Shifeng would not be bringing them along to the dungeon. After all, their techniques were not that great. They would only be making fools of themselves if they were to go. However, since Shifeng did not forsake them, what else did they have to say? Anticipation grew within Blackie. He was fortunate enough to dive a dungeon together with the snow goddess. So what if he would shame himself? It would still be an honor when mentioned to others. Regardless of what others may say, they would be players who had gone dungeon diving with the snow goddess in the same party. White Sand Ruins, Stonehammer Town. When the town mayor Blackbeard saw Shifeng entering, he went forward and greeted Shifeng in a very welcoming manner. "Brother Yifeng, you've come. The fruit juice you sold to me the last time was just too good. It captivated everyone in our little town. Now we can't sleep properly if we don't drink a cup before bed every day," Blackbeard joked. "Lord Mayor Blackbeard, is this the Titan's heart that you wanted?" Shifeng smiled, taking out the Titan's heart as he asked. When Blackbeard saw the gray-colored metallic sphere, his mouth suddenly opened wide in shock. This shape, this color, this texture. It was exactly the same as the Titan's heart mentioned in the legends. Correct, this is the Titan's heart. It is exactly the same as the one recorded in the ancient records. I never thought that I would be able to personally see it in my lifetime. Brother Yifeng, I truly did not think that you were such a powerful adventurer. For bringing back our Blacksteel Dwarves' glory, I represent all Blacksteel Dwarves in thanking you sincerely. Blackbeard excitedly received the Titan's heart, continuously thanking Shifeng. System: Unique Quest Steel Fortress Barucha completed. Rewarding 1 Blacksteel insignia. Obtained Blackbeard's recommendation letter. Obtained Advanced Book of Magic. Rewarding 10,000 EXP. Reputation at Blacksteel Town has reached worship. The large amount of rewards dazzled Shifeng's eyes. His level had also risen to 73% of level 6. Such a leveling speed had even exceeded that of those leveling madmen. Shifeng did not care much about the amount of EXP. Instead, the other items were the most important ones. The rewards this time far exceeded Shifeng's expectations. A Titan's heart that possessed no energy in it could transform a third-rate guild into a second-rate guild. However, right now the Titan's heart in Shifeng's hands still possessed a quarter of its energy. Shifeng never imagined the rewards to be so good. In his previous life, the player that completed this unique quest did not obtain such a bountiful reward. The player had only obtained a recommendation letter, an intermediate book of magic, and reputation reaching the level of worship. There was absolutely no Blacksteel's insignia. Blacksteel insignia, fine gold rank. Unique equipment. User restriction, Yifeng. The Blacksteel insignia is the highest medal of honor amongst the Blacksteel dwarves. After equipping it, forging success rate increased by 5%. Proficiency has a 10% chance to increase by 1 extra point. When forging, there is a 1% chance to increase the forged item's attributes. Shifeng was shocked after looking at the introduction. This Blacksteel insignia was literally a godly tool for forging. It was several degrees stronger than the forging talent. It was especially true with the 1% chance for an attribute increase. That meant that, out of 100 items forged, there would be 1 piece that would have its attributes increased. If Shifeng forged items every day without stop, he would have no problem making 300 to 400 pieces of equipment. In turn, he would have 3 to 4 pieces of equipment with their attributes raised. The thing players compared most when playing games was the quality of their equipment. Even if the attributes on a piece of equipment was only slightly higher, when the attributes of all the other pieces of equipment were accumulated together, the total amount would allow a player to exceed the others by quite a lot. Regardless of whether it was PK or dungeon diving, the player would have a great advantage in both situations. Although Shifeng did not know how much of an equipment's attributes would be increased, even an increase of a single point would cause an equipment's price to increase by multiple percentages. If it was a big increase, then the price would increase by several folds. The price of a single piece of equipment could even rival the price of 10 or more pieces. The Blacksteel insignia was an unexpected profit. Shifeng's main purpose for doing this quest was to obtain the Book of Magic and recommendation letter, as both of these items were capable of allowing a guild to rise up. It was especially true for the Book of Magic. Moreover, the one Shifeng obtained was even an advanced Book of Magic. Aside from forging equipment, Shifeng could also forge other items such as armor kits, gemstone buckles, alchemy wands, and much more. Amongst them, armor kits were the most popular and also had the largest demand. Generally, armor kits were capable of increasing either a chestplate's defense or attributes. These all depended on the armor kit's quality and level. Meanwhile, the Book of Magic Shifeng obtained from Blackbeard was for making the strengthened version of the armor kit, the Mana Armor Kit. The Book of Magic was a unique item, and there was only one of it in the entire God's domain. In Shifeng's previous life, it was exactly this item that had allowed a guild to earn a large sum of money, turning it from a third-rate guild into a second-rate guild. As for Blackbeard's recommendation letter, it would only be useful in White River City, so Shifeng was still unable to use it right now. However, now that Shifeng's reputation in Stonehammer Town had reached the level of worship, he could purchase a few bronze equipment, and even mysterious iron equipment, that would bind to the player's character upon purchase. Moreover, the prices of these equipment items were very cheap, to the degree that even an average player at level 10 could afford them. Stonehammer Town could be called the best location for players to obtain mysterious iron equipment. Hence, many players loved coming to this place to grind for reputation. After their reputation reached worship, they would be able to gear themselves fully with level 10 mysterious iron equipment. Unfortunately, it was not easy to grind for reputation. It was almost impossible for anybody to fully equip themselves with level 10 mysterious iron reputation equipment. Moreover, a complete set of mysterious iron reputation equipment was still somewhat weaker than the bronze-ranked Silvermoon set equipment. So, top-tier players all felt that it was below their dignity to equip it. Although Shifeng would not be equipping these items, he still had other uses for them. For example, using them to level up the Abyssal Blade. The Abyssal Blade needed to devour weapons in order to level up. According to his understanding, the better the quality of the weapon devoured, the higher the increase in attributes of the Abyssal Blade. The Abyssal Blade was like a cultivating weapon, hence the reason it was so much more powerful than those epic-ranked weapons. They were even capable of rivaling legendary weapons. If Shifeng nurtured it properly, the Abyssal Blade's attributes could definitely surpass a legendary weapon. Sadly, too many items were required to carry out such a feat. Even if it was the guild leader of a second-rate guild, they would not be able to support such a heavy cost. There was also the risk of facing a huge backlash. It was why many players both loved and hated magic weapons. In consideration for the Abyssal Blade's attributes, instead of feeding it the original 1 piece of level 5 mysterious iron weapon, and 10 pieces of level 5 bronze weapon, Shifeng decided to buy 11 pieces of level 5 mysterious iron weapon from the weapon shop. It was unknown how much of an increase in attributes such an action would yield. Following which, Shifeng called out the leveling interface for the Abyssal Blade. He then fed all these weapons to the Abyssal Blade. Chapter 96, Magic Weapon Transformation. After choosing the weapons to devour and clicking level up for the Abyssal Blade, the Abyssal Blade suddenly let out a dragon's roar. Countless black flames started emerging from the blade of the sword. The black flames then transformed into a dragon's head, immediately biting at the weapons that had been chosen. The dragon devoured the weapons bite by bite. In the blink of an eye, the black flame devoured all 11 mysterious iron weapons, and all of their essences flowed into the Abyssal Blade. The Abyssal Blade no longer looked like a fire poker, and it now gave off a faint cold feeling of sharpness. The blade's color and luster had also become more rustic, similar to a blade covered in dust for many years. When Shifeng held the Abyssal Blade once again, the weapon felt slightly heavier than before. He felt a refreshing feeling when his hand wrapped around the sword's hilt. Shifeng then waved the sword a few times. Wah, wah, wah. The air was like paper, creating tearing sounds as he sliced it apart. The boss of the weapon shop was also a forging expert. When he saw this, his mouth opened wide in shock. He even nearly pulled out his goatee. The ordinary-looking weapon was actually so sharp that it could easily surpass a fine gold weapon. If it were utilized properly, it might even be able to break apart a bronze weapon with a single slash. Good sword. Shifeng waved the Abyssal Blade a few more times. After leveling up the sword, Shifeng felt that it had become much more suitable for him. He then checked the Abyssal Blade's attributes. Abyssal Blade, magic weapon, one-handed sword. Attack power 39. All attributes plus 14. Attack speed plus 5. Ignore monsters level by 5 levels. Attacks have a 15% chance to cause 2 times damage, 10% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all stats by 40% lasting 30 seconds. If wielder belongs to any swordsman job, all skill levels +2. Increase free ability points received by 2 points for every increase in level. Equipment level 5. Can be leveled up. Devour 10 level 10 bronze equipment and 1 level 10 mysterious iron equipment to level up to level 10. Can be evolved, unknown. Additional skill 1. Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 50% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration of 35 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2. Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevent movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration of 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3. 9 Dragon Slash. Instantly create 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for the wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration of 24 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smith Ollises using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from being able to provide the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. The Abyssal Blade's attributes increased by quite a lot. Just its attack power alone could rival a level 5 mysterious iron two-handed weapon. With the basic attributes included, it would far exceed even a level 5 secret silver two-handed weapon. It was a one-handed weapon that had the destructive power of a two-handed weapon. Moreover, a one-handed sword was much lighter and its speed was much faster. That meant the Abyssal Blade possessed both the destructive power of a two-handed weapon and at the same time, the lightness and speed of a one-handed weapon. This was the terrifying part of magic weapons, and only master smiths were capable of forging such weapons. With such a result, Shifeng was looking forward to the Abyssal Blade's rise to level 10. Originally, Shifeng intended to sell off the level 10 fine gold greatsword he had obtained from the Sun Temple. However, he dismissed that notion. If he were to let the Abyssal Blade devour this weapon, he wondered just how much of an increase the Abyssal Blade would have. However, it was but a thought of Shifeng's. To obtain an overall positive increase, it would not be possible just depending on a single weapon. Shifeng would, at the very least, need to pair it up with 10 level 10 secret silver weapons. Currently, even mysterious iron weapons were as rare as a phoenix's feather, not to mention priceless secret silver weapons. After sheathing the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng took out a return scroll and started chanting, returning to Red Leaf Town. If he were to run back instead, he would, with a 100% chance, be late. If he were to make the snow goddess wait for him, he dared not to think of the consequences. Red Leaf Town Trade Area. After Shifeng transformed back to his original appearance, he made some minor adjustments to the appearance of the Silver Moon set equipment. It now looked more like an assembled set of bronze equipment. If Shifeng were to appear in front of Gentle Snow with his original appearance, she would definitely find something fishy about it. At that time, Shifeng would not find it easy to explain himself. "Brother Feng, we're over here." Blackie stood up and shouted as he saw Shifeng walking over. The others as well stood up to welcome Shifeng when they saw him approaching, sending gazes of appreciation at him. If Shifeng had not let Blackie carry them, they most likely would not have been able to reach level 5 so quickly, and very likely, they would still be struggling at the bottom of the ranks. Currently, most of the veteran players in God's Domain were level 4, and a minority had reached level 5. However, there was nothing great about the equipment they were using. If veteran players were lucky, they might possess 1 or 2 pieces of bronze equipment that had good attributes. Only those expert players would possess 6 or 7 pieces of bronze equipment. On the other hand, every one of them now possessed 7 or 8 pieces of bronze equipment. Originally, this reason alone already caused them to be extremely grateful towards Shifeng. They all decided to continue following Shifeng. They never thought that Blackie would actually be willing to sign a contract with them, allowing them to join Zero Wing Workshop and become one of its official members. They could also enjoy a monthly salary of 4,000 credits. They were not just fools playing a game. They knew the treatment an official member received in other workshops. The treatment for official members of top-ranking workshops in the city only received a monthly salary of 3,000 credits. Even so, many veteran players would still try to worm themselves into these workshops in whichever way they could. Meanwhile, they were just a bunch of fresh noobs, yet they actually had a monthly salary of 4,000 credits. This situation was just like a dream to them. Although they requested to lower the treatment they received, Blackie had firmly rejected all of them. He had said that Shifeng had personally declared it as such and no changes were permitted. Helpless, they could only sign the contract, becoming official members of Zero Wing Workshop. Although they looked well off now, deep in their hearts they were very clear about their own strengths. It was practically impossible for them to get invited to a workshop. It would be a good thing if they could even become outer members, not to mention official members. Shifeng swept a glance at everyone's equipment. Based on his many years of experience, he could roughly estimate an equipment's attributes. The basic attributes of the equipment his party members were wearing had definitely exceeded the elite members of many small guilds. However, it was still not enough. Let's make a trip to the warehouse first. Everyone was confused. What were they going to do at the warehouse? However, they did not question Shifeng's decision, only following him. Arriving at the bank, Shifeng retrieved all the equipment that could be used by his party members. He obtained all of the equipment from the treasure chests he opened in the Moonlight Forest. Every piece of the equipment had extremely good attributes. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the equipment. They had ceaselessly grinded monsters and had even killed quite a few elites. Yet all of their gains combined could not even rival the equipment Shifeng had obtained by himself. The quality was of course much higher. It was all level 5 bronze equipment, surpassing the level 2 or level 3 equipment they obtained by leaps and bounds. Brother Feng, how many elite monsters did you actually kill? Blackie's heart was filled with shock. However, he did not remain courteous as he swapped all his equipment that could be swapped. After doing so, the set of equipment on his person was just slightly weaker than a level 5 bronze set equipment. However, the level 5 mysterious iron staff he wielded easily made up for this gap. The other party members also fully swapped out their equipment. Their basic attributes right now far surpassed those of the elite members of large guilds. Every one of them had exchanged their shotguns for cannons. Even if they were to enter a 20-man dungeon right now, they would still be full of confidence. Shifeng examined through everyone's attributes once, nodding his head in satisfaction as he said, "Let's go." Chapter 97, Gathering of Heroes. Dark Moon Valley, Dark Moon Graveyard. Countless tombstones stood around a dilapidated chapel. In the midst of night, one could hear wails of agony coming out from the tombstones. Meanwhile, kobold assassins roamed the dark and hidden locations around the broken-down chapel. This place was the most famous location of Dark Moon Valley. Due to this place being the closest and the first 20-man team dungeon activated near Red Leaf Town, it held high importance to the many guilds stationed in Red Leaf Town. Compared to the previous 6-man party dungeon, the various guilds were paying the most attention to this team dungeon. That was because team dungeons and party dungeons were different. Not only was the difficulty for team dungeons higher, but the equipment that dropped from them was also better. Moreover, only by clearing a team dungeon would a guild be able to prove their strength. Aside from that, there was a gigantic glory list beside the teleportation gate of every team dungeon. On it, the names of the team and players who obtained the first clear for the dungeon would be listed for latecomers to admire. Of course, aside from the first clear, the record for the fastest to clear the dungeon would also be recorded, with the reserved record set at 3 hours. As long as a team surpassed the record time, their names would be recorded. However, this record was not permanent but only temporary. As long as another team could obtain an even shorter record time, they would replace the current holders of the record. Currently, players filled all of the Dark Moon Graveyard. Aside from the various large guilds from Red Leaf Town, there were plenty of temporary groups attempting to challenge this team dungeon. Wow. It's just as expected of the competition for the first clear of the team dungeon. The equipment on these guys is just too gorgeous. Our temporary group has no chance of competing against them at all. That's only natural. Why don't you look at just how many times these guilds have cleared the level 3 to level 4 party dungeons? Even the team belonging to the weakest guild here would have 7 to 8 pieces of bronze equipment on each party member. Look at Martial Union over there. All of their members are wearing bronze equipment. Their leader, Ironsword Lion, is wearing the Wolf Fong set equipment that can only be obtained from the level 4 dungeon, Black Wolf's Denver. Ironsword Lion's equipment could be considered quite good amongst the unrated guilds. However, look over there at the third-rate guild Heaven's Crowns. The equipment on their elite team's vice leader, Passenger of Wind, is the Spirit Wind set equipment obtained from the level 4 advanced dungeon, Ghost Fortress. The players of temporary teams gazed at the equipment of the guild teams in envy. They spoke about the items as if enumerating their own family's valuables, and the more they spoke, the more drool leaked out from the corner of their mouths. Only the elite parties of guilds could clear those high-difficulty party dungeons. Unaffiliated individuals like themselves could only look on with envy. Just as everyone was sighing in admiration at the equipment of these elite teams, Stabbing Heart of Assassins Alliance led a group of players over. The equipment of the group was extremely unified. All 20 players wore the same level 4 bronze equipment. Amongst them, the 2 silver daggers hung around Stabbing Heart's waist looked extraordinarily radiant. Crap, it can't be, right? Those are Gemini's thorns that only drop from the final boss of the hard mode of Ghost Fortress. An assassin who was a dagger fanatic cried out in shock. Suddenly, the team leaders and upper echelons of the other guilds all cast sidelong glances over to Stabbing Heart. This design and color were exactly the same as the information displayed on the official announcement. As expected of a second-rate guild, the Assassins Alliance's strength cannot be taken lightly. They managed to clear the hard mode of Ghost Fortress without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, until now we have merely killed off the first boss of hard mode, Passenger of Wind sighed with regret. Humph. So what if they manage to clear the hard mode? We will still start from the same starting point from now on. The difficulty of a team dungeon is not something a party dungeon can compare to. Clearing it depends more on the commands given. Ironsword Lion wrinkled his brows, snorting in disdain. He believed that his own techniques were no weaker than Stabbing Heart's. If he had not been ambushed by that Yi Feng, causing him to lose a level, the party he led might have been able to clear the hard mode of Ghost Fortress. Interesting. When Shadow's leader Zhang Luowei heard the discussions of the other guilds, a faint smile appeared on his face. He was immensely arrogant, as if he did not place importance on any of these players. The various guilds present were unwilling to comply with each other. After all, God's domain had only recently begun. Nobody would know what the future would bring. The Assassins' Alliance was only this powerful due to their strong initial foundation. However, the first clear for the Dark Moon Graveyard could not be obtained just by relying on a strong foundation. At best, the Assassins' Alliance would only have a minor advantage over the other guilds. The first clear of this team dungeon this time around was considered a shuffling of power in Red Leaf Town. Whoever obtained the first clear would increase their prestige in Red Leaf Town, improving their guild's development. It would have a great effect on attracting new players to join their guilds. Everyone looked at the time. There was still over 20 minutes before the opening of Dark Moon Graveyard. They all stood by a side, patiently waiting. Sister Snow, this place is really lively. Xiao Yuer giggled, pulling on Gentle Snow's delicate arm as she took a look at her surroundings. Gentle Snow nodded. She looked around with an indifferent face, her expression as cold as ice. She did not pay any attention to the guilds present. Instead, she was looking for a certain someone. Although Gentle Snow and her group kept a low profile when they arrived at the Dark Moon Graveyard, everyone's sights still unconsciously turned towards the group, including the upper echelons of the various guilds. They still possessed the chance to compete in the case of second-rate guilds. However, it was but a fleeting dream for them to compete against a first-rate guild. The main reason being the gap between a first-rate guild and a second-rate guild was just too wide. Not only was there a difference in the number of players in the guild, but there was also the difference of the quality of players and fundings. Just by standing in this place, gentle snow caused a great pressure to loom over the upper echelons of the many guilds present. As for the cause for this pressure, aside from the disparity between their guilds, the disparity between personal strength was also one of the causes. As long as one played virtual reality games, they would certainly know of the snow goddess. However, this name was not praise for gentle snow's stunning complexion, but for her frightening strength. As expected of the snow goddess, the equipment on her body is likely the most top-notch equipment available to players at this stage of the game. Stabbing Heart inwardly admired the silver-red battle armor that gentle snow wore. This was the flame light set equipment that could only be obtained from the level 5 advanced dungeon Lava Cavern. The Assassin's Alliance was never able to clear this dungeon. Moreover, this flame light set was a mysterious iron set equipment that would only drop from the hard mode of the dungeon. The set equipment was much better than any other equipment, not to mention the crimson-colored flame spirit greatsword in gentle snow's hands. That was a level 5 secret silver two-handed sword. The weapon itself could easily overwhelm his pair of mysterious iron-ranked Gemini's thorns. The pressure this set of equipment gave off to the other experts present was enormous. In addition to Zhao Yueru and Xiao Yuer's mysterious iron equipment, Gentle Snow's group practically flattened everyone else at the Dark Moon Graveyard. How were these experts supposed to compete against Gentle Snow's group now? Why isn't he here yet? After taking a look around, a faint layer of frost appeared on Gentle Snow's face as she was unable to discover Shifeng's figure anywhere. Haha. Snow, that guy must have known that he would just humiliate himself, so he didn't dare show up. Why don't we just call a few more members over? Zhao Yueru stuck out her impressive twin peaks, laughing delightfully. Gentle Snow gave Zhao Yueru's words some thought. The first clear for the Dark Moon Graveyard was extremely important. If Shifeng really was not coming, then she should be making some preparations ahead of time. Just as Gentle Snow was prepared to contact her subordinates, Shifeng and his party ran over. Sorry, I've made you all wait, Shifeng scratched his head apologizing. Although he hurried over, the distance was just too far. Moreover, they had met a level 5 extremely rare elite on the way here, so they had wasted some time. Chapter 98, Whetstone Recipe. After not meeting for just more than a day, Shifeng discovered that Gentle Snow and the others of her group had changed their equipment. All of them were wearing gorgeous equipment. The level 5 flame light set equipment all of them were wearing was the best team equipment currently available. With this equipment, as long as the team leader commanded properly, they would definitely conquer the normal mode of Dark Moon Valley after familiarizing themselves with the dungeon. Regarding the Dark Moon Graveyard. Even if Shifeng now possessed a full suit of Silver Moon set equipment, he still had quite a lot of requirements. For instance, the advanced whetstone recipe. This was the strengthened version of the whetstone. The recipe for this item could only be obtained from team dungeons. Moreover, only bosses of the dungeon would have a chance of dropping it. You still remembered to come. That's enough. Since you're already here, leave your party and we'll reform the group. Zhao Yueru originally wanted to taunt Shifeng, but Gentle Snow stopped her a step earlier. Gentle Snow was still slightly angry from before, but after sweeping a glance at Shifeng, she shockingly discovered that Shifeng had reached level 6. Currently, the level 6 players in all of Red Leaf Town were top-tier players. Previously, when she met Shifeng, his level was nothing special. It was just below average. Now that he was able to catch up to such a degree, one could see that Shifeng's leveling speed was extremely fast. As for Blackie and the others standing behind Shifeng, all of them were level 5. They were also fully geared with bronze equipment, and such a standard was relatively good amongst temporary teams. Shifeng's party then disbanded, all of them joining Gentle Snow's team. All of the surrounding guilds and players saw Shifeng join Gentle Snow's team. Judging from the equipment of Shifeng's party, it was obvious that Shifeng and the others were not members of Ouroboros. However, it was extremely odd that they were still able to join Gentle Snow's team and enter the dungeon together. The equipment worn by Shifeng's party did not seem very high-leveled. They wore only scattered pieces of bronze equipment, not that different from the equipment of a temporary team. This was the important struggle for the first clear of a team dungeon. Was Gentle Snow so confident in being able to easily obtain it that she'd invite a group of people like this? Only Stabbing Heart knew of Shifeng's strength. Now that both powerhouses had joined, the competition for the first clear of the Dark Moon Graveyard had just become much harder. "Brother Zhang, that's the brat that set up our men," Flaming Tiger hatefully commented when he saw Shifeng. "So, it is him?" Zhang Luowei raised his brows. He could not help but pay more attention to Shifeng. He then said in a deep tone, "Since he has some connection with the Snow Goddess, try not to stir up trouble with them in the future. I don't wish for us to go against a first-rate guild right now." Being able to wipe out Flaming Tiger's group and having a connection with the Snow Goddess, this person was not that simple. He still needed to do some investigations of this person. If this person had just joined the Snow Goddess by chance, he would definitely make this person pay for his actions. "Yes, I understand, Brother Zhang." Flaming Tiger glared at Shifeng, only gritting his teeth as he answered. However, it was a different situation on the side of Martial Union. Every member of Martial Union could not help but wish they could get rid of Shifeng right that instant. It was especially true for Ironsword Lion. Previously he put out the word that he would kill Shifeng back to level 0. Now that he saw Shifeng had already reached level 6, one level higher than Ironsword Lion himself, he felt extremely humiliated. What is that group of assassins doing? They actually allowed him to wash away his red name and even rise to level 6. Just the fact that Shifeng was standing in this place and scathed caused the light on Ironsword Lion's face to fade. His face turned crimson from anger, saying, "Immediately contact the party of assassins. What exactly is going on here?" "Boss, what's up?" one of the assassins standing guard in front of the hotel asked. "What's up?" Ironsword Lion nearly suffocated from anger when he heard those words. He bellowed, "I told you all to pay attention to Yifeng, yet what have you all been doing?" "Boss, we've constantly been keeping an eye out for him. However, Yifeng has not set foot outside the hotel. I'm guessing that he must be afraid," the assassin said, puzzled. "You've constantly been keeping an eye out for him? Then you tell me, who is this person that I am looking at?" Ironsword Lion sent a screenshot asking coldly. "Impossible. We've really been constantly keeping an eye out for Yifeng and he never came out." The assassin, immediately dumbfounded, looked at the screenshot. "You're a bunch of rubbish that can't even keep watch over a single person. Get out of Martial Union immediately. I don't wish to see you any longer." Rage completely flooded Ironsword Lion's mind. Shortly after, he turned to glare at Shifeng, saying to his subordinate, "Call some men over, as many as you can. After they're done with the dungeon, I want him dead immediately." "Boss Ironsword, this wouldn't be a good move, right? No matter how you put it, he still has some connection with the Snow Goddess. If we create a bad relationship with Ouroboros, it would be detrimental to the development of our guild," a druid said. "Out in the streets, we live by depending on our reputation. Now that someone has stomped our reputation to the ground, who cares about anything else?" Ironsword Lion said in disdain, "So what if she's the Snow Goddess? She still hasn't met this daddy right here. I don't believe that a stupid skank like her could do much to me. If she knows how to be tactful, I can still give her some face. If not, then I'll kill her back to level 0 as well." Boss is right. God's Domain just has slightly more players. How prestigious was it during those years that we swept across Martial World? Now we can also sweep across God's Domain just like before. What should we be afraid of? The players that had constantly followed Ironsword Lion all voiced out their agreements, all of them releasing the aura of a mad dog from their bodies. In their opinion, one had to be fierce when playing virtual reality games. Compared to Wuxia games, God's Domain merely had more players. Moreover, they had to take into consideration so many problems every single day. What good was worrying about each and every little thing? Won't everything be solved if they just killed these first-rate guilds into submission? They had only depended on being fierce to succeed in the previous Wuxia game they played, and it would be the same in God's Domain. Only the druid, who had only recently joined, helplessly shook his head. These people were insane. Shifeng did not notice the movements of martial union. He only discussed the matter of cooperation with Gentle Snow. The items dropped from the dungeon will be distributed according to job requirements. If both sides require the same equipment, then there should be no problem if we just roll for it, right? We don't have any problems with the distribution of equipment. However, I want priority over the recipes and materials for lifestyle jobs. Shifeng's goal in coming here was the advanced whetstone recipe, while equipment didn't really matter to him. Don't forget that we are the ones who will be carrying you through the dungeon. Moreover, do you know how valuable the recipes for lifestyle jobs are? After hearing Shifeng's words, Zhao Yueru stamped her feet in anger, bellowing like a fierce tigress. The other members of Gentle Snow's team were also feeling aggrieved. Shifeng and his party were just a group of wild players. They were already extremely benevolent by rolling to distribute the equipment. Despite that fact, Shifeng was still trying to take advantage of them. Brother Feng, your request is going slightly overboard. In any case, our equipment is slightly weaker than theirs, and even just clearing the dungeon would be a problem for us. So why don't you change your requirements? Blackie advised. Although their equipment was very good, compared to the set equipment of these people, they were clearly still a step behind. Being able to roll for equipment was already a good condition. Going further to compete over recipes for lifestyle jobs. Nobody would be willing to concede to such a request. To put it bluntly, even without them joining, Gentle Snow's team could similarly clear the Dark Moon graveyard. Shifeng shook his head. He would not mind if it were any other recipes. However, he would not concede even a single step for the advanced whetstone recipe. He also could not reveal any specifics to avoid attracting the suspicion of others. After all, before a team dungeon was conquered, the official website would not reveal any information about its drops. 20-man dungeons would only refresh once every 3 days. There were only that many team dungeons nearby, and every one of them was extremely precious. The earlier Shifeng obtained the advanced whetstone recipe, the earlier he would obtain an advantage over the other players. To a workshop like theirs that lived on the edge, they had even more reasons not to concede. Gentle Snow, who had an ice-cold expression, also opened up her mouth this time around, saying, "Recipes for lifestyle jobs are extremely important to our guild. Your request, I cannot agree to it." Chapter 99, Dark Moon Graveyard. Gentle Snow's single sentence determined the final verdict, not allowing anybody to refuse. After having worked with Black Flame, Gentle Snow discovered the importance of lifestyle jobs. Although their influence towards God's domain was small right now, who could guarantee that it would remain so in the future? Hence, she would not let even a single recipe that dropped from the dungeon slip by. With Gentle Snow's approval, the confidence of the members of Ouroboros grew. Every one of them looked towards the foolish-looking Shifeng. Now that our leader has refused, let's see how you are going to continue acting arrogant. If you have the ability, then form your own team to enter the Dark Moon graveyard. We will have an easier time that way as well. Shifeng slightly wrinkled his brows. He did not think that Gentle Snow would be so resolute. He wondered what had happened to Gentle Snow to trigger a nerve in her. She was completely different from when they first met. At that time there was still room for discussion. However, Shifeng did not have a clue that the person who triggered Gentle Snow was exactly himself. "How about this, then? We'll hold a party auction for the lifestyle recipes that drop," Shifeng said. Without having any better options, he could only take a step back and make some compromises. Hearing Shifeng, Zhao Yueru covered her delicate mouth as she revealed a shallow smile. Yifeng, stop dreaming. Team dungeons only reset once every 3 days. The recipes obtained from inside are extremely important to a guild's development. How could we auction them amongst the party? If you insist on doing so, then we will just call in a few more of our elite members. That way those enter the Dark Moon graveyard will all be our members and we won't need to share anything with you. Zhao Yueru's tone turned chilling. Zhao Yueru had already made her words extremely clear. If you are going to stay, then forget about the recipes. Otherwise, pack up and leave. We won't be obstructing you on your way. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow showed no signs of hindering Zhao Yueru. Her actions meant that she too agreed with Zhao Yueru's viewpoint. Miss Zhao, please don't get angry. Brother Feng doesn't know how important the recipes are to you all. I apologize. Blackie could no longer stand to watch this scene continue to unfold. Any more of this and the final result would definitely be a separation. They managed to obtain the favor of the snow goddess after much difficulty. Hence, they could not simply just let go of this chance to further advance their workshop. Blackie continuously hinted Shifeng not to act rashly and to properly grab a hold of this chance. Shifeng could feel Gentle Snow's resolute behavior. Such an attitude gave him a headache. However, it would not be easy for him to find another team to enter the Dark Moon Graveyard with. It was a team dungeon after all. A certain standard of equipment, trust, and cooperation was required to successfully clear it. Moreover, players that were abruptly recruited might not necessarily be reliable. They might even bring adverse effects to the team. Alright then, let's go with your arrangements. It was clearly not wise for him to enter a deadlock with Gentle Snow right now. Shifeng had no choice but to just give up this chance. His only choice was to look for new, reliable members after he finished the dungeon. He would then bring them to dive into other team dungeons. Seeing Shifeng agree, Blackie let loose a breath of relief. On the other hand, Zhao Yueru was slightly pouting. She inwardly felt unfortunate that she was not able to chase Shifeng away. Gentle Snow did not pay attention to Zhao Yueru's irritation. The time for the dungeon's opening already arrived. The other guild teams were all entering the dungeon one after another. Hence, Gentle Snow said in the team chat, "Let's go in then." Before entering the dungeon, Gentle Snow had set the dungeon's difficulty at normal. That way, after entering the teleportation gate, everyone would be sent to the normal mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard. Team dungeons were similar to party dungeons in which they had 3 different difficulties: normal, hard, and hell. However, guilds that were not familiar with the dungeon would usually start off by obtaining and understanding information from the normal mode of the dungeon. They would then use the information obtained to prepare for hard mode and hell mode. Right now, every guild was competing for the first clear of the Dark Moon Graveyard. They wanted to use this chance to increase their influence towards the players in Red Leaf Town. So, naturally, they would not start off by challenging a higher difficulty. The team entered the teleportation gate one after another. They all turned into a streak of white light as they entered the Dark Moon Graveyard. Team dungeons were unlike party dungeons. The map inside a team dungeon was extremely large. They were practically the same size as a small town, with some being the same size as a city with a population in the millions. The Dark Moon Graveyard was the first team dungeon available near Red Leaf Town, so the map of the dungeon was relatively small. Unlike the team dungeons in other virtual reality games, the main goal when entering any team dungeons in God's domain was to find the exit. As long as players could find the exit and leave the dungeon, then they would have cleared the dungeon. After leaving the dungeon, they would also receive the corresponding dungeon rewards. Dark Moon Graveyard was different precisely because of this reason. Taking into consideration that this was the first time players of God's domain came into contact with team dungeons, the Dark Moon Graveyard's difficulty was lower than other team dungeons. Players only needed to consider one key point when inside the dungeon: survive. As long as they could survive and leave through the exit, they would clear the dungeon. Immediately after everyone entered the Dark Moon Graveyard, a chilling wind ambushed them, causing their entire bodies to shiver. It was past dusk in this place and a red moon hung above the sky, shining down on the earth. Gravestones littered the wasteland and the gigantic stones formed one gigantic maze. A strange atmosphere filled the place, coupled with countless wails of anguish. I'll divide up our responsibilities first, so when the time comes, just make sure you do your own part. Gentle Snow was not even the slightest bit shocked by the strange atmosphere. Instead, the corners of her lips curved upwards, forming an excited smile. Although they wasted several minutes, they properly determined each team member's responsibilities. That way, whenever anything unexpected occurred, everyone could react with the quickest time possible. The team had a total of 4 healers, with 2 being clerics, 1 oracle and 1 druid. There were 2 MTs in the team. One of them was a shield warrior, the other a guardian knight. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was arranged into the dagger party. The party's main goal was to combat at the front lines. On the other hand, Lonely Snow was arranged into the protection party. Their main goal was to protect the team's lifeline, the healers. Alright, scout party, search for a path. We will follow behind at a slower pace. Once Gentle Snow was satisfied with the team's formation, she arranged for 2 assassins to scout ahead. After entering the wasteland maze, the 2 assassins immediately reported the situation they discovered. Gentle Snow responded immediately, allowing her team to advance towards the best possible route and easily avoid the traps set up by the Kobold assassins and Kobold warriors. Kobold assassin, common rank. Level 5. HP 1 600/1 600. Kobold warrior, elite rank. Level 5. HP 3 500/3 500. If they triggered the trap here, they would have to go up against more than 30 Kobold assassins and 7 or 8 elite Kobold warriors. Such a situation would definitely cause major losses to the team. Thanks to Gentle Snow's quick decisions, the team inched closer and closer towards the maze's exit. On the way, they only needed to kill a small amount of kobolds. Even Shi Feng was slightly shocked by Gentle Snow's leadership. It was as if all matters within the Dark Moon Graveyard were within the palms of her hands. Zhao Yueru walked up to Shi Feng's side, proudly saying, "What do you think? You should see how far apart your strengths are now, right?" Shi Feng remained silent. He did not pay much heed to Zhao Yueru, his hand only tightening its grip on his treasured sword hanging on his waist. Humph. Speechless now, are you? Zhao Yueru thought Shi Feng was tacitly agreeing, her heart feeling a wave of pleasure. However, not long after Zhao Yueru felt pleased with herself, 2 blood-curdling screams came through the team's chat. "Scout party, what happened?" Gentle Snow hurriedly asked. "System, player White Cry has died. System, player Wind Shadow has died." What happened? When Zhao Yueru saw that the 2 players who died were both from the scout party, her heart filled with questions. However, nobody answered Zhao Yueru. Due to the settings of God's domain, players were unable to initiate communication after death. Everyone immediately tensed up. They watched their surroundings vigilantly. The mysterious deaths of the 2 players informed the members of Ouroboros of one thing. Both players who died had very good techniques. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become elite members of Ouroboros. Their sudden deaths and the lack of even the slightest information could only mean one thing. This place had become extremely dangerous. Chapter 100. Go ahead if you can. Everyone pay attention to your surroundings. Healers, stand in the middle. Protection party, guard the healers. MTs, prepare to activate your life-saving skills at any time. Dagger party, prepare for battle. Gentle Snow was not frightened by the situation. She immediately gave out commands, staying combat ready. Haughtiness invites disaster. Humility receives benefit. This sentence just happened to be applicable to the members of Ouroboros. It was especially true for the arrogant Zhao Yueru. Problems were bound to occur when one became complacent. Only the problems this time arrived somewhat too quickly. Zhao Yueru, who was still relaxed, suddenly tightened her grip on her crystal staff. She was no longer acting cheerful or witty. Her expression now turned solemn. She observed her surroundings for every little detail, revealing the unquestionable quality of an expert. The other members of Ouroboros also no longer dared be careless. Although they were confident in their equipment, even possessing the confidence to overcome the Dark Moon Graveyard, this confidence still gradually faded after the 2 players were instantly killed. They could not help but become cautious and timid. As for Shi Feng's party, they were even more nervous. Inside their hearts, they were still considering themselves to be a bunch of noobs. Meanwhile, the elite members of Ouroboros before them were experts. Their techniques surpassed them by leaps and bounds. However, such experts that wore top-tier set equipment still died an unfathomable death. This Dark Moon Graveyard was just too horrifying. Seeing everyone in such a panic, Shi Feng remained incomparably calm. As for what actually happened, nobody had a better understanding of it than him, or rather he long since predicted such a situation. Since Dark Moon Graveyard had a lower difficulty, depending on equipment and some experts, it was easy enough that it could be relaxingly cleared. However, in Shifeng's previous life, an unknown number of guilds fell to the dungeon over and over, to the degree of cursing someone's mother. Based on the strength of Gentle Snow's team, they would still be able to clear the dungeon, even after being team-wiped over a dozen times. Only the price to pay for such an action was very high. Something's coming. Please pay attention, Shifeng warned. He squinted his eyes, looking towards the fog that floated nearer. Everyone abruptly tensed, looking over. What's that? The shield warrior discovered a blurry figure inside the mist. The figure was hidden inside the murky fog, preventing anybody from getting a clear look at it. The team only knew that the thing was gradually wobbling closer, step after step, crawling as slow as a snail. As the distance between the two sides shortened, the wails of anguish became louder, causing all those present to have goosebumps. Just when the figure was about to leave the fog. "MTs, activate your life-saving skills," Shifeng yelled. However, the shield warrior paid no attention to Shifeng's words. He had always looked down upon Shifeng in his heart. The last time they met, Shifeng was just a noob who got lucky. Shifeng was only able to attract their leader's attention because he familiarized himself with God's domain ahead of time. Although Shifeng was currently reached level 6, he had definitely depended on his familiarity with the quests and monsters in order to level up so quickly. He did not truly possess strength. Even if Shifeng's skills were good, the number of experts Ouroboros had recruited over the years from other virtual reality games exceeded 5,000. They were not lacking people such as Shifeng at all. In other words, within Ouroboros, there were plenty of players that were much better than Shifeng. Although the shield warrior did not pay attention to Shifeng's words, the guardian knight Kola had always trusted in Shifeng. He had, at the first instance, activated protection blessing on himself. Just as the figure within the fog was about to reveal itself, two black rays of light shot out from the fog, reaching the MTs on the front lines in the blink of an eye. These two rays of light were as swift as bullets. The bulky MTs had no way of dodging them. At that moment, Gentle Snow only shouted, "MTs, use your life-saving skills." Unfortunately, Gentle Snow was still one step behind. One of the black rays immediately pierced the shield warrior's body, a damage of -1,600 appearing above his head. He was killed instantly. The shield warrior's eyes affixed to his chest where the black ray penetrated, unwillingly passing on. Meanwhile, after activating protection blessing, the damage Kola received reduced by 50%. In addition to the secret silver-ranked sky armor that he received from Shifeng, Kola only received slightly more than -500 damage, losing slightly more than half of his HP. Everyone was dumbfounded after seeing this. A level 5 MT wearing bronze set equipment died just like that. Meanwhile, more figures started appearing out of the fog. When Gentle Snow recalled the terrifying black rays from before, she immediately commanded, "Healers, heal. Everyone retreat. Guardian Knight, cover everyone else's retreat. Anybody with a defense skill, pay attention and protect the Guardian Knight." Hearing Gentle Snow's commands, Kola hesitated slightly. He turned to look at Shifeng, intending to wait for Shifeng's command. "Retreat then. Pay attention to your positioning and maintain a straight line with the people behind." Shifeng nodded his head. After receiving Shifeng's orders, Kola immediately took action. Seeing such a scene, Gentle Snow felt slightly upset in her heart. However, she did not voice it. On the other hand, Zhao Yueru was not as willing. "A noob like you, instead of listening to Snow's commands, you actually listened to that lucky dogshit's words?" Was he trying to imply that the Snow Goddess' strength and commands weren't as reliable as Shifeng's? However, just as Zhao Yueru was about to open her mouth, she immediately snapped it closed. That was because, while Kola was retreating, he was actually able to simultaneously use his shield to block the black rays that fired towards the other players. He was even able to dodge the attacks of the black rays while, at the same time, retreating in an orderly manner. Such a feat was absolutely impossible for a fresh noob to accomplish. His skills were even better than their own shield warriors by a thread. With 4 healers healing him, Kola was able to maintain his HP above the safety line. During the occasional desperate moments, Feng would use parry to help Cola block the black rays, allowing Cola to retain his life. Such scenes caused the members of Ouroboros who had been previously dissatisfied with Feng to have a change of heart. They questioned whether they were able to carry out such actions. Moreover, Feng rescued Cola multiple times now, proving that it was not just a coincidence but skill. As long as Cola did not die, the remaining team members would remain safe. Could be said that Feng was holding on to the lives of the entire team. It would seem that I have still been underestimating him. Gentle Snow started viewing Feng in a different light. Although she too helped Cola block some attacks, her actions were not as natural and pleasant as Feng's. He was capable of blocking the attacks while not hindering Cola's movements. After everyone retreated some distance, they were finally able to clearly see the figures within the fog. They had gigantic bodies with the height of 2 people. Their arms were both equipped with black, metallic claws. When they attacked, their claws were like swords shooting forth and sheathing quickly after, all within a blink of an eye. Kobold Zombie Special Elite. Level 6. HP 5,000/5,000. Just a single kobold zombie was headache to them. However, there were a total of 6 kobold zombies that appeared from the fog. Such numbers practically demanded their lives. To make matters worse, a group of kobold warriors also appeared in their path of retreat. Everyone finally understood the difficulty of a team dungeon. Its difficulty was practically over 10 times that of a party dungeon. We're finished. Zhao Yueru felt despair in her heart when she saw the number of elites and special elites. How are we supposed to fight this many elites and special elites? Moreover, they have both ranged and melee to cooperate with each other. The other team members similarly agreed with Zhao Yueru's opinion. Is there no way for us to pass through? Gentle Snow creased her brows. She was unwilling to just leave the dungeon like this. At that moment, Feng opened his mouth, saying, "If we utilize the terrain properly and cooperate well with each other, it is not entirely impossible." The members of Ouroboros felt displeasure in their hearts when they heard Feng. He was wholly mocking the inability of Gentle Snow's commands. Easier said than done. Who would know how to deal with this many elites and special elites? Go ahead if you can, Zhao Yueru sneered, looking at Feng with disdain. Chapter 101. Entering Hell Once More. Ridiculed by Zhao Yueru in such a way, the expressions on Feng's party members turned dark. Even if Blackie loved beautiful women, he was still unable to overlook such an action. How could a great beauty like her have such a poisonous mouth? Although Blackie wanted to refute her, his words were unable to leave his mouth. The Dark Moon Graveyard was just too hard. Even if they believed in Feng's strengths and techniques, when faced with so many elites and special elites, who could guarantee that they'd be able to pass through? What? Nothing to say? Zhao Yueru asked coldly when Feng had remained silent as if he were in deep thought. The members of Ouroboros were also looking at Feng with disdain. They were already feeling despair towards the Dark Moon Graveyard, and even Gentle Snow felt helpless. So what could a beta tester with only some slightly good techniques do? You're just a beta tester. Who doesn't know how to talk big? If you have the ability, then you take command and kill all of those monsters. If you don't, stop spouting bullshit. Humph. Just a bunch of independent players foolishly making second guesses after we can't get through. The members of Ouroboros all had their own arrogance. They all supported Zhao Yueru one after another. They hurled all sorts of ridicule towards Feng, venting the despair in their hearts. What did guys you say? If it weren't for Brother Feng, would you still be alive right now? Feng's party members could no longer stand by idly and watch. Every one of them revealed expressions of anger, intentions of starting a fight surfacing. If it weren't for Feng's warning, both of the team's MTs would have died. Without the MTs to act as meat shields, the players behind would have definitely died, and it would be lucky if even a few survived. Just as both sides were about to start a dispute, a deep muffled voice came from the team, disrupting everyone's argument. Every one of the team members was dumbstruck, thinking they had misheard. After observing the surrounding area and those monsters, I've thought of a way to get through the fog. I wonder if Miss Snow would be willing to let me take command? Shifeng faintly smiled as he looked at gentle Snow. Regarding the ridicules of Zhao Yueru and the others, Shifeng did not mind them in the slightest. That was because everything was going according to his plan. From the moment Zhao Yueru started mocking him, his goals had already been achieved. If Zhao Yueru and the others did not react the way they did, how would he be able to seize the opportunity to take the initiative? If you can lead everyone across the fog, it won't be a problem to pass leadership to you. Gentle Snow's iceberg-like expression faintly changed. Being able to get through the fog was a good thing. She was also not a petty person. It was just that for some reason when she looked at Shifeng's smile, she had a faint feeling of disharmony as if all of this was within Shifeng's grasp. Snow, I was only joking. How could you give this bastard leadership over the team? Zhao Yueru panicked. Ouroboros' first vice leader was actually being commanded by an outsider. Wouldn't that make them the laughingstock of the other first-rate guilds? They would call out Ouroboros for their inability. If you have any other methods to pass through, I won't really mind, Shifeng shrugged, spreading his hands to signify that he did not care. Zhao Yueru wanted to dissuade gentle Snow. She had only been speaking out of anger before. If Shifeng had really become the team's leader, then wouldn't an upheaval occur within the team? Who would be willing to submit to an independent player? Even if Shifeng's techniques were quite good, there were still heaps of such personnel within the guild. Okay, now is not the time to care about reputation. Clearing this dungeon is our priority. From now on, Yifeng will command the team. His words are my words. If anybody doesn't listen, you'll know the consequences, Gentle Snow said in a chilling tone. Gentle Snow naturally knew Zhao Yueru's concerns. She too had considered the problems. However, if they gave up the team dungeon's first clear due to this little reputation, that would truly cause their guild to become the laughingstock of other guilds. Alright then. Whatever you say. However, if he doesn't command us adequately, only blindly giving out orders, I won't obey. Zhao Yueru shot a glance at Shifeng in anger. She did not believe that Shifeng could properly command the team, not to mention lead them through the fogged area. After all, Shifeng was just an independent player. It was impossible for him to have any experience in commanding a team. In a moment she would watch and make fun of Shifeng making a fool of himself. Seeing that Gentle Snow had already nodded her head in agreement, Shifeng unhurriedly said, "Since we're done with the matter of leadership, let's talk about the matter of distribution. All of the equipment will be given out according to job requirements, while the other items will be auctioned within the team. Any problems?" Yifeng, don't go overboard. Zhao Yueru glared at Shifeng like a wrathful tigress. Miss Zhao, I'm not trying to swindle even a single item. We're just fairly competing inside the dungeon, so is there a need to talk about going overboard? Shifeng calmly smiled. Previously, Shifeng agreed to Gentle Snow's arrangements because he did not possess the power to back himself up. He knew the strategy to conquer the Dark Moon Graveyard. However, he couldn't reveal that fact earlier. After all, Team Dungeons had not activated during the beta test of God's Domain. Hence, if Shifeng were to reveal knowledge that not even beta testers of God's Domain had, Gentle Snow and the others would definitely become suspicious. Now, everyone was aware of the Dark Moon Graveyard's information. Moreover, Shifeng himself had followed them into the dungeon. As long as Shifeng performed thinking up a strategy, naturally no one would question him. Even the astute Gentle Snow would not suspect Shifeng had long since known how to conquer the Dark Moon Graveyard. Zhao Yueru became speechless from anger. She felt Shifeng was just a scoundrel intoxicated by success. On the other hand, Gentle Snow did not hesitate as she revealed a faint smile, calmly saying, "All right. As long as we can get through, I'll agree to your conditions." Snow. Zhao Yueru did not dare believe her own ears. Gentle Snow agreed just like that. Recipes for lifestyle jobs. The ones dropped from Team Dungeons were even more priceless. How could they just let others take advantage of them? Enough. It's all just a waste of breath if we can't get through the dungeon. If we manage to get through and an item drops, we'll just buy it as is. Do you think an independent player like Yifeng is wealthier than us? Gentle Snow softly explained. Hearing this, Zhao Yueru came to a realization. If they were competing regarding capabilities, even 100 Yifengs would not be a match for them. At the end of the day, the item would still be theirs. Humph. Humph. Be pleased with yourself while you can. Zhao Yueru's mood greatly improved. She even looked forward to clearing the dungeon as quickly as possible, obtaining several recipes. She wanted Shifeng to know just how foolish his decision was. Since I will be commanding the team from now on, let's first leave the dungeon and re-enter it once everybody gathers. Shifeng took out a return scroll and started chanting. Using a return scroll inside a dungeon would automatically send players back to the dungeon's entrance, saving players the wasted time running back. The others also promptly took out return scrolls after watching Shifeng do so. Indeed, 3 people had died in the team, so some reorganization was necessary. Outside the Dark Moon Graveyard, many teams belonging to guilds had returned after dying. They were currently reorganizing themselves, preparing to challenge the dungeon once more. When they saw the Snow Goddess and her team leave the dungeon, they all were abruptly shocked. All of them hurriedly looked towards the glory list at the dungeon's entrance. The Snow Goddess' fame was extremely great. In addition to so many of her team members leaving through the dungeon's entrance, there was a high chance that they had already cleared the dungeon. However, the glory list was still as empty as ever. Everyone let loose a breath of relief. They continued with their rest, discussing how they would raid the dungeon. After over a dozen minutes, the entire team was assembled. Everyone once more walked towards the teleportation gate. As the leader of the team, Shifeng immediately adjusted the dungeon's difficulty to Hell mode. Immediately, the color of the teleportation gate changed. A flickering image of a ghost's head appeared, causing others to shudder. Before anyone within the team could react, they turned into black rays of light as they entered the Dark Moon Graveyard. Outside the dungeon's entrance, the members of the various guilds were all dumbfounded. What sort of situation was this? Didn't they just enter normal mode once? After understanding some information about the Dark Moon Graveyard, they're already starting to raid Hell mode. Was there a need to be so strong-willed? Chapter 102, Cobalt King 1. The sky was dark, and the bright moon illuminated all of the Dark Moon Graveyard. Compared to the normal mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard, a great expanse of dense fog shrouded the wasteland. Not only did it obstruct one's vision, but it also carried with it an endless air of murder. It was like a battlefield. A heavy and oppressive feeling permeated the wasteland, causing one's body to grow sluggish. This is the Hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard? Gentle Snow surveyed her surroundings, revealing an indifferent smile. She discovered that the fog here was almost alive, and she felt as if she were being watched. Moreover, there were crimson-red spots glowing floating about the fog, most likely the blood-red eyes of the kobolds. Just the number of monsters here far exceeded that of the normal mode. Moreover, there was also the dense fog hindering one's vision, greatly increasing the difficulty of battle. Yifeng, what are you trying to do here? Why did you bring us to Hell? Zhao Yueru looked towards Shifeng, interrogating him. After experiencing the terror of normal mode, even an idiot knew how horrifying Hell mode would be. This was not a place for people at all. Right now they could not even clear normal mode, so coming to Hell mode was just plain suicide. Gentle Snow was also curious as to why Shifeng had done such a thing. Judging from Shifeng's behavior, he was definitely not a brainless person. Even Shifeng's own party members were extremely curious. They had clearly agreed on entering the normal mode, yet why had they entered Hell mode? I'm the team leader now, my words are final. Since I've chosen Hell mode, I obviously have my own reasons. You may leave if you have any opinions about it. I won't be stopping you, Shifeng said with a smile. What comes around goes around. Previously, he had only humbly submitted to Zhao Yueru because he could not reveal his hand. Now that they were in his territory, naturally he would no longer act with modesty. You bully. Zhao Yueru's almond eyes widened into circles as she glared at Shifeng, her twin peaks bouncing indefinitely. She stomped the rock beneath her feet, unable to find any words. She gritted her teeth, immediately turning her head away and no longer looking at Shifeng. This scoundrel actually went so far as to use her previous words to spite her, possessing not even a hint of a gentleman. When all of this was over, she would properly put Shifeng in his place. Originally, Blackie intended to mediate between the two. However, when he saw Zhao Yueru's sudden silence, not speaking even a word, he secretly raised his thumb at Shifeng. As expected of Brother Feng, he even dared meet a great beauty head-on. If he were standing in Shifeng's position, he would not have been able to do such a thing. Yifeng, do you really have the confidence to clear Hell Mode? You should know that, although the difficulty is only different by 2 levels on the surface, in reality it is 10 or more times harder. The requirement of equipment, cooperation, and leadership also increases by several levels. I don't want my team members to die a meaningless death, Gentle Snow softly asked. Although the death penalty inside team dungeons was much lower than the death penalty in party dungeons, it was still a 5% experience loss. Moreover, Hell Mode was different than the other difficulties. The loss of experience in Hell Mode after a single death was 10%. Without a success rate of 70% or above, most players were unwilling to dive into the Hell Mode of a dungeon. There should be no problems. However, we still have to try before we can know the results. Shifeng did not reveal his full opinion. Based on the team's current composition and equipment, Shifeng was extremely confident of clearing the Hell Mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen Hell Mode in the first place. In Shifeng's previous life, only after going through countless team wipes and experience accumulation, he figured out several methods of passing through the Hell Mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard. If he let Gentle Snow to fumble about slowly, who knew how long he would have to wait or how many team wipes they'd have to go through before they successfully passed through. Watching Shifeng's calm behavior, after giving it some thought, Gentle Snow decided to support Shifeng's decision. It was a good chance for her to observe the extent of Shifeng's capabilities. If he performed well, it would be beneficial to invite him to join the God-slaying army. Gentle Snow nodded. At this time, even if the others were still unwilling, they had no choice but to listen to Shifeng's commands. However, it was not because they believed in Shifeng. Rather, they believed in Gentle Snow's decision. After which, Shifeng started assigning responsibilities. Overall, his arrangements were mostly similar to Gentle Snow's. The difference was that he placed 3 elementalists in the Dagger Party and disbanded the Scout Party to place their members in the Protection Party instead, protecting the healers. After entering the fog, both MTs are to activate your life-saving skills and rush after me without stopping. However, pay attention to dodge attacks. Everyone in the back must also follow, and remember, no matter what happens, never stop moving your feet. Healers only need to use instant cast skills to heal the 2 MTs. Everyone else should use your own recovery potions, Shifeng explained. If all of you understand, then everyone should use a speed scroll now. Everyone grew suspicious after hearing Shifeng. What was he trying to do? Turn them into kamikazes? He even wanted them to use speed scrolls. Was he complaining that they wouldn't die quick enough? Moreover, they could only earn so much money from a trip into the dungeon. There were 20 players in the entire team, which meant they would be expending 20 speed scrolls. Just how much money was that? Alright, everyone just use your speed scrolls. Noticing the unwillingness in everyone's eyes, Gentle Snow could only helplessly support the command. Everyone was helpless. Speed scrolls were very expensive and each of them had only prepared 2. However, before they even started killing monsters, they were already required to use one of them. This was just too extravagant. However, such a decision did not alarm Shifeng's party members. Speed scrolls had long since become a necessity for them to grind elite monsters, so they each had 6 or 7 on their person. After everyone used a speed scroll, they followed Shifeng towards the entrance of the maze area. Follow closely. I won't concern myself if you fall behind, Shifeng reminded in the team chat. Having Shifeng tell them in such a way, everyone became nervous. If they fell behind, needless to say, only death waited for them. Run. After seeing everybody ready, Shifeng activated his title, Might of 1,000, greatly increasing everyone's attributes. As a result, their running speed also increased. Before shock took hold of anyone over their increased attributes, Shifeng started running. Every one of them tightly chased after him, disappearing into the fog. Within, the fog massively limited everyone's vision. They could only barely make out an area of 5 yards. After running for some time, Shifeng suddenly said, "MTs, use your life-saving skills. Healers, heal." Hearing Shifeng's commands, the 2 MTs started activating their life-saving skills. The healers also started using their healing skills on the 2 MTs. Following which, black rays appeared, fired out from the fog. The black rays struck the 2 MTs, dealing a horrifying amount of damage. Fortunately, the healers constantly replenished their HPs to make up for the damage they received. In addition, the 2 MTs had high movement speeds, reducing the chances of the black rays striking them. With the 2 MTs taking the full brunt of the damage, the other team members behind had nothing to worry about. In such a way, everyone ran after Shifeng for a full 10 minutes, making twists and turns every so often. In between, they all used another speed scroll. If the healers were lacking mana, they would drink mana recovery potions. Such a situation worried the members of Ouroboros greatly. How was this still a dungeon raid? They were just throwing money away. Moreover, everyone clearly felt the countless monsters closely chasing after them. The monsters constantly bellowed, and as long as they halted their steps, those monsters would definitely kill them. Fortunately, this place was just like a maze. There were plenty of paths available for them. Moreover, the paths were relatively narrow, resulting in a situation where the monsters hindered each other's advance. As a result, it would not be easy for the monsters to catch up to the team. Turn left ahead and enter the small path. After everyone has entered, both MTs block the entrance of the path and use your life-saving skills. Healers, spam your heals on them. Blackie, prepare to use Hell Flame. When the MTs are unable to hold on, the 3 elementalists should use Frozen Nova to block the monsters. If the MTs die, all melees are to stand forward and block the way, but none of you are allowed to attack. Shifeng immediately shouted in the team's chat as he looked towards the small path a short distance away. Following which, everyone quickly poured into the narrow pathway. Both the MTs just happened to block the entire entrance of this path successfully. When both MTs were in position, they received powerful attacks, one after another, constantly pushing them backward. Damage appeared above their heads endlessly. Just as the 2 of them were about to be sent flying from the barrage of attacks, Shifeng placed both his hands on their backs, bracing against them. The 2 MTs felt like they leaned against a wall, their bodies unable to retreat any further. Blackie, hurry up. Elementalists, prepare your Frozen Novas. Shifeng hurriedly commanded. I'm ready. Blackie chanted the final incantation. MTs, retreat. Elementalists, cast Frozen Nova. Shifeng yelled. Following which, a Frozen Nova spread out to encompass all the monsters, freezing them and stopping their movements. Over 20 points of damage appeared over every monster's head. Such a high ice resistance. Zhao Yueru's brows slightly cringed. She was extremely dissatisfied with the damage she inflicted. At this time, pillars of green-colored flames shot up amidst the monsters, causing damages of over -300 to every monster. The pillars of flame lasted for 5 seconds, and during this period the monster's HP incessantly fell. This scene dumbfounded everyone. Even Blackie himself was stunned. Wasn't this damage a little too high? After all, these monsters were all elites and special elites. Being able to cause damages of over -100 was fortunate. However, what Blackie did not know was that the kobolds in the Dark Moon Graveyard lived in this cold and dark environment for many years now. They loved the cold but were afraid of fire. Hence, the damage from fire-attributed magic would be multiplied by several folds. It was especially true for the kobold zombies as they feared fire the most. After Hell Flame ended, the 2 MTs stepped forward once more to block the monsters. Due to the road being narrow, only 2 or 3 monsters could attack at a single time. If it was the large-sized kobold zombies, just one of them was enough to fill the entire path. Moreover, the kobold zombies were unable to display their might in such a narrow space. At most, 1 or 2 claw attacks would land on the MTs, and even then the MTs were sharing the burden with each other. As a result, the kobold zombies became utterly harmless. After more than 10 minutes passed, Blackie's Hell Flame annihilated the kobolds that rushed towards the team. Everyone's experience greatly increased as a result, and there was even a pile of dropped items. The members of Ouroboros were astonished. Although Blackie's magic surprised them, Shifeng's strategy thoroughly stunned them. He was actually able to think up such a strategy and discover such a location. His mind and perception were truly great. Members of Ouroboros had always revered the strong. As a result, every one of them now felt embarrassed over their previous slandering of Shifeng. Even Zhao Yueru was rendered speechless after witnessing Shifeng's leadership. However, she still felt hatred for Shifeng inside her heart. She silently lamented over the stupidity of these monsters. As expected, he does possess real skill. It is no wonder he rose to level 6 so quickly. Gentle Snow started her re-evaluation of Shifeng's strength. She did not imagine that he would be capable to this degree. Not only did he possess a title that could raise the entire team's attributes, but he also had such a frightening perception. Shifeng's performance far exceeded her expectations. If her team had such personnel in the future, they would have a much easier time conquering dungeons. A total of 28 pieces of equipment dropped. Among them there are 9 pieces of mysterious iron rank, while the rest are bronze equipment. We'll distribute them according to jobs. Shifeng arranged the loot and distributed the equipment. He distributed them accordingly, and players who had similar jobs would roll for the equipment, with the higher number obtaining the equipment. Hearing Shifeng report their gains, everyone sucked in a deep breath. They were unable to utter a single word due to their excitement. Currently, mysterious iron equipment was considered top-tier equipment. Previously, they had killed so many monsters in the normal mode of Dark Moon Graveyard, yet only a few pieces of bronze equipment dropped. Right now, however, they only killed a large wave of monsters, but already obtained so much mysterious iron equipment and bronze equipment. This drop rate was just too frightening. Chapter 103, Cobalt King 2. Discovering that the hell mode of a dungeon dropped so much valuable equipment, even Gentle Snow was stunned. If they could clear the hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard, it was unknown just how much top-tier equipment they could obtain. With top-tier equipment, they would have a much easier time conquering the other team dungeons. Thinking up to this point, Gentle Snow became much more interested towards conquering the hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard. It was just that she did not know whether Shifeng was capable of accomplishing this magnificent feat. After Shifeng distributed the equipment, many of the team members immediately swapped out their old equipment for the new. It was especially true for the extremely lucky Blackie. Blackie was the only Cursemancer on the entire team. Among the 9 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, there were 2 pieces of the Death Word set equipment meant for Cursemancers. The Death Word set equipment was at the apex of all level 5 set equipment for Cursemancers. Just the effect of having 2 set pieces increased Blackie's Dark Arrow by 1 level. In addition, Blackie's Dark Arrow was already level 4. At level 5, the Dark Arrow's damage increased by a large leap. Meanwhile, Kola managed to win a mysterious iron shield by rolling. After equipping the shield, his defense surpassed the shield warrior from Ouroboros' Ghost Chop by quite a lot. Although many items dropped, Shifeng incessantly shook his head at these items. None of these items attracted his attention. "Why don't you want this piece of bronze equipment for swordsmen?" Gentle Snow asked, astonished. With just a glance at Shifeng's equipment, anybody could tell it was just individual bronze equipment assembled together. According to logic, their attributes should be much weaker than the equipment dropped from the hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard. However, Shifeng remained indifferent towards the equipment dropped. "The attributes of this equipment isn't as good as what I'm currently using. Just give it to your guild swordsman." Shifeng carelessly gave the equipment to Gentle Snow. Naturally, he would not mention that he already possessed a set of Silver Moon set equipment, which was the best set equipment for swordsmen under level 10. After hearing Shifeng, the other swordsman in the team repeatedly expressed his gratitude towards him. Even if Shifeng were to take away the equipment for swordsmen, nobody on the team would complain. On the contrary, they would feel it was only natural that he would do so. No matter what anybody said, it was all due to Shifeng's efforts that they were able to obtain so much equipment. However, Shifeng displayed himself to be extremely impartial, causing the members of Ouroboros further admiration. Their gazes when they looked at Shifeng held even more reverence now. Shifeng stayed unmoved while faced with top-tier equipment. In the virtual gaming world, not many people would be capable of remaining as impartial when leading a temporary team. Noticing everyone had mostly recovered, Shifeng said inside the team chat, "Everyone prepare yourselves. We will be going to the next strategic point. Those without speed scrolls, come get them from me." The members of Ouroboros were troubled when they heard this. Each of them had only carried 2 speed scrolls and both had already been used. However, they felt extremely awkward asking for speed scrolls from Shifeng. After all, they previously made a mockery of Shifeng. It would practically be a slap to their own faces if they asked Shifeng for the expensive speed scrolls now. However, if they remained stubborn, they would only embarrass themselves when they died later on. "Can I buy some speed scrolls from you? I didn't have them prepare enough speed scrolls previously. We would feel extremely ashamed if you were to just give them to us for free." Gentle Snow naturally knew of her teammates' embarrassment. Without having a better option, she chose to take the initiative. "All right." Since Gentle Snow already asked, Shifeng would not refuse. After all, his money didn't grow on trees either. Fortunately, Shifeng was prepared for such a situation, purchasing plenty of speed scrolls. He provided each team member of Ouroboros with 3 speed scrolls. However, when the members of Ouroboros were trading the speed scrolls with Shifeng, they all had their heads lowered in embarrassment. They felt deeply ashamed in their hearts. Some of them also thanked Shifeng directly, leaving Shifeng at a loss. "Dirty bastard, this lady is a magnanimous person. Seeing that you've performed well, I've decided to forgive you. Give me the scroll then." Zhao Yueru walked towards Shifeng, her head raised and her arms hugging her bosom. The crimson-red robe she wore revealed a deep cleavage, and a bashful tinge of red appeared on her delicate face as she spoke. Shifeng naturally understood that it was a difficult feat for the incomparably prideful flame witch from his previous life to carry out such an action. If other players were to see her behaving as such right now, most likely, their jaws would have fallen to the ground from shock by now. Not only was Zhao Yueru currently displaying frailty, but she also apologized to Shifeng. Even Xiao Yuer was pinching her own tender, pink cheeks, thinking she was hallucinating. Shifeng only revealed a smile at Zhao Yueru's display as he traded the speed scrolls to her. However, inwardly he was baffled. Was the sun rising from the west? He did not think that Zhao Yueru had such a side to her. If other men were to see this, their bones might turn to mush. Shifeng did not think that his unintentional action would actually allow him to witness such a scene. A pity he did not record the moment. On the other side, just as Shifeng and the others busied themselves in the Dark Moon Graveyard, the other guilds were still exploring the maze. They died over and over. Such a situation caused many guilds to give up their conquest of the Dark Moon Graveyard. If they continued this act of suicide, they might not properly recover their horrifying experience loss. However, there were still some of the stronger guilds who continued their exploration, conquering the Dark Moon Graveyard bit by bit. 3 hours after the Dark Moon Graveyard opened, there was still not a single guild that managed to clear the dungeon. After frantically trying to conquer the dungeon, the Assassins' Alliance, Heaven's Crown, and other raided guilds started to cool their actions. They started to calmly analyze all the information they obtained from the dungeon. Meanwhile, the team Shifeng led had already killed their way towards an underground mausoleum, preparing to enter it. In order to arrive at this mausoleum, Shifeng had led the team through 2 more similar massacres, obtaining more than 40 pieces of equipment and various materials. Everyone in the team greatly improved as a result. The 2 MTs in the team also surpassed the 400 defense threshold. Now, even when faced against the kobold zombies' claw attacks, they could resist 2 hits head-on. This underground mausoleum was situated in the central region of the wasteland. It was also the Dark Moon Graveyard's sole exit. In order to avoid suspicion, Shifeng intentionally took several detours. Just as Shifeng and the others were about to enter, Gentle Snow looked towards the serene and distant mausoleum, suddenly saying, "There are no monsters in the surroundings. This place may very well be the exit of the Dark Moon Graveyard." We should let the assassins scout ahead first. That way if there are traps ahead we won't risk a team wipe. All right. Although Shifeng knew there were no traps, he couldn't actually reveal that. So he could only agree to Gentle Snow's suggestion. Following which, one of the assassins snuck into the mausoleum. After more than 10 minutes passed, the assassin reported that there were no dangers ahead. The assassin also discovered a teleportation circle inside a large hall. However, there was a gigantic monster standing guard in the middle of the teleportation circle. The assassin did not close in on the monster for fear of being discovered. Moreover, the room was dimly lit, so the assassin could not clearly see the information of the monster within. Let's go take a look then, Shifeng said as he entered the mausoleum. Although the assassin did not know what kind of monster was inside, Shifeng certainly knew. The monster guarding the teleportation circle was the final boss of the Dark Moon Graveyard. He used to be the king of kobolds, the Kobold King Pachlio. The moment everyone entered the large hall, the dimly lit hall suddenly changed. The extinguished candles around the room flared to life, emitting a dark green flame and illuminating the entire hall. Meanwhile, a figure over 3 meters tall stood in the center of the hall. The figure was a ferocious kobold, its body covered in blue-colored armor and its hands wielding a pitch-black greatsword decorated with runes. The kobold silently stood on the magic circle, not even moving a muscle as its entire body radiated a frightening pressure. Everyone used observation skills, one after another wanting to understand this monster. However, after seeing its information, everyone's complexion turned pale. They felt a deep terror as they gazed at this creature, and even Gentle Snow sucked in a cold breath. None of them had any confidence in killing this monster. Chapter 104: An Unknown Way of Battle. Everyone stood silently within the bright mausoleum hall, turning the place eerily quiet. After some time had passed. Brother Feng, what do we do now? This boss is just too terrifying. It is impossible for us to kill it. Blackie looked towards Shifeng, asking. On the other side, Zhao Yueru said helplessly, Snow, it seems we won't be able to clear the dungeon after all. The other team members also indicated their agreement. There could be no greater folly than to attempt something they already knew to be impossible. Are we just going to give up like this? Gentle Snow's slender eyelashes trembled slightly, her crystal-clear eyes shifting towards the Kobold King's figure once more. They had reached this point after much difficulty. Were they just going to give up like this? Kobold King Pachlio, Lord Rank. Level 6. HP 120,000/120,000. Not mentioning its frightening amount of HP, just the mere words, Lord Rank, were enough to cause players to tremble. That meant that there was a single aspect to this monster that was extremely terrifying, either in terms of speed, strength, or magic. Based solely on the terrifying aura radiating off of the Kobold King's body, its bulging iron-like muscles, the pitch-black greatsword as tall as a man, which pierced deeply into the ground. Even without having any exchanges with this Kobold King, everyone knew there was no way to overpower it. Why don't we give it a try first? Ghost Chop, try out the boss capabilities. The others will leave the hall first, Gentle Snow said after giving it some thought. Gentle Snow still intended to give the boss a try. She was hoping to look for a strategy to kill it. Let's leave first then, Shifeng said as well. Gentle Snow's thoughts were exactly the same as his. He would let the MT try out the boss, then let the team watch. That way he would have an appropriate excuse when he revealed his strategy. Following this, the shield warrior, Ghost Chop, activated his video recording, charging towards the Kobold King alone. Meanwhile, the thick and heavy stone doors leading into the hall started closing. Just as Ghost Chop was midway through his charge, the Kobold King abruptly opened its eyes. The Kobold King casually pulled out the pitch-black sword from the ground. Its robust legs abruptly exploded with power as it similarly charged at Ghost Chop. Like a fierce gale, the Kobold King swept towards Ghost Chop. Ghost Chop's body was frightened stiff. He rapidly reacted by raising his shield, blocking it in front of his chest. In the blink of an eye, a black ray which carried with it an explosive sound struck on the shield. Hong! Ghost Chop's entire person was sent flying, and a damage of 633 points appeared above his head. His entire arm felt numb from the attack. If he had not used his shield to block, he might have been killed instantly. Ghost Chop felt that his own techniques were quite good and he was an elite member of Ouroboros. Moreover, his task right now wasn't even to kill off the boss. If he could not even force the boss to reveal its hidden cards, then he would be an absolute disgrace. Ghost Chop abruptly stood up. He poured a bottle of basic regeneration potion down his throat, his HP recovering to more than half of its total. Just as he was considering attempting another bout with the boss, he suddenly discovered that the boss was already standing behind him, its great sword raised up high. Abruptly, the Kobold King slashed the great sword at Ghost Chop. Shield wall. Ghost Chop no longer had the option to dodge the attack. He could only use his life-saving skill to take the attack at full force. When used, Shield Wall would reduce the damage the user received by half for a duration of 12 seconds. The black runic greatsword struck down once more. Although Ghost Chop had used his shield to block the attack again, he was instantly forced into a kneeling position by the resulting pressure. The stone bricks beneath his feet cracked apart like a spider's web, and his HP instantly fell by 426 points, leaving him with only a thread of life remaining. The Kobold King then kicked towards the side of Ghost Chop's abdomen. Ghost Chop helplessly imprinted himself onto a wall, and his HP instantly dropped down to 0. Only 3 seconds had passed since the start of the battle. Just like that, an MT that was equipped with top-tier equipment was dead. So much so that even before the stone doors had closed shut, they had opened once more. Everyone looked at Ghost Chop, who was planted into a wall, shocked. What was this situation? The door had just closed before opening again and their MT was already dead. "Yuer, revive Ghost Chop," Gentle Snow said with a gloomy expression. Ghost Chop being killed so quickly was a clear indicator of how strong this boss was. After Ghost Chop was revived, a somber expression hung on his face. He unwillingly shared with everyone the recording he made, allowing them all to analyze the boss' strength. Strong. Zhao Yueru could not help but say in shock. This general speed and reaction speed, this strength and also the constantly varying attack patterns. Is this really an NPC? Are we sure this isn't a martial arts expert in disguise? Before even witnessing the boss in battle, everyone could already feel how powerful it was. Now that they witnessed this for themselves, aside from feeling shocked, they were also astounded. With Ghost Chop's skills, he was actually unable to even damage the boss. This was just too horrifying. Even if it was the strongest chieftain rank monster Gentle Snow met before in comparison to this Kobold King, it would only be a little rabbit. As for Shifeng's party, whom had battled with a Lord rank boss before, after looking at the recording, even they were feeling apprehensive. As expected of a Lord rank boss in a team dungeon compared to the Lord rank boss of a party dungeon, it was at least several times stronger. Not only was its speed and strength a problem, but its attack patterns were even more so. There were just too many variations. It was as if they were fighting in a close-quartered combat against an expert. Moreover, the physical attributes of this expert were better than theirs by several fold. Just how were they supposed to continue battling against this boss? Even if their brother Feng was very powerful, he might not be able to last long against this boss. After all, this boss had a HP of 120,000 and their HP did not even reach 1,000. Let's withdraw. After considering for a good while and thinking up of all sorts of simulations, Gentle Snow still came to the conclusion that they would be team-wiped. She was not prepared to waste time here, and rather prepared to raid the normal mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard. The boss in the normal mode should be a chieftain rank boss, which should be much weaker. According to their current equipment, they would at least have a 20 to 30% chance of killing the boss. Everyone else could only give up after hearing Gentle Snow say this, so all of them took out return scrolls. At this moment, Shifeng suddenly said in the team chat, after looking at the Kobold King's attack patterns, if Miss Snow, the 2 MTs and myself were to implement a rotation battle, we should have somewhat of a chance at succeeding. I wonder if Miss Snow still wishes to raid this boss? Although Shifeng's voice was soft, it was as if a light in the darkness appeared, brightening everyone's spirits. Brother Feng, are we really going to fight it? Blackie looked at the Kobold King, swallowing down a mouthful of saliva. Even at such a distance away from it, Blackie could still feel his legs trembling. If he were to close in on it a little more, he might already be on the ground, kneeling. In fact, it wasn't just Blackie who was impacted by the Kobold King's imposing aura. The other team members did not fare any better than Blackie. They instinctively acknowledged that they could not beat it, wanting to run away from it. You have a plan? Shock flashed past Zhao Yueru's eyes as she looked at Shi Feng, asking. This was a lord inside a team dungeon. Its HP was several times higher than the lords in the wild. Its attack power and attack patterns as well were despairingly powerful. Zhao Yueru did not think that Shi Feng would have a method to raid it. Shi Feng shrugged his shoulders, looking at the Kobold King as he said, my confidence at succeeding isn't high. However, we can still give it a try. Isn't it just a 10% experience loss? Killing all the way here, the experience we obtained has far exceeded just 10%. Even if we died, we have already obtained a lot of equipment. Don't tell me that you guys are so willing to just give up? Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. She did not think that Shi Feng could bring her so many surprises. Even if they could not raid the boss this time, she would definitely pull Shi Feng into Ouroboros. What are the chances for success? Gentle Snow asked, her iceberg-like expression finally revealing a warm smile. 20%. Shi Feng had already made the most conservative estimation. In reality, he had estimated their success rate to be at 50%. However, he was worried that if he were to say it out loud it would be bad, he might attract suspicion. What? You said 20%. Zhao Yueru rolled her eyes at Shi Feng. With such a low success rate, who would dare take the challenge? Alright, let's hear your plan then. We will be supporting you fully, Gentle Snow interrupted Zhao Yueru, saying softly. Gentle Snow herself had estimated their chances at getting rid of the Lord rank boss at 0%. As for a Chieftain rank boss, she had estimated the success rate to be at 20 to 30% chance. Judging from Shi Feng's previous behavior, he did not seem like a person that exaggerated things. Since Shi Feng had a similar certainty for success, wouldn't killing the Lord rank boss be much better? Moreover, she was extremely interested in the 4-man rotation battle Shi Feng had mentioned. She did not know what kind of method of battle this was to actually let them have such a high chance of success against the Lord rank Kobold King. Chapter 105, Ashblade, 1. Although the members of Ouroboros admired Shi Feng, they still felt that it was impossible for them to raid this boss. What would happen if they were wiped out? However, Gentle Snow had already nodded her head in agreement. That meant she was also willing to take on this risk. Even if everyone were to lose 10% of their experience and some skill proficiency, losing to the other guilds in terms of levels by a little, she would shoulder all the responsibility. Although 10% of experience seemed like a small amount when a player had reached level 6, raising their experience by 10% would require at least 2 to 3 hours worth of effort. If the team was wiped out as a result of Gentle Snow's decision, the losses the team suffered would not be small. It was obvious just how much trust she placed in Shi Feng. The members of Ouroboros looked at each other, feeling that they were all too timid. After playing virtual reality games for so long, they had all turned towards stability. They thought that, in order to raise their standings in the guild, the less deaths they had, the better. Yet, unknowingly, they had forgotten one of the most important points when playing a virtual reality game. The thrill of adventure. That was the reason why most people played virtual reality games. They had already gained a bountiful harvest from the dungeon. Just like what Shi Feng had said, it wouldn't really matter even if they died. Leader, will do as you say then. Whatever you want me to do, I guarantee that I'll do it. The shield warrior, Ghost Chop, looked towards Shi Feng, clapping his chest as he said so. Leader, say it. Right, say it. The members of Ouroboros all looked towards Shi Feng. They had thought it through already. If they were going to make a loss, so be it. However, on the off chance that they did succeed, endless glory would await them. Since everyone has agreed, I'll tell you my strategy. After we start the raid, only me, Miss Snow, and the two MTs will battle with the Kobold King. The other melee jobs are to all stay at a distance. Berserkers, listen to my command to use charge. Assassins, after giving the boss a bleeding effect, immediately distance yourselves and use bows to attack. The other ranged jobs should just dish out as much damage as you can. However, pay attention to maintain a distance of 25 yards or above from the boss. The two clerics and druids should focus on healing the MTs, while the oracles will heal Miss Snow and I. Shifeng started explaining his strategy, giving Gentle Snow and the others detailed explanation on the method of rotation battle. The rotation battle method was a technique that allowed the weak to win against the strong. It was a technique specifically meant for dealing with bosses. In Shifeng's previous life, this method of battle was gradually discovered by some experts a month after God's Domain's opening. These experts then carried out the technique in an actual battle against the boss of a dungeon. Unexpectedly, the technique yielded remarkable results. Bosses which they were previously helpless against were easily gotten rid of with this technique. Following which, this technique slowly spread out, and within 2 months' time, almost every guild's elite team members had learned the technique. Right now, if they wished to raid this Lord-rank Kobold King, then they would need to utilize this method of battle. Otherwise, for as many battles as they carried out, they would die an equal amount of deaths. There would be no exceptions. After Shifeng's explanation ended, everyone entered into the large hall of the mausoleum. The Kobold King, equipped with blue-colored armor, still stood silently in the middle of the hall. Kola, start the raid. Pay attention to your positioning and set aside the Kobold King for the ranged players. After which, you and I will cooperate to hold off the boss. When we are both unable to hold it off any longer, Ghost Chop will be responsible for relaying the boss over and cooperate with Miss Snow to hold it off. After we have stabilized the boss aggro, all ranged players can start dealing damage. Shifeng unsheathed his pair of swords, giving out instructions one after the other in a methodical manner. Leave it to me. Kola appeared slightly panicked. However, after having gone through Shifeng's guidance for a period of time, he gradually began displaying the potential of an apex expert. After everyone was in position, Kola immediately rushed at the Kobold King with his bear-like robust body. However, before he had even covered half the distance and having yet to alert the Kobold King, he used Divine Shield Strike. Kola's shield flew out, transforming into a shooting star as it shot towards the Kobold King. Just as the flying shield was about to hit the Kobold King abruptly opened its eyes, revealing 2 blood-red orbs. Its mouth opened wide, exposing a sinister, cold smile. With a single draw of its greatsword, the Kobold King sent the shield flying away. The shield did not cause even a single point of damage. Before anybody could be shocked by the Kobold King's skill, the Kobold King had taken a large stride forward. It reached Kola in the blink of an eye, its greatsword striking downwards. With the arm that was holding onto the shield, Kola blocked against the attack from the greatsword, receiving more than 400 damage. Meanwhile, Kola's other hand abruptly tightened its grip around the dagger, and with a yell he slashed out the dagger, striking at the side of the pitch-black greatsword. The sword brandished by the Kobold King, due to the offset produced from Kola's dagger, had slid off along his shield and pierced into the ground, causing a halt to the Kobold King's battle rhythm. Beautifully done. Shifeng appeared behind Kola at this moment. Shifeng brandished the crimson blade, striking at the Kobold King's greatsword once more, causing the greatsword to sink deeper into the ground. At the same time, Shifeng cast Chop, using the abyssal blade. The sword transformed into a black ray as it pierced at the Kobold King's neck. This time they finally caused damage to the Kobold King, with a damage of 193 points appearing above its head. Before Shifeng could retrieve his swords, the Kobold King had released its grip on its greatsword, sending a punch towards Shifeng. Switch! Shifeng yelled. Ghost Chop had long since been waiting at the side. Immediately he sent a slash at the Kobold King's arm. As a result of the impact, he was sent retreating 2 steps backward by the Kobold King's fist with a damage of over 200 points appearing above his head. However, the Kobold King was also forced back, its body nearly losing its balance. Gentle Snow rushed up at this time, her flame spirit greatsword transforming into a sword of fire as she used flame slash on a gap in the Kobold King's armor, dealing 132 damage to it. Soon after, the Kobold King finally managed to stabilize its body. It brandished its greatsword in a fit of rage, casting a horizontal slash. However, Kola was a step ahead of it as he forcefully received this horizontal slash. As a result, no one else received a single point of damage from the Kobold King's attack. Kola himself, however, received 560 damage. Fortunately, there were 3 healers healing him at the same time, bringing his HP from a critical state back up to more than half. Subsequently, Shifeng and Gentle Snow continuously overlapped their attacks with each other, while Kola and Ghost Chop kept on receiving the damage, and the healers healed them without stopping. In such a way, the team slowly reduced the Kobold King's HP. After coordinating their attacks for several rounds, Gentle Snow was extremely astonished. She did not think there was such a way to fight against a boss. She really did not know just how Shifeng had managed to think up such a technique. However, what shocked everyone even more was the damage caused by Shifeng. The damage he caused left everyone practically dumbstruck. A single thundering flash was able to cause almost 700 total damage. Earth Splitter caused over 400 damage, while his normal attacks each caused over 100 damage. Compared to that, Gentle Snow, who was equipped with a suit of mysterious iron set equipment and a secret silver greatsword, had only managed to deal around 240 damage, even after using her most powerful skill. Seeing such a scene, everyone began to wonder between Shifeng and Gentle Snow, just who was actually the berserker here. However, no one knew that Shifeng wielded a magic weapon in his hands. In addition to the Silver Moon set equipment and his damaging skills, which were at level 4 to level 5, the damage he could cause would naturally be exaggerated. Ranged players can start attacking now, Shifeng shouted in the team's chat after feeling that the boss hatred had been completely stabilized. At this time, the others were woken up with a start. The mages started reading out incantations, sending out fireballs and dark arrows. Meanwhile, the rangers continuously fired off arrows from their bows, causing a series of damage to the Kobold King. Amongst all these attacks, Zhao Yueru was the person who dealt the highest damage in a single attack, which was over 100 damage. Following her, Blackie could also deal over 80 damage with each of his dark arrows, while the others only dealt 40 to 50 damage. Under Shifeng's instructions and the constant combination attacks, the Kobold King became helpless. The Kobold King was forced to retreat step after step, until its HP continuously decreased without pausing. From start to finish, it was constantly forced into a passive state, unable to display its true potential. After being continuously attacked for over 10 minutes, the Kobold King's HP had been reduced down to 30%. Reaching the boundary of entering a berserk state, the Kobold King's body started increasing its size, and its muscles inflated. After it goes berserk, we won't be able to hold on for long. Ranged players, stop all your attacks, and MTs prepare to activate your life-saving skills to escape. Remember to pull the boss aggro before running. Everyone else should distance yourselves from the boss. The other warriors wait for my command to use charge. Mages who have restriction skills should all get ready. Seeing that the Kobold King was starting to go berserk, Shifeng loudly reminded. Immediately, he too distanced himself from the Kobold King. A Lord-rank boss berserk was no small matter. If it was not properly dealt with, then the result would be a team wipe. Now, their chances of successfully killing the Kobold King depended on whether the two MTs were able to survive. Immediately after Shifeng commanded, the 3 spectating berserkers started using charge in succession. The first charge only caused the Kobold King to pause slightly. Following it, the second charge caused it to retreat by a single step, while the third charge made it retreat by 2 steps. Although the Kobold King did not enter a fainted state, it was sufficient just by having the knockback effect. After they finished using charge, the berserkers immediately got out of the way. However, one of them was a tad bit slower, and the sword aura coming from the Kobold King's horizontal slash brushed past him. Instantly, the berserker's HP fell down to 0, his body falling flat on the ground. The shorter the distance, the greater the damage the Kobold King's sword aura attack caused. Within a distance of just 2 to 3 yards, a single strike could instant kill a full HP MT, not to mention a berserker whose HP was inferior to an MT's. However, the berserker's death was still a worthwhile sacrifice. At the very least, the felled berserker had managed to earn the team some time, allowing the 2 MTs to have a better chance of survival. The mages had also started using restriction skills to restrict the boss, allowing the 2 MTs to be more scared than hurt. Amongst the skills that best restricted the Kobold King was Blackie's Evil Whip. The Kobold King had wasted quite some time in order to escape from those thorns. The Frozen Nova from the other mages had all failed to induce a frozen effect on the Kobold King. The mages had also used it to reduce the Kobold King's speed, though the effects were minimal. Time passed bit by bit. Although Cola and Ghost Chop were chased all over the place by the Kobold King, fortunately, both of them were still able to stay alive. Finally, the Kobold King's berserk ended, returning it to its original state. However, its HP recovery speed had increased considerably when it went berserk. Its current HP was restored by more than 50%, which was over 60,000 HP. Attack it in rotation. After the Kobold King's berserk had ended, Shifeng naturally would not give the boss any leeway, immediately starting their retaliation. With the 4 of them attacking in rotation, the Kobold King was once more placed in a disadvantageous position. Furthermore, the 4 of them were becoming more practiced with carrying out joint attacks. After a few minutes, the Kobold King's HP had fallen to 20%. This time the Kobold King did not go berserk. Instead, it abandoned its great sword, pulling out 2 blood-red one-handed long swords that had runes carved into them. It then began madly brandishing its swords. The Kobold King transformed into a tornado that engulfed everything, and anything that came into contact with its blades turned to ashes. This move was one of the Kobold King's ultimate, Blade Storm. All berserkers use charge, then immediately retreat. Mages, use all of your restricting skills and pay attention to avoid the tornado. Stay at least 10 yards from it. Shifeng immediately shouted. After battling up to this point, everyone in the team had become extremely trusting of Shifeng. Without hesitation, the berserkers immediately used charge. All the warriors, including Gentle Snow, rushed up to the Kobold King, ramming their bodies at the Kobold King. The mages all used Ice Sphere while Blackie used Evil Whip. The 7 thorn vines bound both legs of the Kobold King, immediately reducing the Kobold King's speed greatly. The power of its rotation was also significantly weakened. Although the speed of the Kobold King's Blade Storm had slowed down a lot, and its might reduced slightly, there were still a few players engulfed by it, turning into meat paste in less than 2 seconds. Within the Blade Storm's duration of 15 seconds, out of the 20 players within the team, 6 had already died. Amongst them there were 2 berserkers, 1 assassin, 1 cleric, 1 ranger and 1 swordsman. Meanwhile, the Kobold King still had 10% of its total HP. Seeing that the 2 MTs had their HP hanging by a thread, the Kobold King followed up by slashing its 2 swords at both their necks. Just as the 2 MTs were about to meet their makers, Shifeng appeared behind the Kobold King. Abyssal Bind. Thundering Flash. Double Chop. 9 pitch-black chains bound the Kobold King, preventing it from moving even a single step. After saving the 2 MTs, Shifeng followed up with a series of slashes on the Kobold King's weak point. The speed at which he drew his swords was frighteningly fast. Gentle Snow could not help but be shocked at Shifeng's sword-drawing speed and accuracy. However, she did not halt her actions as she continued slashing at the Kobold King with her great sword. Within a short 3 seconds, everyone had taken away close to 4,000 HP from the Kobold King, plunging its HP down to a critical point. Ayo! The Kobold King was truly enraged now. Following its roar, the entire hall started trembling. This was the Kobold King's final ultimate, Death's Intimidation. The skill causes all enemies in a radius of 50 yards to fall into fear, unable to attack for a duration of 10 seconds. Suddenly, everyone had fallen into fear, likely standing still and unable to move. At this sight, the Kobold King revealed a sneer that resembled a human's. It brandished its twin swords as it began a massacre. Within an instant, it had taken the lives of a berserker and assassin. Striking out sword after sword, the two MTs were killed off as well. Meanwhile, not even 4 seconds had passed since the Kobold King had used Death's intimidation. If the Kobold King was allowed to continue having its way, everyone would be dead when the 10 seconds were up. After half of the entire team was dead, Shifeng became the Kobold King's target. Shifeng was finally able to move. Previously he had activated his extraordinary physique too. His resistance to fear became higher than the average player. So, the effective duration of the fear induced was also reduced by quite a lot. However, the Kobold King's sword was already descending. Unable to avoid it, Shifeng bellowed as he activated Life Shield. At the most critical moment, just as the Kobold King's greatsword was about to land on Shifeng, the Abyssal Blade had managed to block off this attack. Following which Shifeng's entire person was sent flying from it, with a damage of over 640 points appearing above his head. Fortunately, Shifeng had over 1000 HP right now. In addition to the life shield absorbing some of the damage he took, he had managed to survive the Kobold King's attack. However, the life shield was also destroyed by this attack. Seeing that Shifeng did not die, the Kobold King became flabbergasted. It then rushed towards Shifeng, wanting to give him the final blow. Phantom Kill. 9 Dragons Slash. Shifeng's doppelganger used parry to block against the Kobold King's attack. Simultaneously, the doppelganger activated Defensive Blade and was able to delay the Kobold King for quite some time. Meanwhile, the Kobold King was receiving continuous attacks from the 9 Abyssal Blades. Its HP steadily fell, leaving it with only 1% remaining. Seeing that the cooldown for his own defensive blade was finished, Shifeng as well activated the skill. From a distance of 10 yards, Shifeng started attacking the Kobold King with sword auras. Damages of over 100 points kept on appearing above the Kobold King's head, taking its HP away bit by bit. After the Kobold King had managed to get rid of the doppelganger, its remaining HP did not even reach 300 points. Suddenly, it threw out both of its swords, sending them piercing towards Shifeng. Unfortunately, both swords were blocked off by Shifeng's defensive blade. However, the Kobold King had yet to give up. It turned into a streak of shadow, appearing in front of Shifeng in the blink of an eye and sending a slap at Shifeng with its claws. At this moment, Shifeng's thundering flash had finished its cooldown. Blocking the sharp claws with the crimson blade, Shifeng slashed at the Kobold King's neck with the abyssal blade, the blade turning into a streak of lightning as it struck at its target. Shifeng was blasted towards a wall, with only a thread of his HP remaining. On the other hand, the Kobold King lay on the floor motionless. Shifeng had also abruptly risen by a level, reaching level 7. A large pile of items dropped. Amongst these items, there was one that was unusually dazzling. The item released a demonic silver glow, bringing a chill to those who laid their eyes on it. Ash Blade. Shifeng was shocked after seeing this item. This thing was the legendary item of Dark Moon Graveyard. In Shifeng's previous life he had only heard rumors of it and never actually saw it before. Chapter 107. Moment of Glory. After the Kobold King's death, everyone's fear was similarly dispelled. They all regained their freedom of movement. However, at that moment, there were only 6 members alive in the entire team. When everyone looked at the corpse of the Kobold King laying on the floor, they all had expressions of shock on their faces. Even Gentle Snow was baffled at this result. Logically speaking, they should not have been able to survive through the fear state. So, just how did the Kobold King die? However, when she looked at Shifeng standing beside the Kobold King's corpse, and furthermore at the scant amount of HP he had remaining, realization struck Gentle Snow. Needless to say, Shifeng was definitely the one who had killed the Kobold King. The others were shocked into speechlessness. In such a situation, just what method did Shifeng use that enabled him to kill the Kobold King? Brother Feng, you are too awesome. You killed the boss even under such a situation. You are literally my idol right now. Blackie excitedly said as he looked at Shifeng with worshipful eyes. The first clear of the hell mode of Dark Moon Valley. This was definitely a moment for excitement. This signified that they would be leaving their names on the glory list for all eternity. In the future, as long as there were players wanting to enter the Dark Moon Graveyard, their names would be on display for these players to behold and revere. At that time, they would become famous even if they didn't want to be. Alright, quickly revive the others. Feng, who was currently sitting on the ground, did not become too excited. He only pointed towards the members that had died. It was not nice to let them continue laying on the ground. At Feng's comment, Gentle Snow finally managed to recover from her shock. She looked towards the only surviving healer, Xiao Yuer, and said, "Yuer, quickly revive them." Xiao Yuer nodded her head, starting to cast revival. Several minutes later, all the team members were finally resurrected. After Zhao Yueru was revived, she vacantly asked, "Yuera, was the team wiped out?" "Nope. We cleared it," Xiao Yuer faintly smiled. "Ah, as expected, it was still a team wipe." Zhao Yueru shook her head, inwardly lamenting. If everyone present possessed a dispelling skill, then at the very least they would not end up being completely wiped out. To bear witness to a low HP Kobold King obtaining victory in the end, Xiao Yuer could not help but let out a laugh. If she did not personally witness the Kobold King dying, she too would not have believed it. Hence she loudly proclaimed, "Sister Yuru, the boss is already dead." "Impossible. None of us has a skill to dispel fear," Zhao Yueru said with confidence. "Even if we wait for the fear to end, the remaining members would not be able to get rid of the boss. If you don't believe it, look over there. The Kobold King was killed off by Big Brother Yifeng in the end. You don't know just how dangerous of a situation Big Brother Yifeng was in at the time. He went all out in the last strike, intending to die together with the Kobold King. In the end, he barely survived with only 16 HP remaining." Xiao Yuer pointed towards the corpse of the Kobold King in the distance, admiration in her voice as she recounted Feng's feats. Zhao Yueru turned her head around. Sure enough, it was the corpse of the Kobold King. Zhao Yueru tilted her head, her beautiful eyes sizing up Feng's back. She discovered that Feng was truly a mysterious person. The way he had commanded the team before was as if a veteran general of many years commanding his team. Every line of command he gave out was extremely precise, and even the positioning of each member was clearly stated. Just how was he an independent player? Even a team leader of a guild who often went dungeon diving would not be able to replicate his feats. Feng was simply inconceivable. Now Feng had even landed the final strike that defeated the Kobold King, his strength powerful to the degree of leaving others speechless. Observing capabilities, commanding capabilities, battle techniques, Feng was practically standing at the peak in all these aspects. Feng had broken every understanding she had of him. Truly an evil bastard. Zhao Yuer lightly bit down on her lips, her heart filled with displeasure as she looked at Feng. She felt that Feng was definitely toying with her. She could not help but wish that she could give Feng a few bites to relieve her anger. However, Zhao Yueru only had thoughts of doing so. She would not truly carry out such an action. Only after everyone had gathered did Feng begin to tidy up the loot from the Kobold King. Looking at loot, each and every one of the team members anxiously waited for Feng to complete his task. These things were all items that only dropped from the boss of the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. Every one of them was completely priceless. "I'm done arranging them. There are a total of 8 pieces of equipment and 6 other items. Amongst these are 2 pieces of secret silver weapons, a level 5 greatsword and a level 5 shield. There are also 2 independent pieces of secret silver equipment. One is for clerics, the other is for swordsmen. The remaining 4 pieces of equipment are all pieces of mysterious iron set equipment. We will decide by rolling if more than one person needs the same piece of equipment." Feng gave a general introduction of the items. At the same time, he shared the information for everyone to observe. Runic sword, secret silver rank, 2-handed sword. Level 5. Equipment requirement: strength 30. Attack power plus 45. Strength plus 9, endurance plus 8. Attack speed plus 1. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to cause a heavy impact effect and 10% armor destruction effect. Runic Shield, Secret Silver Rank. Level 5. Equipment Requirement. Strength 23. Defense plus 69. Block rate 35%. Strength plus 6, Endurance plus 10. Additional skill dash. Tough Shield. When activated, reduces the damage taken from the front by 30%. Duration of 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Everyone was stunned after seeing the attributes on these equipment pieces. Every piece of equipment was a top-tier item. Amongst them, the runic sword and runic shield were the absolute best. If they were to be sold right now, they would sell for 80 silver coins at the very least. However, they definitely would not sell any of these items. With good equipment in hand, they would have an easier time leveling up later on. Only an idiot would be dumb enough to sell them. Following which, everyone on the team began madly rolling for points as they competed over the equipment. In the end, the runic sword fell into the hands of Gentle Snow, while the runic shield went to Kola. Shurfeng also obtained a secret silver pauldron, greatly increasing his attributes once more. Then next would be the other items. We will hold an internal auction for them. Highest bidder wins, Shurfeng said. Hearing Shurfeng saying so, the members of Ouroboros felt slightly embarrassed. They knew that the worth of the other items surpassed these pieces. It was especially true for that dazzling broken blade called Ash Blade. Just judging from the introduction of that item was enough to excite a person. Moreover, there was also a piece of advanced whetstone recipe and a few more rare materials. Every one of them was priceless. However, if it were not for Shurfeng, just how would they be able to even clear the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard? Furthermore, they had obtained so much top-tier equipment, greatly improving themselves. Right now, they were already leading the other guilds by a large margin. So, how could they not feel shame fighting over these items with Shurfeng? Gentle Snow had naturally considered this point. Moreover, she had wanted to pull Shurfeng into Ouroboros herself, so naturally she had to deepen her relationship with Shurfeng. Hence, she looked towards Shurfeng, taking the initiative as she said, "We were only able to conquer the Dark Moon Graveyard due to your great contribution. We have already received enough, so the other items will all belong to you." I can't even begin to thank you enough. The other members of Ouroboros all nodded their heads in quick succession. Shurfeng was slightly astonished. He did not think that Gentle Snow would actually give up on the auction. Although he also was not afraid of having an auction. He had plenty of gold coins inside of his bag, enough to buy out both the advanced whetstone recipe and the ash blade. Since Gentle Snow did not wish to compete, he naturally would not refuse her offer. He stowed all of the items into his bag. With the dungeon conquered and the loot distributed, Shurfeng walked towards a corner of the mausoleum. He then activated the mechanism to trigger the teleportation gate. Everyone walked into the teleportation gate, disappearing from the large hall of the mausoleum one after another. Just after everyone had left from the Dark Moon Graveyard. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 10 reputation points in White River City. Red Leaf Town Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 30 reputation points in Red Leaf Town. System. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 1 mysterious treasure chest, 50,000 EXP and 10 glory points. Chapter 108, Shaking the Four Corners. Outside the Dark Moon Graveyard. This dungeon is just impossible. Without an average level of 10, who would be able to clear it? Flaming Tiger, who had just revived out of the dungeon, cursed. In all 3 times he had entered the Dark Moon Graveyard, not once had he even found the location of the dungeon's boss before his entire team dropped dead. This dungeon was just toying with them. Everywhere inside the dungeon was filled with elite monsters. Even if they killed some, there was still an endless stream of monsters to slowly grind them to death. It was absolutely frustrating. Zhang Luowei raised his thick brows, his complexion gloomy as he looked back toward the teleportation gate of the Dark Moon graveyard in the distance. With such lack of progress, it had long since passed the point of just making a loss. If this situation continued, it would be detrimental to the team's future development. Everyone rest up for a while. We can't continue wasting our time here. I'm guessing that the progress of the other guilds isn't that good either. They should have died several times as well already. Let's take this chance when the other guilds are focusing on the Dark Moon graveyard to raid the level 5 party dungeon and lava cavern in separate groups. In any case, they won't be able to conquer this team dungeon. We can also use this time to increase our levels quickly, Zhang Luowei said, choosing to give up on the Dark Moon graveyard. Although leaving their names on the glory list would be a quick way to raise the fame and influence of their guild, it was an entirely different matter if everyone was similarly unable to conquer the dungeon. The only other thing they could compete in were in terms of average level and equipment of the guild's elite members, and also in terms of who could set foot into White River City the earliest. In fact, it wasn't just the members of Shadow that were faced with such a situation. All the guilds in the entire White River City were currently trapped in this suffering known as team dungeons. Nobody had thought that the team dungeon's difficulty would be so high, leaving them utterly helpless. The virtual reality games in the past usually had less monsters than players inside of dungeons. In God's domain, however, the number of monsters inside the dungeons greatly outnumbered that of the players. It was a number that was simply impossible to cope with. Even if they increased the number of MTs and healers they brought with, it would still be a useless endeavor. After some time had passed, the second-rate guild Assassin's Alliance had also died out from the dungeon with dejection covering their faces. What's gotten into all of you? It's just a few deaths. Don't forget, for each time we die we will gain significant progress. We will be able to clear the dungeon sooner or later, so stop feeling dejected. Right now we should try to think up a method to get through the fog. After some rest, we will try to raid the dungeon one more time today, Stabbing Heart said inside the team chat. Being encouraged by Stabbing Heart like this, the team members regained quite a lot of their confidence. They all started voicing out their ideas and suggestions, intending to conquer the Dark Moon graveyard at all costs. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Dark Moon graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 10 reputation points in White River City. Red Leaf Town Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Dark Moon graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 30 reputation points in Red Leaf Town. Just as the various guilds were considering whether they should give up raiding the Dark Moon graveyard, 2 consecutive system announcements immediately attracted the attention of every guild within White River City. Meanwhile, when the players of Red Leaf Town heard of this system announcement, they were first filled with shock, but they were soon cheering and shouting in worship. Ouroboros is just too awesome. They're practically inhuman. I heard that the Snow Goddess was the one who led the dungeon raiding team. My goddess is just too powerful. The other guilds haven't even cleared the normal mode, but the goddess has already cleared Hell mode. This won't do. I want to join Ouroboros. I would be satisfied even if I could become the goddess servant. The players in Red Leaf Town had all started conversing about Ouroboros and the Snow Goddess. Aside from worship, they were also filled with awe. Simultaneously, the entire region of White River City was sent into a cacophony of noise. What kind of joke is this? We can't even manage to find the boss of the normal mode. So just how did Ouroboros manage to even clear the Hell mode? The guild leader of Emerald Dragon Gate slammed on the desk as he cursed. Could the team dungeon in Red Leaf Town possibly be easier? Then Stabbing Heart should have at the very least cleared the normal mode already. The guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance entered deep thought after looking at the system announcement. While all the large guilds were still having headaches over obtaining a town region announcement for themselves, as if trying to take their lives, a city region announcement had appeared. The upper echelons of the various guilds suddenly felt an immense pressure weighing on them, pushing them to accelerate their raiding progress quickly. However, such a pressure did not come from the fact that the Snow Goddess had managed to clear the Hell mode of a team dungeon. Instead, it came from the fact that the influence of the system announcement was simply too huge. In merely a moment, the system announcement had placed Ouroboros at the summit of White River City. Players who were new to God's domain did not possess extensive knowledge about the strengths of the various guilds in existence. However, what they did know was that Ouroboros was definitely the best guild in White River City. They couldn't help but admit that the snow goddess' performance was just too dazzling. Compared to the guild leader of Ouroboros himself, who had a large number of experts under him in Starmoon City, the snow goddess was much more formidable. A short moment after the appearance of this system announcement, all the upper echelons of the guilds within Starmoon Kingdom discovered that they had underestimated the snow goddess' ability. Fortunately, the snow goddess was not tasked around the area of Starmoon City. Otherwise, the consequences for them would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow herself remained unaware of what was currently happening in the various regions of God's domain. She was still busy looking at the glory list together with Shifeng and the others. The glory list, which was made up of obsidian stone, was 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width. On it, the names of Gentle Snow and the other team members were already carved. Moreover, their names were carved at an extraordinarily eye-catching location, at the very top of the glory list. On the first line of the glory list, the word Ouroboros was carved in big scarlet characters. Meanwhile, below Ouroboros, the names of every team member were recorded in smaller-sized silvery white characters. Brother Feng, look. We're on the list. We're on the list. Blackie was close to shedding tears of excitement after seeing his own name up on the glory list. After playing games for so many years, not once had he ever enjoyed such an honor. However, it wasn't just Blackie who behaved in such a way. The other members of Shifeng's party were similarly excited. They all rejoiced at being able to follow after Shifeng, becoming official members of Zero Wing Workshop. Meanwhile, the various guilds standing in the distance all looked towards the glory list with eyes full of envy. For as long as future players arrived at the Dark Moon Graveyard, they would inevitably see these names, giving their admiration and worship. On the other hand, the upper echelons of the various guilds present had instead looked towards the icy cold Gentle Snow, expressions of respect and helplessness appearing on their faces. Everyone was clear about the difficulty of the Dark Moon Graveyard. Absolutely none of them would think that the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard was easier than the normal mode. At the very least, the difficulty in Hell mode would be several times higher. However, despite all odds, the team led by Gentle Snow had succeeded in raiding it. Moreover, she had even brought along a few independent players instead of bringing along the strongest team in her guild. The Snow Goddess had clearly surpassed them in terms of leadership and personal strength by leaps and bounds. They were on 2 completely different levels. Up to this point, these upper echelons had all begun to think that their luck was just too poor. Being tasked in the same town as the Snow Goddess had sealed their fates at becoming merely the grass that sets off the color of her flower. We will need to wait 3 more days before being able to enter the Dark Moon Graveyard again. During this time, would you be interested in joining us in raiding the Goblin Factory? Gentle Snow earnestly invited Shifeng. Although Gentle Snow's voice was not loud, the outside of the Dark Moon Graveyard was extremely quiet. Even from a distance, her voice could very clearly be heard. The upper echelons of the various guilds were all dumbfounded. Just who was this Shifeng exactly? The Snow Goddess was actually inviting him from one dungeon raid to another. Could the Snow Goddess have possibly fallen for him? However, why would the highly haughty Snow Goddess fall for such an unattractive brat? Moreover, the person did not possess even the slightest hint of an expert. Meanwhile, standing at a distance, Flaming Tiger's eyes had nearly popped out of his sockets, going crazy from envy. Not only was Shifeng able to be in the same team as the Snow Goddess, he was even able to leave his name on the glory list. Flaming Tiger's hatred for Shifeng immediately increased by hundreds of folds. Just as everyone was shocked at such a scene, hundreds of players suddenly appeared and surrounded Shifeng and his team, each and every one of them filled with a murderous intent. "Brat, we meet again." Ironsword Lion slowly walked out from the tide of players, sending Shifeng a cold glare as he sneered. Chapter 109. Domineering Ironsword. This moment. Ironsword Lion had waited for too long. He was unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. Previously, after failing the dungeon raid, he chose to give up on the endeavor. Instead, he camped outside the Dark Moon graveyard. However, he was greatly shocked when Shifeng and the others safely exited the dungeon, followed by the emergence of the system announcements. Although Martial Union had entered the Dark Moon graveyard, they did not gain a single thing from it. On the other hand, not only had Shifeng's team managed to clear the dungeon, but it was also the hard mode of Dark Moon graveyard. Although Ironsword Lion was a brute, he still knew that the gains from clearing the Dark Moon graveyard would not be meager. Needless to say, the harvest from Hell mode would be even more astonishing. When Martial Union first set foot in God's domain, they did not possess any significant wealth or resources. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with a game such as God's domain. Developing a guild was extremely challenging. They had to grow by competing over elite monsters, killing well-equipped players for equipment and money, and raiding party dungeons. The larger their guild became, the more wealth and resources they needed. However, they were unable to find any sources of income, only relying on robbery to sustain their guild's operation. Now that Shifeng and his team had cleared the dungeon, it was undoubtedly good news for Ironsword Lion. Not only would he be able to obtain revenge, but he would also be able to make a huge profit out of it, killing two birds with one stone. Boss Ironsword, look at the shield on their guardian knight. Not only are there runes carved on it, but the shield is also giving off a faint violet hue that only secret silver equipment possess. That is definitely equipment they obtained from the Dark Moon graveyard. Boss, look at that brat's pauldrons. It is also giving off a violet hue. It is a secret silver equipment as well. The subordinates behind Ironsword Lion salivated as they pointed towards the equipment on the bodies of Shifeng's party members. The worst equipment currently worn by Shifeng's party members were bronze-ranked, while there were even some who had mysterious iron equipment. However, they clearly did not possess the equipment before they entered the dungeon. Hence, they must have obtained them from within the Dark Moon graveyard, which also meant that all of them were level 5 mysterious iron equipment and secret silver equipment. Every piece of the equipment was priceless. Boss, if we were to steal all of the equipment and sell them, it would solve the problem of developing our guild. Drifting Blood looked toward Shifeng's equipment, giggling as he spoke. Ironsword Lion nodded, thinking that Drifting Blood's words made sense. The main reason their guild was developing slowly right now was due to their lack of funds. If they stole all of the equipment worn by Shifeng's party, then the problem of their lack of funds would be solved. Although Shifeng's strength was not bad, even rising up to level 7, when faced with over 100 players, what more could he do? Brat, don't even think of escaping today. Be smart and hand over all your equipment, compensate me with 10 gold coins and let me kill you back to level 0. Then I'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, prepare to delete your account and start all over. Ironsword Lion glared at Shifeng, sneering. Shifeng looked at his surroundings, discovering that Ironsword Lion had brought over 130 players with him. Amongst them, a majority of the players were around level 3, their equipment terribly poor. There were only slightly more than 30 players who had reached level 5, while the equipment they were using was all bronze equipment. Meanwhile, Ironsword Lion was the strongest out of all of these players. He was wearing a suit of level 4 bronze set equipment. In a moment, employ a hit-and-run tactic as we run towards the forest. Their numbers are too great right now, so it would be bad if we get surrounded, Shifeng said inside the team's chat. Good. My hands have been itching to PK someone for quite some time now. Blackie rubbed his fists as he spoke. The other members of Shifeng's party all started laughing. They had long since wanted to test out the prowess of their new equipment. They intended to kill to their heart's desire. If they could each kill 2 players, it would be a 2-for-1 profit. If they could kill 3 or more, they would make a huge profit. At this moment, Gentle Snow stood out from the team and looked towards Ironsword Lion, softly saying, Yifeng is a friend of mine. I wonder if you can give Ouroboros some face and forget about this matter? Everyone from Ouroboros could already tell that the players from Martial Union were here for revenge, Shifeng being their target. They wondered just what Shifeng had done to enrage them. Was he trying to battle an entire guild just by himself? As expected, every expert would have their own unique personalities. Even Shifeng was no exception to this fact. However, Martial Union was just an unrated guild. Since Ouroboros had already shown themselves, as long as the upper echelons of Martial Union had some brains, they should naturally know to back off. After all, Ouroboros was much stronger than Martial Union. Move aside, stupid hoe. I don't give a damn about Ouroboros. If you wish to help this brat, I'll take care of you all the same. Ironsword Lion cursed in a bad mood. Although Gentle Snow was indeed a world-shaking beauty, the equipment she wore was even more dazzling. It was especially true for the black runic greatsword in her hands. Just a simple glance at it and one could tell that it was a high-quality secret silver weapon. It just so happened that he was also in need of such a weapon. Moreover, if he got rid of Gentle Snow, he would be able to spread his name throughout God's domain. It was killing multiple birds with a single stone. However, what Ironsword Lion did not know was that, because of his casual remark, the entire Dark Moon graveyard had entered a solemn state. Each and every player present looked towards Ironsword Lion in shock, inwardly admiring Ironsword Lion for his courage. Then does that mean that you intend to start a war with Ouroboros? Gentle Snow's expression sunk, her tone abruptly turned chilly as she asked. Although Gentle Snow casually spoke those words, the frostiness her words gave off could be felt, even by those uninvolved. The members of Ouroboros similarly remained silent, not daring to let out even a sound as they watched Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow's angered appearance. None of them had seen it before, nor did they wish to see it. Right now, however, there was a fool that actually dared to curse at Gentle Snow. This was the first time they had witnessed such a scene. They no longer dared imagine what would happen. Bitch, the others may fear your Ouroboros but not me. Ironsword Lion licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed as he looked at the attractive equipment on Gentle Snow's body. However, he remembered that he wanted to kill Shifeng the most. He then turned his sights towards Shifeng, loudly saying, "Brat, don't think that with a bitch protecting you you'll be able to survive through today. Rest assured I won't let either of you get away. Brothers, go. Kill them and we'll share all of their equipment." Suddenly, over 100 players rushed at Shifeng and his team, murder in their eyes. Ironsword Lion even took the lead as he charged towards Shifeng, no longer able to hold back his treasured sword. Only by drenching it with Shifeng's blood would it be able to achieve satisfaction. Hit and run as we head towards the forest. Don't overextend yourselves. Shifeng unsheathed his pair of swords, once more commanding through the team chat. Just after Blackie and the others had taken a few steps, they suddenly discovered that Gentle Snow and the members of Ouroboros remained unmoving, intending to face the players from Martial Union head-on. They truly did not know what was going through Gentle Snow's head. However, since Gentle Snow was sticking up for Shifeng, naturally Shifeng could not escape into the forest to carry out guerrilla warfare. Blackie and the others also looked towards Shifeng with questioning gazes. Shifeng sighed helplessly, saying, "Kola, you hold the front and remember not to extend yourself too far out. Drowsy Sloth, pay attention to healing the others. Blackie, use Hell Flame in the areas with more people. Gluttonous Mouse, stay behind and kill the ones with low HP. Lonely Snow, you're with me." Before both sides collided with each other, the enemy's magic had already struck at Shifeng and the others. Fireballs and frost arrows struck at the team one after another. Ghost Chop stood in the front as he held off against the attacks. Kola as well rushed up in time. He raised the runic shield and activated Tough Shield. At the same time as the enemy magic landed on both Ghost Chop and Kola's shields, the heals coming from behind them similarly landed. Each of the magical attacks caused -20 to -30 damage to Ghost Chop, whereas Kola only received damages of over -10 points. The highest damage Kola received was only over -30 points. Moreover, the attack was from a level 5 elementalist who was fully geared in bronze equipment. As the heals landed on the two MTs, both their HPs were instantly recovered to full. The members of Martial Union were immediately dumbstruck after seeing this sight. It was especially true for the level 5 elementalist. Normally, a single flame explosion from him could deal over -100 damage to an MT. However, when used on Kola, The skill only caused around -30 damage. Cola's defense was just too high. Chapter 110 Drenching Dark Moon in Blood. Cola and Ghost Chop's defenses were just too high. In addition, the 4 healers behind them were similarly strong. The attacks from the mages of Martial Union had absolutely no effect on the 2 MTs. As for attacking the other members, with the 2 MTs blocking up front, Martial Union had no way of attacking them at all. Don't panic, just keep killing. We outnumber them by 6 to 1. We'll kill them even if we have to throw bodies at them. Assassins circle around and kill the healers. Ironsword Lion was similarly having a headache towards the 2 MTs. However, his many years of battle experience allowed him to quickly think of a solution. At that moment, the team announcement for Ouroboros rang out. System: Team Martial Union has initiated an attack against your team. For the next 2 hours, all members within the team are be able to freely retaliate without receiving any punishment. Without the need to worry about becoming a red player, everyone became much more motivated. You dare initiate a war against us, Ouroboros? None of you know the immensity of heaven and earth. All of you die. The flame witch Zhou Xian could finally display her frightening might. After her hand traced out the final incantation in the air, one of her ultimate skill, Frost Flame Explosions, activated. Magic struck Martial Union's MT, causing a series of damages over -200 points and instantly reduced his HP to a critical level. However, shortly after, the healers of Martial Union quickly pulled their MT's HP back up. Fire Dragon's Roar. Zhou Xian revealed a smile as she finished chanting her incantation. She lightly pointed a finger at that MT, causing the fire mana in her surroundings to gather at the tip of her finger. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic fire dragon appeared and rushed at that MT, devouring him whole. Even with over half of his HP remaining, the MT of Martial Union instantly died. The melee players of Martial Union all sucked in a cold breath. The MT that had just fallen was Martial Union's core MT. He was equipped with a complete set of level 4 bronze set equipment, and he was also using a level 5 bronze shield. The top mages within the guild could only cause -80 to -90 damage to him. Now, even though there were healers healing him, he was still killed in 2 moves. Just how high was that female elementalist's damage? During Martial Union's momentary pause, Blackie had finished chanting the incantation of Hell Flame. Immediately, pillars of green-colored flame appeared amongst the areas with a high density of players. The pillars of flame that shot towards the sky caused over -300 damage each second to every player, and within an instant over 10 players lost their lives. The players from Martial Union were all dumbfounded at this sight. A single spell killed over 10 players. Just how were they supposed to contend against this? Don't be afraid. Spread out a bit. They'll be finished as long as we can get close to them. Ironsword Lion shouted confidently. The members of Martial Union felt what Ironsword Lion said was logical. They then continued charging towards the group from Ouroboros, starting a melee battle. The players from Martial Union were many, and very quickly they surrounded everyone from Ouroboros. Gentle Snow raised her sword, immediately using charge to send 3 players flying. With a wave of the runic sword, Gentle Snow used cleave, dealing over -450 damage to the 6 level 3 players that rushed at her. As a result, all 6 of those players directly fell. The players from Martial Union did not know just how frightening a berserker with 50 strength was. With just 20 strength, a berserker could snap a common weapon in half with only their bare hands. If a berserker had 50 strength, one could just imagine how frightening they were. After killing the first wave of players, Gentle Snow rushed headlong into the crowd. Like a flood dragon entering the ocean, Gentle Snow wreaked havoc amidst Martial Union. A fierce gale unfolded as Gentle Snow used Whirlwind Slash. The players within a 5-yard radius around her were all sent flying upwards, and damages of over -500 points appeared above their heads. The players crashed heavily into the ground, becoming deader than dead. The healers standing at the backlands could not even manage to heal them before they were slaughtered. The players from Martial Union who surrounded Gentle Snow were scared to a tremble. The aura Gentle Snow emanated was just too frightening, snatching away their courage. As for the other players from Martial Union, every one of them were still valiantly attacking, using their skills on the members of Ouroboros. However, each of their attacks only managed to cause -40 to -50 damage. On the other hand, a single hit from the players of Ouroboros took away over half of their HP. Just 2 hits left them dead, and not even the healers could manage to save them in time. The players from Martial Union quickly discovered a problem, that although they had the advantage of numbers on their side, the majority of them were all new players to God's domain. In other words, they were noobs. Not only was the difference in their levels huge, the gap in their equipment was even more ridiculous. Only the elites of Martial Union could barely contend with the members of Ouroboros. Meanwhile, on the side of Ouroboros, there was a beauty of a cleric that always gave out a heal and truth shield at the most crucial of moments, saving the members of Ouroboros from death. As a result, the members of Martial Union went mad with frustration. However, even though they wished to kill off this cleric, the person herself was constantly being protected by 2 assassins. As long as any player rushed at the group, a chain of attacks from the 2 assassins would massacre them. In the end, the members of Martial Union were caught in a stalemate. They could neither advance nor retreat. All assassins use stealth and get rid of their healers. Without healers, their deaths are all but guaranteed. Ironsword Lion bellowed in the team chat. If half a dozen assassins from Martial Union could sneak over with stealth, they could easily kill off a cleric if they joined hands with each other. Drifting Blood, where is that brat? I want to personally kill him myself, Ironsword Lion asked in a rage. He glanced at the surroundings but failed to discover Shifeng's figure at all. Their losses from this battle today would definitely be huge, and all of it was due to Shifeng. Ironsword Lion would naturally not let Shifeng escape. Boss Ironsword, I don't see the brat here either. He seems to have vanished, Drifting Blood anxiously replied. Find him. He must be found. Ironsword Lion's rage burned. The person he wanted to kill the most had disappeared. If this news were to spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock. At this moment, Shifeng had already snuck to Martial Union's backline through the use of Shadow of Nothingness. This location should be it. Shifeng looked at the surrounding terrain. He then cancelled the Shadow of Nothingness, suddenly appearing some distance behind the healers of Martial Union. Meanwhile, the healers of Martial Union were currently busy healing the players on the front lines, failing to discover Shifeng's appearance. Wind Blade. Shifeng turned into a fierce gale, sweeping towards the healers of Martial Union. While in the middle of chanting a prayer, a male cleric suddenly found a pitch-black sword piercing through his chest. Following which, he felt a burst of pain at his neck before the sight before him turned dull gray. Under Shifeng's blade, a level 5 cloth-armored cleric was no different than a piece of paper. A normal strike from Shifeng's sword was able to cause over -330 damage. With just two basic attacks, Shifeng could kill off a single cleric. If he were to use a skill, he could practically kill a cleric with every attack. Ah, there's an assassin. The female cleric nearby screamed when she witnessed this scene. She did not think that the male cleric would die so quickly or so cruelly. Yi Feng. Ironsword Lion immediately turned his head towards the backlands, discovering Shifeng rapidly harvesting their healers, just like sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Ironsword Lion's eyes nearly cracked open in rage at this sight. He loudly bellowed as he rushed at Shifeng. Unfortunately, Shifeng's speed was extremely fast. The healers held no chance of escaping Shifeng's blades. In mere moments, Shifeng claimed more than 10 healers' lives. Without healers, the front line of Martial Union started to quickly crumble as Gentle Snow and the others butchered them. Chapter 111. Dragon Hidden in the Abyss. Boss Ironsword. Boss. When a few players from Martial Union saw that Ironsword Lion was easily taken care of, they were all incomparably shocked. They had all personally witnessed Ironsword Lion's great strength before, capable of killing players as though he was merely cutting up vegetables. Now, however, that Ironsword Lion had actually been killed by Shifeng in just a few moves, it was truly an incomprehensible sight. The upper echelons of the various guilds looking from afar were similarly tongue-tied from this scene. Only Stabbing Heart was well aware of Shifeng's strength. The moment Ironsword Lion had provoked Shifeng, Stabbing Heart knew that the martial union in Red Leaf Town was finished. However, the others present did not know this fact. Regardless of what anyone said, Ironsword Lion had created much fame for himself within Red Leaf Town. Previously they had only heard of Ironsword Lion being ambushed by Shifeng, dying an accidental death. If it were a head-on fight, however, Ironsword Lion would definitely be the victor. Yet nobody could have imagined that, in a straightforward exchange, Ironsword Lion was easily defeated in just a few moves. As expected, rumors could not be trusted. Looking at the speed and accuracy at which Shifeng drew his swords, creating 4 sword images with just 2 swords, even those in the various guild upper echelons would not be able to block off all those attacks. In addition to Shifeng's excessively high attack power, Ironsword Lion was definitely not his opponent. Shifeng was no ordinary swordsman. It was no wonder why the Snow Goddess would stick out and defend him. I had originally thought that Ironsword Lion would be a huge competition to us. Now that I'm looking at him, he is but an upstart from another small virtual reality game. I never thought that he would be such a brain-dead fool, biting at whoever he meets. Martial union is finished this time. First he went and provoked such a top-tier expert. Now he has even blindly declared war against the Snow Goddess. Did he think mingling in God's domain was so easy? It would be enough if he were to be a fool in reality. Now he is even showing it in God's domain. As expected of someone that came from a minor game. He truly does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Martial Union will definitely have to remove their name from Red Leaf Town now. There were plenty of workshops and guilds entering God's domain every day. Similarly, there were also plenty of workshops and guilds who had vanished from God's domain every day. This was a common occurrence within God's domain. After Ironsword Lion died, there was no longer anyone to command the players from Martial Union. Very quickly, turmoil ensued amongst the players from Martial Union, and all of them started madly running away for their lives. Shifeng naturally would not let go of this chance to give Martial Union a huge blow. Immediately after picking up the loot dropped by Ironsword Lion, Shifeng activated Windwalk and hunted the remaining players. Ignoring the level 3 noobs, Shifeng specifically chased after the elite players of Martial Union. With every kill of these players, Shifeng would be able to obtain a piece of bronze equipment, causing a significant loss to Martial Union. Drifting Blood, we meet again. Shifeng blocked off the escape path of several Martial Union elites, discovering a person he was familiar with amongst them. It was Drifting Blood, the person who had harassed Violet Cloud, and had then gone on to seek trouble with Shifeng. Drifting Blood was shocked into a jump. He trembled as he pointed a finger at Shifeng, timidly saying, "Yifeng, you shameless bastard. What kind of expert are you, to bully 4 people with one?" Without speaking any further, Shifeng stepped forward, slashing both of his blades. 8 sword images appeared, immediately aiming for the lives of the 4 players. A shield warrior amongst the 4 immediately activated shield wall, prepared to receive Shifeng's attack. Meanwhile, Drifting Blood had used Chop at Shifeng, while another berserker used Charge and a Cursemancer used Dark Arrow. Shifeng noticed that the cooperation between the 4 was very good. It would not be beneficial for him if he were to receive their attacks forcefully. Deciding so, Shifeng used Phantom Kill, his doppelganger blocking the attacks in front of him. Shifeng then hurriedly turned his body, his feet carrying out an illusory footwork as they left behind afterimages. Meanwhile, Shifeng's doppelganger had continuously fended off the attacks of the 4 players, receiving some damage in the process as well. However, after Shifeng himself moved to a side, he abruptly waved the Abyssal Blade. The 3 streaks of lightning from Thundering Flash had struck at the 3 melee players that were battling against his doppelganger, instantly killing Drifting Blood and the other berserker. As the shield warrior had shield wall activated, he was able to barely survive the attack. However, Shifeng's doppelganger had taken the chance to use a chop on the shield warrior. Now only the Cursemancer who was in the midst of chanting remained. Shifeng used Wind Blade, dashing up to the Cursemancer like a fierce gale. Seeing this scene, the Cursemancer was frightened into a run. However, Shifeng had used Chop, his sword slashing down on the Cursemancer's back, causing a critical hit of -1156 damage and instantly killing the Cursemancer. With the difference in terms of equipment and battle techniques, Shifeng was able to bring an end to the battle quickly. After looting the equipment dropped by the 4 players, Shifeng continued hunting for the other elite players from Martial Union. 10 minutes later, all the elite players from Martial Union were dead. The damage caused to Martial Union this time was absolutely devastating. It was practically impossible for them to contend with the other guilds for dominance over Red Leaf Town now. Miss Snow, thank you for help today. Otherwise, our losses would be immeasurable. Shifeng expressed his gratitude towards Gentle Snow. Even if he could kill off many players in a battle against Martial Union, and even escaping in the end, his other party members would definitely have died. It's nothing. Just a minor effort. Although Martial Union's losses are devastating in Red Leaf Town, there are still members of Martial Union in other towns. When everyone is gathered at White River City at level 10, that version of Martial Union will not be as easy to deal with as this small group. Gentle Snow softly said, I see that you're just an independent player without any guilds to rely on. If you do not have any large guilds protecting you, you would easily become a target for Martial Union. Why don't you join Ouroboros? Right, Big Brother Yifeng? With Ouroboros' strength, by the time we reach White River City, even the people from first-rate guilds would not dare to provoke us. Moreover, our guild gives out extremely good benefits, Xiao Yuer commented. Many thanks for Miss Snow's worries. However, I'm too used to freedom, so I never had any intentions to join a guild before. Shifeng straightforwardly rejected the invitation. Although Ouroboros was a good guild, they similarly had a lot of problems. Take Gentle Snow for example. She was clearly the first vice leader of the guild, yet she had still left Ouroboros in the end, just like how Shifeng himself was casually chased away from Shadow. At the end of the day, it was still best to hold his decision rights in his own hands. Since that is your way of thinking, I won't try to insist that you join us. However, if you ever change your mind in the future, Ouroboros would welcome you anytime. Gentle Snow could naturally see through Shifeng's thoughts. However, everyone had their own ambitions, and it would not do well for her to force the situation. Right now, it was enough for them to maintain an amicable relationship. Following which, Shifeng led Blackie and the others away from the Dark Moon Graveyard, returning to town to sort out everyone's bags. He then planned to take them to level up. Previously, he had always been tight for time. Now that he had finished dealing with his matters, the time was just right for everyone to rise up to level 10 quickly. Meanwhile, Zhao Yueru looked at Shifeng's departing back, faintly feeling a sense of familiarity. She did not know why she was feeling an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Snow, why didn't you try harder? If you told him about the matters of the god-slaying army, he might have even agreed to join, Zhao Yueru asked. Gentle Snow smiled, saying, Didn't you hate the thought of him joining us before? But now you want him to join us instead. A blush appeared on Zhao Yueru's delicate face as she said in an upright tone, Aren't I doing this for you? Regardless of what anyone said, he is also a top-tier expert. If you were to lure him into Ouroboros, he would become a person on our side. In the future, if he gets along well in the god-slaying army, he would be able to bring you a lot of influence and authority. If he didn't perform so outstandingly well just now, I would definitely try my best at pulling him over. However, he was just too remarkable, just like a true dragon. Right now, he is but a dragon hidden in the abyss. Sooner or later, he will be able to soar into the skies, and we will be able to do nothing to hold him back. Who knows, in the future he might even become a headache of an opponent to Ouroboros. Gentle Snow lightly laughed. An opponent, is it? Zhao Yueru entered a deep thought. Chapter 112, 7 Luminaries Gemstone. After Martial Union was exterminated, the news of its demise was quickly spread around Red Leaf Town. Some people had even recorded the battle and posted it onto the official forums, the incident quickly becoming popular. Ouroboros had first conquered the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. They had then gotten rid of martial unions over 100 members. The valiant appearance of the snow goddess had captured the hearts of all the male players, and instantly, Ouroboros' position and influence around the region of White River City had skyrocketed. As a result, countless players wished to join Ouroboros. Due to the recording of this battle, there were plenty of upper echelons of guilds that had noticed Shifeng's existence. The origin of this battle was, after all, due to martial union's enmity towards Shifeng. However, not only had Shifeng himself received the aid of the snow goddess, he had even personally killed off Ironsword Lion in a head-on confrontation. This was enough proof of Shifeng's exceptional strength, and also his good relations with the snow goddess. Taking these points into mind, these upper echelons needed to let their subordinates pay more attention towards Shifeng. When Shifeng and the others returned to Red Leaf Town, many players on the streets had shifted their gazes towards the group. "Crap, isn't that Yi Feng the person that went dungeon raiding together with the snow goddess?" a male warrior said. "If I go and beg Big Brother Yi Feng, I wonder if Big Brother Yi Feng will bring me to level 10? Another female elementalist bashfully said to her companion. Shifeng had completely become a celebrity now. Wherever he went, there would definitely be someone paying attention to and talking about him. "Brother Feng, you're already a famous person. Now you only need to wiggle your finger and there would be a crowd of beauties running over to you. In the future you mustn't forget to introduce a few to me," Blatty laughingly said. "Stop talking nonsense. Our priority right now is to level up. The sooner we get to level 10, the sooner we can compete for more advantages after we enter White River City." Shifeng smiled as he said, "Since everyone is tired now, let's rest for an hour. We'll gather again after you all get your equipment repaired and replenish your necessities." After hearing Shifeng's arrangements, Blackie and the others immediately went to the smithy to repair their equipment. They did not know why, but normally when they were grinding on the level 5 forest wolves, even if they had been grinding for over 10 hours, the durability of their equipment did not fall by much. However, right now, just after raiding a dungeon once, the durability of their equipment had all fallen by almost half. If they were to raid the dungeon another time, the durability of their equipment might fall to 1 within just 3 to 4 hours, becoming useless. When everyone arrived at the smithy to repair their equipment, they suddenly discovered a frightening matter. Previously, it was a normal occurrence for them to change into new equipment. Hence, they had never repaired their equipment even once before. Now, however, all the equipment Kola was wearing only had half of its durability remaining. As a result, repairing all of it had required a fee of 1 silver 63 coppers. Such an amount was enough to purchase a level 1 bronze equipment. The higher the durability loss of an equipment, the higher the repair fees would be. If every piece of equipment on Kola's character had dropped down to 1, it would take at the very least 4 silver coins to get it all repaired. Such an amount was the equivalent to 2 days of Kola's earnings. However, because Kola had become a follower of Shifeng, the speed at which he earned money was much faster when compared to many other elite players. If those elite players were to repair their equipment, the total fees would be equivalent to several days of their earnings. "Boss, are you trying to rob us here?" Kola complained, unwilling to fork out such an expensive repair fee. Previously, he had obtained a mysterious treasure chest from clearing the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. From the mysterious treasure chest, he had received over 3 silver coins and 5 bottles of intermediate recovery potions. If it weren't for that treasure chest, just this repair fee alone would have turned him into a broke bastard. "Adventurer, I have already given you a 10% discount. It is already a very cheap price," the blacksmith said with a huff. Hearing the blacksmith saying so, Blackie and the others suddenly came to a realization. Their reputation in Red Leaf Town had already reached 30 points, receiving a 10% discount for all purchases made in Red Leaf Town. They truly did not think that it would be so costly just to repair their equipment. However, if their equipment turned to scrap, not only would they lose their equipment, their leveling speed would also be greatly reduced. Hence, they had no choice but to repair their equipment. Trade Area Auction House. Shifeng was frantically purchasing items from the auction house. The The previous glimmer chestplate forging designs Shi Feng sold before had once again allowed him to profit greatly. Now there were at least 73 gold coins in his bag. In the entire White River City, there was not a single player who was more rich than him at the moment. Right now, if he saw any items whose prices would inflate in the future, he would buy all of them. This was because once players reached higher levels, it became much easier for them to earn game currency, and as a result, the value of game currency fell. Instead of just waiting for the coins in his hand to depreciate in value, he might as well purchase some items that would increase in value and store them in the bank. After some time not visiting the auction house, the number of hard stones, card sets, and other items whose value would increase in the future had grown once more. Shi Feng had spent over 8 gold coins on such items, filling up the 640 slot bags he had just bought, and even needing to make several trips to the bank. It wouldn't be long before these items would have their values increased by manifold. Just thinking about it gave Shi Feng a delighted feeling. Meanwhile, the value of the glimmer chestplate forging design had now begun to fall. Currently, each piece was only being sold for around 2 gold coins, and it wouldn't be long before it became completely worthless. Seeing that the number of guilds purchasing the glimmer chestplate forging design was becoming fewer, Shi Feng decided to continue selling them for a while more before thinking of another way to make money. Now his main goal was to earn credits. Just judging from the small amount of credits he currently possessed, it was still not enough for his workshop to squander. Currently, Shi Feng still possessed more than 60 gold coins. He then took out 30 gold coins and registered them on the virtual trade center. Right now, various large guilds were in the midst of purchasing coins in bulk. It wouldn't be long before he could sell all his coins, earning him a lot of credits. Following which, inside the bank, Shi Feng started arranging the harvest he obtained today. He had already obtained more than 10 pieces of bronze equipment just from the elite players of Martial Union he had killed. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to sell off these equipment pieces. However, his workshop would definitely be recruiting new members in the future. Hence, he decided to store them inside his warehouse as they might come into use in the future. In any case, he was not lacking in this small amount of money. As for the ash blade, the most important item he obtained from the Dark Moon graveyard, he kept it inside his warehouse for now. It was still of no use to him right now. Only when he arrived at Star Moon City would he have a chance at finding a clue about the ash blade. After all, the owner of the ash blade had an unfathomable origin, being titled as the God Slayer in God's domain, an existence feared even by the gods. The clues relating to this ash blade could only be found in the capital city of Star Moon Kingdom. What's this thing here? Shi Feng dug up a crystal the size of his palm from his bag. And isn't this one of the items dropped by Iron's Word Lion? Shi Feng discovered that he was somewhat familiar with this item. It was indeed one of the 2 items that were dropped by Iron's Word Lion. 7 Luminaries Gemstone. Special item. Transports the user to Blackwing City. Uses remaining 4/5. Dropped after death. This Iron's Word Lion truly can't be underestimated. It was no wonder he was so powerful in the previous life. It was all because of this item here. Shi Feng looked at the 7 Luminaries gemstone in his hand, unable to refrain from revealing a smile. Blackwing City was no ordinary location. It was also not a place that players could simply go to as they wished. Players needed a teleportation crystal to go to that place, and the 7 Luminaries gemstone was one of those passes. In Shi Feng's previous life, Blackwing City's fame resounded throughout God's domain. All the major powers would willingly purchase the passes to Blackwing City at high prices. However, to an average player it would be meaningless even if they went to Blackwing City. At most, they would only go there to widen their horizons. However, to the upper echelons of a major power, it was an absolute heaven. After going there once, they would want to go there again. Shi Feng looked at the time, discovering that today was a big day in Blackwing City. He definitely must make a trip to Blackwing City today. Hence, he sent a message to Blackie saying, "Blackie, I still have some other things to take care of, so I won't be able to bring you all leveling for now. After all of you are rested, go to the level 8 area Roaring Hill to level up. As long as you guys are careful, your leveling speeds there will be extremely quick." Chapter 113, Blackwing City. Red Leaf Town, slum area. Although it was still daytime, the enchanted bar was packed with red players that tread along the boundaries of darkness. However, amongst this crowd of players, there were several green players present in the bar, seemingly highly out of place. These players were Ironsword Lion and his several subordinates. Absolute Heaven, I need you to kill a person for me. Name your price, Ironsword Lion said to the man before him. The man who held a stern expression was currently drinking from a beer bottle. The stern-looking male did not pay any heed to Ironsword Lion, one of his arms wrapped around an alluring, well-developed woman, while the other held onto a beer bottle. The man only minded his own business as he flirted with the woman, his lips curling into a wicked smile, giving others a chilling feeling. Ironsword Lion's expression immediately sank. Beside him, Drifting Blood immediately slammed his hands on the table, cursing, "Hey, can't you hear that our boss is speaking to you? Stop trying to act deaf." Just after Drifting Blood finished speaking, a snow-bright dagger had slashed across his neck. The dagger then stabbed into his heart, finally being abruptly pulled downwards and slashed apart a deep wound. A stab, a pull, and a slash, all three moves were executed in a very natural manner. Before Drifting Blood could even cry out in pain, his body had already fallen to the ground. Absolute Heaven, what are you trying to do? I'm here to talk business. What is the meaning of you killing my subordinate? Watching Drifting Blood be instantly dealt with, Ironsword Lion bellowed. However, he did not dare attack the man before him because he knew that if he were to take action, his end would only be similar to that of Drifting Blood. Because I like it. What? You have something to say about it? Absolute Heaven laughed as he indifferently looked at Ironsword Lion. He casually brandished his dagger, creating an image of a flower. You, Ironsword Lion was angered to madness, but he still dared not let out the curse through his mouth. Absolute Heaven was an assassin in real life. A famous one to boot. He was also a top-tier expert within virtual reality games. However, there were very few people who knew of him. For those who did know him, they were usually ones who had been assassinated by him before. When Ironsword Lion used to play some other Wuxia game before, he had been assassinated by Absolute Heaven several times previously, which was how he got to know Absolute Heaven. However, Absolute Heaven's temper was extremely odd. Regarding the things he was uninterested in, no matter how much money he was offered, he would refuse to carry them out. He was only willing to carry out tasks that managed to pique his interests. Until today, he had yet to fail a single task that he had taken on. If Absolute Heaven was threatened or compelled into doing something, then oftentimes, the customer that did so did not have a happy ending. Ironsword Lion had once seen a customer wanting Absolute Heaven to kill a player back to level 0 no matter what. However, Absolute Heaven refused to do so. That customer was similarly an ill-tempered person, declaring to take action against Absolute Heaven as well. As a result, that customer was personally killed by Absolute Heaven all the way back to level 0, forced to delete his account in the end. Seeing Ironsword Lion remaining silent, Absolute Heaven smiled. He then resumed hugging onto the beauty by his side and drinking his beer without a care in the world, acting as if everything before had never happened. Drifting Blood being killed off in the bar similarly did not attract the attention of any other players. That was because incidents like this occurred on a daily basis in this place. Everyone had long since gotten used to seeing it. Meanwhile, Ironsword Lion could only inhale deeply several times, calming down the rage in his heart. Absolute Heaven, don't be so quick to refuse. If I tell you the name of this person, you will definitely be interested, Ironsword Lion said in a serious tone. However, Absolute Heaven remained uncaring, as if Ironsword Lion was just empty air. This person is called Yi Feng. He is a top-tier expert. I only wish for you to kill him back to level 0, or force him to delete his account and start all over again. As for the price, it is up to you to decide. Ironsword Lion took out a recording, sending it to Absolute Heaven. The recording depicted the scene where Ironsword Lion himself was killed off by Shi Feng. 2 swords for images. Impossible to fend off. The final strike that killed off Ironsword Lion was also extremely swift and graceful, impossible for anyone to block. After taking a look at the recording, Absolute Heaven's interest was immediately piqued. He then said, "A million credits, one-time payment." Ironsword Lion's heart could not help but twitch after hearing this price. However, he had long since known of Absolute Heaven's way of setting prices based on the target's strength. Normally, killing a player would only cost around 100,000 credits. Ironsword Lion did not imagine that Shurfeng would be worth so much, actually requiring 1,000,000 credits. "Fine. Give me your account. I'll transfer it to you immediately. However, how much time would you require to get the job done?" Ironsword Lion was very determined. Even if he had to dig out all his resources, he still had to get rid of Shurfeng in order to appease his anger. 5 days. Absolute Heaven looked at Shurfeng inside the recording, excitedly saying so. Hearing Absolute Heaven's guarantee, Ironsword Lion could already picture the sight of Shurfeng being killed back to level 0. He then transferred the money to Absolute Heaven. On the other side, the person in question had already arrived at Blackwing City. Blackwing City was one of the most mysterious cities in God's domain. It was much more flourishing than Starmoon Kingdom. Just by standing on the streets, one could see gorgeous-looking European-styled medieval-aged buildings. Even if it was nighttime, the city was still illuminated with glorious lights. Moreover, the NPCs that walked the streets were all over level 100. There were even quite a few NPCs who possessed Tier 2 and even Tier 3 jobs. Rumor had it when the king of Starmoon Kingdom met up with the city lord of the Blackwing City. Even the king was required to act respectfully in fear of offending the city lord. Within Blackwing City, there were plenty of interesting things to be found. If one were to tour around the city, it would take at least a few weeks to do so. Blackwing City also had plenty of masters of various lifestyle jobs living here. The items made by these masters would usually end up being sold in shops in the city. Moreover, players were also able to purchase the specialties of other countries in Blackwing City. This was definitely a treatment not found in other ordinary cities. With all these attractions, the most famous amongst them was the auction house of Blackwing City. The auction house here held an auction once every week. Moreover, the items auctioned were all rare ones sold by NPCs. Epic rank items would even be sold in this weekly auction. Such an item was definitely impossible to purchase outside of Blackwing City. Hence, this was the reason why the upper echelons of all the major powers wished to come to Blackwing City. On the other hand, even if the average player were to come here, at most, they would only be here to sightsee. It was because they were completely unable to afford the items sold by the NPCs here. Moreover, there were no wild monsters here in Blackwing City. There were also no quests to be found here. It was a city purely meant for players to conduct trade within. Blackwing City was a heaven loved by the tycoons of the game. There are still 2 hours before the auction starts. I'll go buy some local specialties first, then. Shurfeng looked at the time, discovering that he was still early. He hailed for a horse carriage, bringing him to the business district of Blackwing City. Blackwing City was just too huge. If Shurfeng were to walk on foot, he would need at the very least 2 to 3 hours to arrive at the business district. Normally, players would spend money to hire horse carriages as a means of transportation. However, hiring a horse carriage did not come cheap. At the minimum, a horse carriage would cost 1 silver coin, and depending on the distance traveled, the price would similarly change. If an average player were to come to Blackwing City at this period of the game, they most likely would not even be able to afford a horse carriage. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Shurfeng alighted from the carriage, arriving at an engineering shop. This engineering shop was not large. It was only a small building with 2 floors. There was an old-looking wooden signboard hung at the entrance with the words, "Cruz's Workshop," carved into the wood. Although the shop seemed shabby at first sight, Shurfeng knew that this shop was opened by the engineering grandmaster Cruz Gaia. He was also the one and only engineering grandmaster in Blackwing City. As for the other engineering shops, those were all operated by engineering masters or engineers. Although those shops appeared to be flourishing, the items sold by them were all very expensive, yet of poor quality. Back in the early days, Shurfeng had often been scammed by those shops. Shurfeng pushed open the door, entering Cruz's workshop. The caretaker of the shop was called Luciola, a shy-looking girl who had her hair tied into 2 ponytails. If one used observing eyes, they would quickly discover that this frail-looking girl was in actuality a professional mage, a job that advanced 2 tiers from an elementalist. Furthermore, she was even at level 100. A level 100 tier 2 mage could easily extinguish a single red leaf town. If a player dared to cause a scene in this shop, they would quickly turn into a pile of ash. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.